Right, where am I sitting? Trigger's that card, Alex. I've got one.
Oh, 7.
Nearest card to me. Go on. Nearest card to me. Sam can have the other one.
Oh no.
C3. Position. Apparently they said position's key. I don't know what I'll do with it. But...
Make sure you take time.
It's gonna be on the PartyPoker Tour.
Yes. And YouTube apparently.
Just take your time.
Fun table this is.
Like this.
Barry. Barry, Sam, nice to meet you.
Guys, first prize 1 million.
Yeah! Antonio, you're a gentleman.
Dino Scholar.
This will get very serious very quick if it's for 1 minute.
Who's the boss?
Hello.
Gonna get very serious very quick.
Hingers. We got big match stake.
Here we go.
Alex,
Everybody's on.
the human solver, and the man himself, Ben Brown.
You've got a very wide range of people.
It's going to be fun. Come and join us 5 o'clock live on Sam YouTube.
Oh yeah. Wait, should we get Frank, Sam? Should we use Kiri's nickname for me, Fish Cake?
You use what you like.
Tell me your name, please. Asif. Jordan.
I was going to say, they must know.
Glenn. After Jordan is Glenn. Constantine. The last one is Constantine.
Guys, just before we get started tonight, so we're playing for first place is $2,000. Second place, party dollars. Second place is $1,000 party dollars, and there's a mystery bounty for every knockout. So we've got a list of envelopes. When you get the mystery bounty, we'll pause the clock, and you can pick your bounty, and that's it. So when everyone's ready, we'll shuffle up and deal.
Cards, they've got to go on to the
Those two things.
And the button you need to draw for the button or sit one?
The mystery bounty writer right here, so I'm gonna have to think back on whatever it is for.
The sit was already random, so
I wonder how I'm gonna value this.
Right, share.
We don't know what the value is. We literally don't know what the value is.
Make an informed guess.
I mean, they could be like a drink. Or it could be...
Could be a new car.
What is this next to the London Attention One?
it's more like to be a drink room.
I can give it this on the table. That's mine, I don't really use, so we can tag BBC Academy if you want. BBC Academy. Yeah, sure. I can give you my personal one and then the BBC Academy.
So the start of the black is going to be 100 plus 200.
Good evening, everyone. We are here in London for the PartyPoker Tour. 3 days of streaming starting tonight, ending Sunday evening. I'm Jay Harwood, joined by George Sanford, who's going to be taking us through the coverage with myself the next 3 days. Good evening to yourself, George.
Hello, sir. Thanks for having me. Looking forward to the long weekend ahead, getting things kicked off with the Sit-N-Go Invitational.
That's right, got a nice lineup this evening. Mystery bounties in place. If you knock someone out, you win a little prize. We'll go down the prizes soon. Quick rundown of the lineup, who we have. In 1, Alex Georgiev. In 2, Matt Staples. In 3, Sam Action-Pong. In 4, Barry Carter. In 5, Jamie Staples. In 6, Asif Warris. In 7, Jordan Kaplan. In the 8 seat is Glenn Brown. And completing the lineup in 9 is Konstantin Zerdev.
So we're going to be playing a turbo format with the mystery bounties in play. Should be fun, fast, and expect some action here. We've got Asif limping in with the 10-9. Don't try this at home.
Seen a lot of Asif the last year. He likes his travels. He likes to play some of the smaller stuff around the circuit, but he's always there.
The satellite king, self-proclaimed.
10-minute clock for these guys, as George said. Should be pretty quick, expecting around 2 hours for this to go on.
Small raise from Sam out of position in the big blind. Does get a seef along though. Flops top pair with the backdoor flush draw versus the gutter. Checks it over. Interesting on the king queen 3, and a seef comes out firing. Knows his customer maybe.
Maybe exactly that. Thinking a seef's gonna stab a lot when checked. Got this gut shot. Would be fun if the jack rolled off early on.
5 of diamonds. A seef still with the bottom end of the gut shot.
I wouldn't actually mind a double barrel here, probably just fold 10-9 off pre, but once we get here, I feel like Sam's kind of what cap, doesn't have much king X once checking to us, but Sam in the bushes with top pair.
With the 10-9, you're kind of lining up with the hands you might get to fold, 10s and 9s that check call 1, so let's see if he can pull the trigger on the river. No. Would probably not have worked with that line, repping just about 7s only, and here we do have the chip counts. You see the big blinds look pretty tasty, but they're going to get cut down as we go through the structure. Fun and frolic, fast structure here in play. We're going to have some cash later.
Yeah, just 2-5 game, going to have a few entertainers, let's say, in the mix. I know Will Kasu's going to be playing, Albert Sapiano's going to be in the mix as well, so few faces. We'll see how that pans out after this sit and go. Mystery bounties in play for this as well, so if you do knock someone out, you can win anything up to a £500 main event ticket, or you could end up with some fish slippers.
Or the bullshit button. Little souvenir to take home.
I believe we are going to be pulling those bounties on stream when someone busts.
Yeah, don't think we're going to be seeing a bust out too soon, although you never know.
Usually in these like team pro invitational sit and goes, you don't want to be the one that busts first. I feel like that's always in people's head, whether they say it's there or not.
I think it is a factor, isn't it? There's a little bit of pride here. Everyone's like, oh, it's a free roll, we're having fun. But at the same time, you know, these guys are serious players, especially the Staples brothers. They do not want to be surrendering their chips early on. Jamie opens it up. Matt gives him a little spin on the button with 6-4 diamonds. Why not? That's what we like to see.
Queen Jack 7, 2 spades. Jamie out in front with the top pair. Once again, we see the check out of position.
Very deliberate check as well. Nothing to see here.
And a glimmer of hope for Matt. Does pick up a gutter on the free turn. Does have 4 outs to get there now. Whether he gets to the river or not, we will see. Just going to fold to this delay. So of the players here, George, I think the ones that stand out, the Staples brothers, a lot of people will know from the stream streets. Barry Carter, an author in the poker world, a few books out there.
My sleeper pick is Alex Georgiev, who is used to stream in Bulgarian. He's streaming in English now, and he's kind of had to start again on his streaming journey. He was getting like almost 100 viewers in the Bulgarian language, which is no mean feat. And branched out to English, which is his second language, and he's been making some runs. He plays low stakes online and plays a little bit bigger live, but he had a final table of the Sunday Storm recently, which was quite cool. A mass field tournament where he had a little breakthrough in terms of his viewership, was getting a few hundred for that final. Ended up crashing out in, I believe, 5th or 6th. But strong player. I've played around the circuit with him at some of the other events around Europe, and I think he's an up-and-comer. So looking forward to seeing his participation in this one. Constantine had a couple of Hendon Mob results as well. I think he was 150k or so on there, yeah, 130. Also from Bulgaria.
Yeah, seems to play a lot of his poker over in Eastern Europe as well.
Yep. A couple of nice scores in some main events over the last few years.
Freeway action here. Call from Alex and Matt in position on Constantine, the opener. Wouldn't
have minded a 3-bet from either player, but looks kind of friendly. Like we say, that kind of unspoken dynamic, not wanting to bust, not wanting to juice up the pot early. Everyone stops for a photo opportunity.
Yeah, so Constantine not continuing into two players, out of position to both, like it. And Matt chooses
Checking
to
back.
check this one back three-way. Constantine is probably supposed to check range here, out of position to two, but even still I feel like Matt's hand could be a nice one, still can get some value from worse, clear out some equity.
Yeah, the second check would be surprising. I think versus two checks here, we could go for something kind of like 2/3. Start to target some king 9, ace 9 type hands that will be in both players' range. Let's go for almost pot.
They're going to be difficult to continue for either here.
Some quick folds, so one of the Staples brothers getting it done early on.
So as mentioned, going to go to cash at 7 o'clock, but remainder of the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, will be main event coverage for those asking about that. In from 4 tomorrow, we'll do the main until we finish.
Early numbers looking good.
Looking very good. And then Sunday will be the final day, play down until a winner.
Got some superstars in there as well. Michelle Molinar.
Going to join us in the comms, I believe, as well over the course of the weekend. Will be great to get some insights from that lad.
Excellent.
Had a deep run last week in Ireland. I think made last 3 tables in the main. Final table, the 10K. So great to get him in the booth.
He knows his way around two cards.
He does. He definitely does. Sam finds an ace in the calf.
You'll think Alex has got me on commission, but he's actually one of the Day 1A chip leaders. So I've got to stop blowing his trumpet now. He's had enough screen airtime, but up and comer. Looking forward to seeing him in the mix over the weekend. Ooh la la. Trips for Sam. And Asif with maybe something he decides to continue with. Depends on the size.
Sam should go small on this ball. Goes fairly big, even north of half. Big on the ace-ace king, but still going to get a look from this gutter ball of a CFO.
That's it locked up. He does go for the check, wanting to keep the king X in there, keep the gut shots in there. Queen jacks, queen tens, jack tens now might fire, and also he does going to go for the bet check bet versus the king X.
That's one of the merits sometimes induced. River blast from a CFO, but on this occasion, won't be getting it. 5K.
Yeah, designed to give the hands like king X a bit of a hard time, but Asif with nothing there, not putting up a fight on the river, just checking it over and surrendering that one.
About this with him, you should have picked the card from that. You guys got to follow it like that.
Maybe still fancy getting yourself into that main event, guys. You're not here today. You can get into the turbo tomorrow. Starts at 11 o'clock. Day 2 starting at 4. Or maybe if you don't fancy the main, you can't play the Sunday. You've also got a 4, 5, 6 to choose from later on in the evening. There's a mystery bounty ongoing alongside that. So plenty to choose from here in London for the PartyPoker Tour. Whatever you fancy.
No idea what I was doing.
I've been seeing a lot of this chap on Instagram, Glenn. He's been at the Battle of Malta, and he's I think he's an ambassador for Red Tooth Poker.
Okay.
So he's the guy that is essentially solely responsible for bridging the gap between pub poker and the bigger events. So he's doing some good work out there, and he's very popular on Instagram. He's got about 25,000 followers from his work on the Red Tooth, which is obviously more of a grassroots style of poker, bringing people into the game, £5 rebuys, that kind of stuff, and that's honest work that he's doing and getting some numbers. As I mean, you've been commentating on with the Goliath and things like that. That gets serious numbers, right? This kind of buy-in level.
It's a great way to put it. Like, it's just that sort of gap when you sort of play poker. You haven't been playing too long, but you want to go to maybe the next level, start playing at casinos,
Yeah.
bit bigger buy-ins, and the Red Tooth is a great way of sort of
Bridging that
getting
gap.
on,
Yeah, I mean, I started playing pub poker, £5 rebuys with my friends, a local pub, and then obviously you're playing the local sort of dailies. But here we go, Asif.
Yeah, a bit of fruitfulness from Jordan, 9-6 off in the mix.
Cold calling the big blind. He's having fun. Big grin on his face as he flops backdoor, straight draw, backdoor, flush draw. Is that enough for him to get frisky? I don't think so, but neither does he.
Yeah, really nice size choice here from the Sifo though. Small's very nice here when shouldn't really be any deuce X.
Yeah, you'd hope.
Nine of hearts on the turn. Second street coming in. Glenn just for a will draw, no heart in hand, going to be difficult to continue.
That's not something.
I need to hit. Jordan! I need a 4 river.
Should have picked the other one. Hey, I'm not the bottom. You're not the bottom. We're not the bottom.
Find the bottom.
Yes.
Sure. Hey, it's alright. It means I can only go up.
Well, technically.
I don't know. You can go down to. You can get grayed out.
Yeah.
And welcome chatters as well. Got all 3 chat boxes open wherever you're watching from. So any questions, anything you want to ask, make yourself known. So for Constantine from Gun, should be getting a look from Glenn in the big blind, 7-5 of clubs.
Absolutely. Jordan cold calling the 3-bet with 9-6 and folding 9-7 to an open now, so it's a bit of a mixed bag from that fella. Hello, could get fruity. Quite like this one as a check raise from Glenn. Let's just check call. Facing half pot. Fair enough.
That is a 10.
There is Gin. 4 of clubs. Snap check, doesn't elect on going for the lead.
Could potentially play some leads on this card. Facing Gun. Gun should never have any straights. We're just going to have a few more 2-pair combos.
Definitely. Yeah, Queen 4, 6-4, 4-3.
And even like Constantine's like Ace Queen, King Queen, like checking back this turn at a decent frequency. So
Yeah, Jackson 10s always check back, and then you lock up an extra street from that type of hand. So could have been nice, but instead does get the unfortunate 4-liner now, and it's going to be tough to extract any value, especially versus better 10 high.
yeah, even like the Queen X got a pretty easy fold now. I'm not really beating anything facing this river lead.
Yeah, have to get pretty creative there. Maybe a King 10 with a backdoor flush draw or something like that.
How you doing, Mick the Mod? Welcome to the stream, sir. How we doing, Jim lad? Ali Al-Mari rooting for a Sifo. A couple of ducks for Sam. opens from +2. And ladies for Barry. On Sam's direct left, incoming 3-bet. 2,500.
Smidge over 3x at this depth seems pretty decent.
I feel like Sam's going to be duck hunting at this stack depth, 100 just shy of to start the hand. We can catch a deuce, potential to win a big pot.
Yeah, maybe versus 4x he might have thought about folding, but seems just about okay. Big blind ante in play as well, so not a bad price to come along. Doesn't find the duck, but does find
the hand that we could really love bluffing if flop goes check. But Barry could still see that small. May fancy checking back queens with the diamond, which he does. I'd love to see Sam starting taking off here now. And we get here with deuces.
We got some 2 pairs. We've got some ace-x.
It's just one of these spots, George, where it's difficult to find bluffs on like the ace 10 8 1 because Sam shouldn't have like king queen off, king jack off. They shouldn't be a thing. So like the small pairs with a diamond, nice little candidates to choose. But now we might end up playing a river bet here.
Only really loses to the jack, king or queen of diamonds. Unfortunately, Barry does hold one of those.
Similar question, how much offsuit stuff's going to free bet EP versus MP, but there we go.
And if Barry did have king queen off, he might have stabbed the flop sometimes. So it's again, even though it does go check to the river, you're not expecting many bluffs there, right? It's just one of those spots where you're going to get shown the goods a lot, and Barry does turn up with the queen of diamonds on this occasion. Nice little pot for Mr. Carter, up to the chip lead over 100 bigs as we move on to the next blind level.
One more hand at 100, 300, 10-minute clock.
Okie doke. Speaking to some of the Party Poker representatives, they said we've got 2 confirmed stops and then 2 more that are to be announced.
Really nice.
Yeah, so Manchester, 17th to the 22nd of June, and followed by Glasgow, 12th to the 17th of August, with 2 more in the works. So keep an eye on the social media channels for info of that coming up. Just Clem's a riot, isn't he? Got a thief on the story.
A couple of 4s for Jordan. Going to get involved.
Glenn fancies his chances on the button. Queen 9 suited over to Mr. Georgiev in the big blind. Aces. Hello there. What a spot for a little squeeze.
Seems unfair, really, when you squeeze this spot and you just got the boots.
Too good of a hand.
Makes it 11 bigs as well. Nice and meaty out of position to fill.
Just over 4x. It's one of those spots where if the first player decides to defend, you're going to get 4-way action quite a lot. But if he gets it through Sam... We did see Jordan actually come in with that fruity peel with the 6-9 off earlier. I'm not sure whether that was kind of some sort of running joke about 69 or... but let's see if Sam fancies a spin. He's already just had a little spin with the ducks and had to pay off for a river bet, so might be getting back in the cage, and does indeed let that one go.
Discipline. At one of these, you know you should probably fold 6s, but in a little invitational free roll sometimes you want to get involved a little bit more. This should be working now. That's Glenn fancying a spicy pill with a Queen 9 of clubs. An incredible amount of movement, 25k starting stack.
Yeah, no one really in the danger zone yet. Sam just paying off that river bet with the deuces versus the queens, both rivering a flush. Probably the most significant pot we've had, but a little bit of treading water to begin with.
Jim Ladd says, great to see that Party are doing live streams again. Great to be a part of it. Getting to cover this one with George here in London, kicking everything off again.
Absolutely so, and I'm just looking at some of the details on how you can win your way here as well through the PartyPoker Tour path. There are 5 rounds. First one only requires raking 1 cent, and that gets you in the mix for that. And then you can buy your way into round 2, £1, round 3, £5, round 4, £25, and the round 5, the final, no direct buy-in. So you can get yourself into round 4 for 25 quid, satellite into round 5, and go that way for the £1,000 package.
So ace queen 5 here, button versus big blind, common spot. Should see lots of bets here from Constantine. Maybe one we just get to bet range on the ace queen 5. Met with bottom, should be taking one off, but we are met with a decent size here. 2/3 pot, big bet, gets the bottom pair out of there.
Nice board to attack, and nice with the diamond in hand as well, blocking some of the continues. Getting so many better hands to fold there with the 10 high, just clearing out bottom pair even in that situation, as well as some of the high card hands as well. Nice execution there from the Bulgarian.
That's one of those where a lot of people may just find third, may find quarter, and bottom usually always coming along against that size.
Yeah. Quite autopilot-y, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whereas you can see a thinking player will often chuck in a big size there from time to time, so be wary of these two Bulgarians in seat 1 and seat 9. They know their way around the table, that's for sure.
And Georgiev only, well, on the live scene anyway, less than 2 years been playing on the live circuit, and already mounting a decent amount of cashes, 22 results in about 18 months. Glenn in with limp. The A6.
Alex comes along with the 10-8 off, expecting to see Sam put a stop to all of the limping shenanigans, but he doesn't with the ace-10.
Surprised it from Sam.
Knuckles one back, looks like he's texting on the phone or something, maybe not too interested. We'll be interested in this flop though.
Does he just make boats this man? and Alex has got a 10, of course Alex.
Glenn's got an ace.
Oh,
Absolute chaos here. Alex checks it back on the flop, wow. Okay, so he might save his a good portion of his stack there. Sam comes out firing for just under half pot. Now Glenn kind of in the middle of it, comes along for the call. Alex now goes for a click. Well, this could get messy.
Depends how Sam plays it. If Sam feels like Alex never doing this with worse than a 10, may get after it now. I think from Alex here, this may be one of these little raising position to check back river, freeway, because once he gets called in both spots here, like what are we supposed to be up against? What's our opponent's range?
Yeah, it's interesting. Ace-X with a club, King-Jack, King-Queen, Queen-Jack with a club. These types of hands might continue on the deuce. Let's see if he does. Could be a good...
I feel like when we get called twice by both Sam and Alex after we raise in position against 2, like, what on earth are our opponents supposed to have? Well, we're actually going to get the opportunity to get away from it now, I think. I know we can see our old card, but what does Sam do this with? like, think about it here. He's led turn, call raise, now he wants to lead, shove river.
Shove the river.
Like, is he ever doing this with, like, King X, King of Clubs? I don't think so.
King 7 with the King of Clubs or something, that would be preposterous, wouldn't it?
It's just one of these spots that is always value. And we see it so often on streams where people want to call out a position, the turn, and then suddenly just want to lead all in on river.
Especially multi-way as well. Like, even more so. If it's heads up and you know that this guy's a bit of a lunatic, then you might talk yourself into calling here. But I think Georgiev is shrewd enough to sniff this one out, even though he's got, you know, when you play on iron and you think about the game in a slightly different way to maybe a live dynamic, you're like, well, you know, I blocked this and I blocked the flushes, and, you know, but in reality, you've done a lot of commentating and so have I. You see value here, yes. and it doesn't matter what your hand is, there's still so many possible hands that beat you.
Sometimes in these moments you just got to have the discipline and say,
yeah.
Like 5% of the time maybe you'll get shown the bluff, but it's so infrequent that people take this line and show up without the goods on rivers.
You've got to think what type of psychopath bet calls and then leads into 2 players for pot, you know, with a hand that's bricked the river. It's a big ask. Great fold.
Yeah, great fold.
Great fold.
Sam potentially lost some value.
Yeah.
As played, went for the big jam, tried to get a lot, but...
And he really only reps 10-7 and 10 deuce, right? He's not going to bet call the turn with pocket deuces. He shouldn't have ace-10, so it's only really 2 hands he loses to. Maybe pocket sevens that, you know, I think would 3-bet the turn. Get some more value versus
King X of
10x.
Clubs, do you think, or is it too worried about both out position to 2 after turn action? But I feel like maybe even some flushes, nut flushes that don't want rivers to check through could be in there for Sam.
Especially on the deuce, because it doesn't fill up any boats from both of those opponents with the positions in play. So yeah, that's definitely a play, and he does have a lot of King 4, King 3, King 5, King 6. So.
Just feel like it's one of these components where no one finds bluffs, and as you said, you use the word psychopath, you've got to be a special customer to find a bluff in that given scenario.
So Sam the boatman so far, it's easy with a full house, that's for sure, especially in 2 card. Let's go Alex. Good fold. Definitely has been a great atmosphere, good point Rob. I mentioned it when I came into the room. I used to play in Aspers quite a lot, and I played cash a fair bit. Sometimes the energy levels were a bit low, but for this week, you know, with the Party Poker branding, with the main event kicking off as well, which is a big event for this casino, certainly been a little bit of electricity in the room.
Interesting one here for Sam with the 9s. Looks like going to go for the cold call option. What's your thoughts on cold call, George? Because there's like
small blind. You just fold.
Yeah,
you roll your eyes because you're on a Sit-N-Go Invitational, and sure you're not going to get dealt many hands as strong as 9s, but +2 opens, cut off 3 bets. You know, if we do have a cold calling range, it's very defined. It's going to be hands like this: 9s, 10s, ace queen suited maybe. I just don't like having a cold call range, to be honest. You know, you can go for some clicks if you think that Alex is at it, blowing off a bit of steam after folding the 10 in the last pot, but I don't think 9s is the hand for that either, so it doesn't really have the qualities for 4-betting. I'd rather have ace-9 suited or ace-queen off or something like that, you know.
4 diamonds turn. Likely one we're going to see check.
What about yourself? Similar?
Yeah, I'm similar, but you've got some top pros that are big advocates of cold call. Pads being one of them.
Really?
He really likes cold call, but The problem is with cold call, if you're not studied at that area of the game tree, if you haven't looked at it enough, if you haven't run enough sims for cold calls, then when you start going post, this is where you're just going to start making so many mistakes, and then
You don't find the leads on the cold call boards.
Exactly that. And you're not finding the right leads, you're not finding the right check raises. So I feel like if you're not studied in that area of the game tree, it's better to just play fold or cold 4. But then you've got some world-class players that are big advocates for cold calls, but that's only because they're well studied in it and they've looked at it over and over again. They've seen the spots over and over again. And but I'm with you. I just like cold 4 or fold in these given
So
scenarios.
what sort of hands are they cold calling then? Like king queen suited?
Like the suited broadways, the middle into bigger pairs, this type of stuff. Even there's some stuff like with some suited ace-x going in there as well. So it's
very tricky to play in the small blind
exactly,
three ways.
exactly.
Definitely, you do allow the opener to come in quite a lot as well. But yeah, so as you said, it's a possibility, but the execution is so hard that maybe most humans and not the top robots in the game are not going to be executing well enough post to kind of make up the EV loss from being out of position three ways.
But that's I guess what it is from those players. They feel like they cold call and they're taking players to this area of the game tree that they have no idea what they're doing, and then suddenly that EV increases, and I'm guessing that's where it stems from.
That's a good point. It's always good to discover these things.
There was we'll come back to it in a sec because we got a hammer in here, ace king against the ace 10 suited of Sam. Seems like Sam's involved in every other pot, but he's had the goods so far.
He's had some nice starting hands. The dealer's been kind to Sam so far. Hasn't quite made it count. He's still under starting stack.
Ace king here for game. Feels like going to be the best hand enough of the time on the 7 deuce deuce rainbow.
Yeah, still essentially a value bet from the ace king, looking to get some of the ace and king X with the backdoors, the suited broadways, stuff like that to come along. The small size does achieve that mission. Gets a bit awkward on the turn now because you're now in the sort of situation where you're not strong enough to go for the second street. 3 on the river shouldn't change too much. Could do something cool like a B10 here for Glenn, you know, just to really force the ace 10, ace jack, ace 9 to you know, look him up.
But like just going back to games in general, what I was going to say, when we come back after lockdown, there was only really poker tournaments going in the UK, and Dom Niche, obviously great poker player. He was playing. He was playing like the 1Ks, 2Ks, but he was playing limp or 3.5x. And this was his strategy for like 6-7 months. And the reason he was doing it is because he'd put so much work in off the table
on DTO.
Doing limp and 3.5x that when anyone else at the table, they're like, "What's this guy doing? Who's this fish? Why is he limping? Why is he opening 3.5x?" But he started taking players to, as I say, area of the game tree that they're unfamiliar with, and then they just start making mistakes here and there, and we're not making any mistakes, and it's going to increase the EV drastically.
It's genius because people would naturally start under 3-betting versus the 3.5x, even though it's not. It will be a polarized strategy from him, right? So the natural defense would be to 3-bet small versus it, right? Because you're either getting 4-bet or getting a lot of snap folds. But tough to say and tough to figure that out on the fly.
Yeah, exactly.
When you don't have,
and you've not looked at it. It's
there's no cheat sheet.
Table. Exactly. That's why we love the game. There's no real.
Absolutely. That's why I've always been interested in new formats of the game, like mixed games. There might even be some Sveton cash games running this week. There's some players that are interested. Jason, Wacky Jacks, part of the Poker Pro community that are our official media coverage sponsors this week, and giving us the live updates from the main event. Could be getting some action there, which is a mix of 5-card Omaha and 5-card draw. So it's a split pot game. And that's one of those, like you said, with this Dominique new Hold'em strategy, in that you're just kind of making it up on the fly. There's no GTO, there's no solves. It's, you know, who can figure it out the quickest, which always makes for some fun.
Constantine, ace 10 high, going to show down the winner 3-way, small pot.
Sam checking back the turn here. I might have liked to stab with the queen jack. We can still represent some 9x some hands that could potentially be value bets even 3 ways versus the passivity. Getting some ace highs to fold, of course, as well, as would have been the example here. But instead, checks down, and Constantine will be a gladly receiver of that pot.
Hey then, Toddy, Alex Todd in the chat.
Hey.
Goliath winner a few years back. Had a great island, not him, but he had a great island.
Sometimes you're the winner, sometimes you're the support act.
There you
That's
go.
the way it goes in live tournaments, right?
But he's the best at having a bad trip himself, but he'll have this piece here, this piece there, and he just always has a winning trip. Even if he doesn't win himself, he finds a way.
A good negotiator.
Yeah, exactly that.
Gets himself the swaps that count.
Thanks for tuning in, mate. It's an interesting one here for Alex. Like, in general, these ones at this stack depth don't like to continue. We had like 20, 30 bigs more. We actually get involved with these suited connectors, but at 50, it's slightly too shallow. I'm going to let it go. For Constantine from gun. Blinds 3-6, opens to 12. See phone with the King 7 suited. Jordan, Queen 10 suited here in the small blind. That's going to bring Glenn in. We're going full way.
Hello there.
Well, that's a fun flop. For Jordan, at least. Not much going on for anyone else. He's going to be less inclined to bluff into 3 opponents, so it does check through.
Best he can hope for is a 3 or a king on the turn. The 10 is not ideal for him. He's still got a straight, of course. Maybe some flush draws to get some value from.
So 26 into 54. Just shy of half pot. Should be doing the job. Glenn does have this gutter ball. There, King of Diamonds. Gets out of the way. And Constantine and a CFO should be following suit. Well, a CFO wants to take one off to the river.
Ooh.
Some ideas. That Queen X isn't out there for Jordan. We do have the dummy end. I guess we're beating diamond draws and spade draws.
You know, the beautiful thing now is Jordan betting 2 pair on the turn, right? Does he actually have any boats in this situation? Would he even bet a hand like pocket 8s multi-way on the 4-liner? I don't think so. So if the Asif is really going to get frisky here, he does have a full house advantage.
It's a good fold.
Yeah.
Dummy end of the straight. Do feel like when Jordan bets into 3 opponents, it's mostly always going to be a queen. Maybe some combo draws. King X of spades, King X of diamonds could be in there. Maybe a CFO feels like he's going to play honestly on rivers. So when check 2, we just get to check back. Have the best hand. still yet to lose one. Line's now 4 and 8. 40 minutes into this invitational.
Yeah, the cash players won't be too happy. Got 3 tables of 2-5, 1 on stream with 2 feeder tables. Going to be changing the lineup thick and fast, I believe. Speaking to some of the Party Poker guys, there's going to be lots of people coming in and out, drawing high cards for the feature table slots. So looking forward to commentating that one a bit later on. Stay tuned for that. Alex under the gun with the ace-9 suited. Nice hand to open. Average stack has quite dramatically fallen over the past 20 minutes or so. Looks like we've got about, what, 25, 30 big blind average right now.
Awkward one for C4 for this stack. 27 to start the hand. They don't really want to 3-bet fold, but don't want to fold it, so just leaves us with this option.
Yeah.
Best on Jack 10 deuce rainbow. Bottom for Constantine, top for a CFO. Dummy and gut shot for Glenn. Not much going on for Alex.
Looks like, is that a 5k bet? 3 eyes.
40%.
Yeah, seems fair enough. 5 might have been a bit juicy 4 ways, but 3 seems fairly reasonable. Trying to get some calls from straight draws. Worst Jack X, 10x. Plenty of candidates out there. Unfortunately, on this occasion, it's going to be a Mexican wave of folds from his opponents. Constantine, yeah, he's shown some nice little flashes of strong plays so far. The little size up on the range advantage board. Been pretty solid. Matty is a rich pro. He's earned his way. He's been in the online streets for a good while, grinding away, mostly on Party Poker. Doing all sorts of bankroll challenges on his Twitch stream. Barry, hello. Wakes up with Big Slick, opening it up for a min raise. We'll be hoping for some resistance from the field. Unfortunately, no one. Everyone's got trash so far. Constantine, King 4 suited. Might have done something versus later position, versus +2, 9-handed. Probably finding the muck.
Yeah, even little like glimpses of that. Just sat folds King 4 suited and small. Just recognises off of 30. This is a pretty clear fold versus EP. But some players might have a dwell up. I got a suited king. But
do I peel? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
do I 3-bet sometimes? Yeah. But nice solid play from Constantine. So no one running away with it so far. We still have 9 stubborn contestants here in the Sit-N-Go Invitational. And we've gone on so long that we've almost forgotten about the mystery bounty prizes. Yeah. Let's go back through those. So we've got everything up to a 530 millions online ticket.
Yeah, 500 main event ticket, 150 closer ticket, the 109 Sunday party knockout 100k guarantee. There's a 150 mini main ticket, and then you've got your novelty, your party poker, retro cards, your fish slippers, and a button. I'll say that.
A BS button.
A BS button, there you go. We'll keep it PG.
Good man.
But they are the prizes. They'll be pulled on stream when someone busts. But we are still awaiting that first bust out.
Which makes things interesting, because when you play an online mystery bounty, right, you're basically deducing the value of the mystery bounty by the buy-in. Here the buy-in is 0, so the the mystery bounty prizes are essentially infinite, right? So the big blinds, you should in theory see a lot more gambling. We haven't quite seen that come into play yet because of that stubbornness of not wanting to be the first one out. But I mean, I don't really think you should fold anything if someone goes all in. It's kind of ridiculous in that sense, you know.
With them fish slippers up for grabs.
Well, exactly. And the retro cards. One for the mantelpiece.
It's like online when there's a free roll and like a team pro's got a bounty on their head and they're all in. The whole table should just be all in.
Exactly.
Bring the free roll in.
But it never really happens. You see it get through often.
Yeah.
You're like, well, what are these guys up to?
I got an eye-opening, let's say, in Ireland this year because the first event I played was the Mystery Bounty, and there was a few spots, and I got showed a first in range from under the gun when you cover the whole table with the bounties in play, and it was 97%.
Was it really?
I was supposed
I
to
knew it'd be high.
I was supposed to VP it from gun. So
what, limp or raise?
Yeah, literally. Well, limp you meant to just limp 97%, but there you go. But I was shocked at how wide you're actually meant to be.
Crazy.
Cover the whole
97.
table.
That's a lot of trash in there, isn't it?
You literally just fold your 7 deuce off, your 8 free off, your 8 deuce off, and then you're meant to continue everything.
9-4 off in there for a limp.
Anything suited. Anything suited,
of course.
Suited, you're in for a limp.
Yeah. Wow.
But they're crazy, the old mystery bounties. Back to this hand. Jordan flops best. Ace high board. Top and bottom for him. Now let's see.
Going to thin out the field here with a pretty meaty sizing multi-way.
38 into 66. Good for 60%. Really tricky these spots against the bigger sizes, C focus. When our opponent bets into 3 opponents, like you don't really assign him as many bluffs. A lot of the time it's just
Queen 10 maybe, the double gutter.
Queen 10's probably the one.
Yeah.
Like even King Queen isn't joyed with betting the Ace Jack 8 4-way. The 8 rolls off on the turn. $5,500, just off a third. Going to lose a CFO with his second pair.
Does show the boat. A lot of full houses so far. Jordan is now the chip leader with 50 big blinds, 40,000 chips almost.
Hood Hunter said, did Jamie play a hand except the first one versus Matt? I don't think he has. I think the first one when he flopped top pair versus his brother, that was the only hand he has V-picked that I can recall.
Adjusting to the table conditions, everyone's playing a little bit loose and Jamie's in his shell, waiting to strike.
Fours now for Jordan. Back amongst it with an open. No, not an open, but a limp in with the small pair.
He's been reading your mystery bounty cheat sheet.
Yeah.
Playing the limp.
Literally covers everyone as well. Sammy with King Deuce. Barry gets to check the whip in the big. $10-5, 2 hots. Going to stab one check to 40% as Jordan. Just clear out some equity.
I don't mind the idea. Something like 800 I'd have gone for just to clear out some of the high cards in there. 2 overs to our 4s.
Blind up again every 10 minutes. 500,000 now. 25k starting stack. So 25 bigs is average. We'll see some movement soon. And finds an ace, opens from +2. Jamie defending the 5-3. King 9-7, 2 clubs. Inconspicuous double gutter here for Jamie. Not choosing to lead it though, with just 5 high.
Surely he's got to start betting at some point. Jamie, come on, man.
Checks down the 5 high.
Gets shown ace-4, which would have probably snap-folded at any stage. Hey-ho. Is there a poker tour you don't do commentary? That's a good question.
There's one I don't have, which is the obvious one.
Yeah,
There's
okay.
one I don't have.
I know which one you mean.
But, basically everything else these days, Ginger Ninja.
Yeah,
Can't complain.
That's very much a closed fence, though. I think.
Yeah.
You've got to. Yeah, I mean, I haven't really tried to get on that, but I don't believe that there would be any chance either way.
I'd love to do some comms out of the WSOP this year, just an hour or two, but just try and get in the booth, see what it's like.
Yeah,
get yourself out there.
The prestige of it.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
It would be electric. Are you going as a player?
Yeah, I usually go for like 4 or 5 weeks. I might just go for like 2-3 weeks this year for the main, that sort of time.
Some PLO cash as well?
But we'll see. I don't really play cash out there, George, believe it or not.
Okay.
No, I literally just go for comps because I don't get much chance to play tournaments throughout the year with a lot of events that I'm working. So
you're going for the bracelet equity?
Bracelet equity, exactly that.
Good man.
So Jamie with a free bet finds the goods. And
Sam sniffed it out. Seen him show down the 5-3 with no bets and thought, I'm not giving this guy any chips here with my ace-8. Hits the muck, and a wise decision. Jamie with the kings.
You off to Vegas this year, George?
I don't go to Vegas.
Oh, you don't go to Vegas?
I've had issues getting the visa just for years. I can't get the basic thing. Doesn't go through.
The ESTA.
Yeah, the ESTA. Yeah, and then
there's a few like that, believe it or not.
Yeah, it's nothing bad either. I had a train conviction or something. I didn't pay when I was a kid. A bit of a chancer, 17. Didn't pay for my train fine, and that kind of came up on the secondary check or something. And they're very funny about that type of thing, because I forgot that it was anything remotely serious. So when I applied for a visa once, it just got rejected on those grounds because they'd found it on us. Yeah, and since then it's been a no-go zone. I don't spend a lot of time in the UK, so if I did, I'd have to basically wait at the embassy all day and sort it out, and it's not been a priority.
Top-notch fold there from Jamie. I think that's closer than it looks. 8 straight into the muck for 16 reshove of Sam. Now we're going to be back over to Constantine, and as George said, with bounties in play and we're in a free roll, we should be calling very wide here.
Yeah, I think almost any two really. You've still got chips to spin, and he does find the flip. That's lovely news for him. He'd have been hoping for some kind of tens, jacks, ace jack, ace 10. And we are on our feet here for the first all-in showdown. Let's see.
The number two,
If there's going to be a king or a queen to eliminate Sam.
the number two is a very good one.
Dave, the letters is good, yeah? Come on, brother. Oh, we see the window!
Oh wow, 2 kings. Looking tough, although backdoor hearts are a possibility.
Not anymore.
Cold hard 3 of diamonds on the turn, leaving no option but the 9. And the deuce seals the deal for Sam, so Constantine's going to get our first mystery bounty pull of the Sit-N-Go Invitational here at the Party Poker Tour in London.
Sam Action Pocket first out in 9th place. We'll see a lot of Sam over the weekend. Big character. Plays a lot here in Aspers Stratford.
I made the mistake of asking about his Goliath run. I thought he
Oh,
made the
no.
final table, but he came 12th,
Yeah,
and I
last
saw the
two
pain in his eyes.
Yeah, he lost pretty filthy one as well.
Yeah.
It was a fake filthy one though, if I remember. It was like a flip where he hit his overcard, then like the set come on the river.
Oh,
it was
so
like a fake filthy one. Like,
just
yeah.
a dramatic flip,
Yeah.
basically. Oh dear, poor guy. So here we do have the first mystery bounty pull. The envelope has been picked, and hopefully we're going to see what he's got. Constantine from Bulgaria.
So best thing to find is either the 500 main event or the 530 millions online ticket. What's Constantine going to pull out? The envelope?
150 mini main.
£150 mini main ticket.
Not bad. That is the 3rd biggest prize, unless you have sentimental value for the novelty prizes. By the book, he's done quite well there out of the 8 prizes available, picking the 3rd biggest one. So mini main ticket, and that's going to be available at any of the Party Poker Tour stops this year. Currently have 2 stops in the pipeline in Manchester and Glasgow, with 2 more to be announced.
Great locations as well. I went to Glasgow first time this year for an event, and fantastic place.
Yeah, it looked like the numbers were decent as well. Big community of players up in Scotland.
Well, here with the king sits off. 21 to start the hand. Could have been one of these sort of 3 big blinds out of position, attempt to still. That chooses to check. Quick check, check flop.
I would have liked it covering as well. Definitely grounds to be aggressive with the raise first in. Starting to look for those bounty opportunities.
Go for another street on the end once the flush completes. Played done well to lose minimum there off the turn in second pair.
Yeah, quite a friendly hand of poker from Jordan there. Still though, 44 big blinds and the chip lead. Very much in prime position for those mystery bounty pulls. Average value of the last 7, about £200 or so. So decent added value here for the Sit-N-Go contestants. Should be coming thick and fast over the next sort of half an hour as well, with the structure catching up with us. 1 minute to go on this one.
Yeah, those 2-5 cash game players, we may have to push them back for 30 minutes or so.
They'll be breathing down our neck here in the booth.
Do well to get this done for 7 now, but shouldn't be more than an hour on this 10-minute clock. Should have a lot of action coming up with stack shallowing. Nice one to look down at here as Jordan just going to go with call though.
Surprised there. I'd be very happy to 3-bet call here with the 10s, with the structure, and even just in normal play in a sit and go.
Constantine here, 9-6 off. Does come a mat, but still going to defend.
Swing and a miss for Constantine. Matt does flop middle pair. Happy to check that one over. Quick check from Jordan. We'll be happy to see that. But the 10 on the turn, giving Matt an open ender, giving Jordan a set, and a very hidden set as well.
No need to check here three-ways, Jordan.
No,
Plenty to get some value from, some Jack X, and even turn Queen X, Ace X of clubs could be a thing.
See what size he went for, 4,700, meaty. And Matt does come along with the open ender. It's a big river.
We're going to have the hero, I reckon, theoretically, some rivers as Matt, once we check flop and turn.
Yeah.
I guess Jordan can have some like King 10 of spades that wants to check back flop, but not much that wants to check back flop and be able to go for 2 streets, so...
He checks back the river with the 10s. My word. Less than 1 SPR, set up nicely for a river jam was what I was expecting. We get the 8, which is a brick. Only 9-7 completes. Queen 9 already had us beat on the... Yeah, it's a little bit lackadaisical there from Jordan. Not really thinking it through. Would have been a nice one to fire through on. Matt's still going to have some hands like the Queen Jack there that as you said, are going to have to think about.
The best catch as well. Queen Jack's probably one of the best catches.
Think about some calls. You could expect some Ace X and some Queen X, Queen 8 and Ace X to stab the turn with the gut shot facing the passivity, and might have let Matt off the hook there. I think it could have been very close to a call versus the shove. Especially with Jordan perceiving to have this big stack advantage in the mystery bounty format, piling the pressure on. We haven't quite seen that come into play so far.
I think which is expected though, like what I mentioned, I had no idea how wide you were supposed to be until last week in these mystery bounties. When you cover everyone at the table, you're supposed to be close to 100%, but like if you haven't actually once again looked at that area of the game tree, if it's sort of in no man's land and you're just playing your own game, what you feel is going to be logically good in the given spot.
Absolutely. So a limp and a raise from Constantine, going north of 4x here, looking to target a lot of these types of hands in the limping range. Is going to be up against quite a defined range, I think, from humans. It's going to be a lot of like Queen 10 off, Jack 10 off, these types of suited connectors. So lots of hands he dominates here with Ace 10. Will be some low suited Ace X as well. He does get the action he's looking for, so 10 high board could spell danger for Jordan. And there it is. Wow. So here we have 10-4-4, and we go to SPR of just south of 3x, and the money should be finding a way in unless we get some kind of Queen of clubs, Jack of clubs turn.
Effective nuts here for Constantine as well. One combo of Ace 4 of hearts, one combo of quad 4s, but other than that, Jordan should never have over pairs. Continues for just around third.
There is one of the slightly uncomfortable turns. Now setting up just shy of 1.5 SPR. Does he go for block here? Does he go for check? Looks like he is going to go for the small size.
Yeah, I think it's very nice small here.
Yeah,
like, this is just someone that thinks about the game, thinks about ranges, recognises that Queen X isn't in Jordan's range other than specifically Queen X of clubs, so therefore he's going to be weighted towards a lot of 10x, a lot of stuff like 6s, 7s, as well as flush draws.
Hasn't seemed like the type of player that would be peeling one off with Queen Jack off with the club either, so it's always good to be able to kind of deduce the range, and as you say, it's going to be Queen X of clubs only in that situation that we're behind, and probably lots of hands like 7s, 6s, 5s to get value from. So nicely executed there. Constantine surging up the rankings, does have that mystery bounty pull, wins himself a £150 mini-main ticket for the PartyPoker Tour.
Asifo, ace king from +2, 16 bigs. Would like to see open. Feels like a wasted hand when we just shove and it gets through. Want to induce some stuff from behind, get some value from big blind defense. Jack 10 off here for Constantine. And is now the chip leader. Does cover everyone at the table, so does get to put on his loose shoes. Going to call Jack 10 off with position on the opener. That ace 9 off.
Solid fold.
Against 2.5x of a Sif and a call.
I have sniffed out a slightly stronger range than usual there from the +2. That little size up, often giving away slightly the strength of the hand. It's going to be a lot more of these kind of unpaired high card hands that will dominate the ace 9, ace 10s, ace jacks, ace queens, ace kings.
This just gone in.
Whoa!
Check.
Asif just rifles it in on the flop.
Check jam, the ace king.
Holy moly.
Constantine not going anywhere with top pair with a bounty up for grabs.
Absolutely not. Backdoor straight draw as well, just in case. It doesn't need it. He's up against 2 overs here. We've seen 2 of those folded. Asif isn't to know that, but he's got 4 outs. So a big spot for Constantine here with a decent amount of equity. About £200 worth of equity each mystery bounty envelope is carrying right now on his feet. Can he find the hold here? Got himself in a lovely situation. There's the 10, so only the queen now. 3 outs, we can see. And it is the deuce of clubs, so another mystery bounty envelope heading in the way of Bulgaria.
Out of character that from Asifo. I've seen him a lot on stream and usually very solid.
Yeah.
But goes for the check jam there. Maybe because he's changed his hat. He hasn't got his bucket hat on anymore. He's got the youngster cap on. He's trying to mix it in with the young
New
guns.
hat, new strap.
Yeah, exactly. New hat, new strap. I like that.
Not having any of this betting in position, fella. I'm all in. Oh, you've got top pair. Nice hand.
But another one that will be here all weekend. Asif out in 8th place, down to 7. Let's see what Constantine is going to pull.
He knows where the camera is after the first pull. Is it going to be the big one? Looking for a 500 main ticket or a 530 party millions ticket would be the 2 juicy ones. What's he got himself? The retro cards. One for the mantelpiece at the very least, but not probably what he was looking for.
They'll come in handy one day. Like,
they will.
The amount of times you're around your friends and like you want to play, but no one's got a deck of cards, and then you'll be like, hold on a minute.
There you go. Open face Chinese at the airport. That's always a classic. In for 100 points before you've hit the air. So it does get the cards alongside the 150 mini main ticket, and the final table results from the mini main I've got here as well. It was won by Dost Gabri yesterday for 17.2 thousand. Not bad from a 150 entry. Grace Smith in second for 14k. Martin Helmuth in third. Rounds out the podium places with an 8.5k score.
Are there prizes for the top 3? No, Jay, top 2 are the prizes. I will find it. I had it earlier. I'm pretty sure it's 1k for second, 2k for first. Rob in the chat will help me out with that.
Should be tournament dollars on Party Poker
Yes,
as well.
it's Party Poker tournament dollars. It's 1k, I think, Party Poker tournament dollars for second, and 2k Party Poker tournament dollars for the winner. But just get some clarification on that, but I'm pretty confident.
Constantine's on 2 of them out.
Let's go. No, you can't do that. That's cheating.
To be fair, he's double bubbled it.
Oh, you did that the ace thing.
Queen Jack here from +1. 16 bigs. It's an awkward one off a 16 from EP. Some players may choose to just fold. It's going to come with limp. going to get the opportunity to send his last 10 on the button over the limp of Glenn.
Delighted with this spot, ace 10 versus a limp. Not going to be seeing too many traps from what we've seen from Glenn so far. Quite honest with the limping range.
Well, we do cover as Glenn.
Yeah, does he fancy a spin? I think in terms of his stack depth and the opportunities for mystery bounty pools, especially given the last one was a novelty prize, it would have been a fair spot to take, I think. So many pairs and ace-x that you're going to be up against there. I think your equity versus the shove is going to be pretty decent, so maybe missing out on an opportunity there. Again, the format is quite tricky to figure out on the fly. Maybe he's looking for a bit more TV time. Didn't want to be whittled down there. Lives to fight another day. What's Barry's hand and mob like? Has he got some results?
It's fair. It's a lot smaller than what I thought it would be.
Oh wow, okay.
I don't know if he's playing a lot more in the online streets these days.
He says he plays on a couple of online sites.
But it seems like he had like an 8-year hiatus between 2010 and 2019. Like no caches on the database.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he took some time off.
Writing the books.
Writing the books, of course. Write books as well.
Yep.
So 800, 1600 now, and I feel like this is the level, whether it happens or not. Constantine just gets to play a lot of jams now with a lot of suited staff pairs, stuff like Jack 10 off. It's a situation where we cover quite heavily, even second in chips now, I think, 2x the stack of Jordan.
Absolutely. I think it's very much a case of who's got grip of the chip lead and how they're going to navigate it. And I think from what we've seen from Constantine, he knows that he's going to be in the mix a lot more.
7-8 off there. Doesn't oblige. Leaves Barry to open cut off. The Queen 10 suited. Like, could even be a spot here where Barry supposed to shove.
Just open jam.
Yeah, because we cover Jamie, we cover Glenn. The only person we don't cover is Jordan, but may actually be.
Yeah, rather than raise folding to Jordan or getting 3-bet.
And then once again here as Jordan, we could just potentially send here for 17 bigs, King Queen off against Barry's cut-off opening range, 17 effective.
Would be automatic for me, yeah. Especially where you've got a guy opening into 2 shorter stacks and then you. It's going to be a fairly wide cut-off range, I think, in this format. Does miss out on the opportunity too, but hey-ho, he might find himself a queen high board to get the money anyway. Glenn comes along, does come jack high, so still going to miss for everyone apart from Glenn with bottom pair, but he's in the sandwich.
Just going to realise not continuing the jack high board. Enough to check through flop. I feel like we'll have a lot of probes from the big as Glenn, but checks through again and check mark.
Happy to take it to showdown with the 3. Let's see, is Jordan cooking something up here? Looks to be pondering a bet. He is going to have a stab at it. Had enough of the passivity from his opponents.
Maybe assessing that Barry has a lot of ace high stuff here, and Glenn's going to start leading like his 5x, 7x, jack x on the turn. So very nice.
Nice little pickup there from Jordan. Did miss the shove pre, but maybe makes up for it on the river there with a nice little take. Gets Glenn in the sandwich to fold the best hand and picks up some much needed chips. Solidifies his second place nicely, which is going to be advantageous, especially with the clock. 6.5 minutes left of this, and then in the next level there's going to be a lot of players sub 10 big blinds to start to weed out.
suited for 15 in the hijack. Just going to go with open here as Barry. I think probably ekes out a little bit more with jam, but then you've got the question, it's a mystery bounty, we're going to get called wider, so although maybe a jam in a normal tournament setting, maybe not in a mystery bounty when people should be calling wider to try and bust us.
Jamie going to dump it in.
Jordan, Jack 7 suited. Boot cover Jamie, but I doubt we're going to be doing much here.
Would be a bizarre change of style from Jordan if he just cold calls it in now. We've seen a couple of times, we had the King Queen obviously last hand where he could have gone for the reshove. Does fold. Constantine out the way and barriers covered, so not really any incentive to raise call to King 9 there, just going for the steal.
I've got to say, there's been a hell of a lot of discipline from these players in an invitational sit-and-go. Usually, when we do these sit-and-goes, there's chips flying everywhere.
Blind all-ins.
People getting it in with stupid hands.
Straddles.
Credit to these guys, proper playing this.
Yeah.
Playing this out.
Respecting the money up top, I guess, the top two spots. Nice little payday if they can get themselves on a 4-figure prize. Back over to Barry. Elects to just fold this time. Hands out of the cookie jar after getting shoved on last time. Jordan with the 10-9. Nice one to open here. He's got Constantine in the small blind, which cages him somewhat. Could see a 3-bet here from the ace-7. It would be a nice one to kind of announce a little bit of a dynamic between the two chip leaders. We've seen Jordan not particularly be the type of player to play back that much. But obviously versus a cutoff range, is going to be more than capable of opening into two shorter players with a somewhat decent wide range of hands. Does elect to just fold though.
Yeah, I'm with you, George. I feel like that was a very nice spot to 3-bet there against the second in chips who isn't incentivized to play pots with us.
And it's not even a by the book 3-bet, it's kind of like this kind of game flow where we're playing a fast structure and we really want to disincentivize the guy on our right from opening and taking the mystery bounty spots, right? And kind of just to keep him back in the cage a little bit. I quite like setting the precedent there of being like, look mate, I'm the chip leader here, I'm going to be going for the bounties, so have some of this.
If it folds to Constantine here on the button, he should be shoving deck. We will see what happens, but into effective 15 blinds covering both. Should be an any 2 jam. Will he get that opportunity?
Could go for a kind of top 10, bottom 10 open, and then the mid 80% just jams. Yeah. I love this as a jam. This is perfect. The King 4 suited. Yeah. Big chips go in there. The black 5Ks. 2 quick folds and picks up 2.5 bigs, moving himself in the right direction once again. So it's Matt Staples and Glenn Brown hanging on for dear life at the bottom there, now sub 10 big blinds. Not going to be many opportunities to find a hand. How do you sort of change your strategy in that situation, because you've got such a short clock?
Yeah.
Would you go for a slightly wider open jam if you can find one?
I feel like you've got to. Yeah, I feel like
agreed.
on a 10-minute clock. Same with like these turbo structures. Like you probably need to be shoving pips wider than what the theoretical shove range is.
Yeah, where if it was like Queen 7 suited by the book, I'd just be rifling in Queen 3 suited and just hoping for the best, And it doesn't seem that people are gambling as much as they should be in this format, so you do have some, still a decent chance with the 9 bigs of getting it through.
Gun open here, 7 max, Jordan, King, Queen, +1. could just go with fold. If we did want 3-bet, we'd have to go like 7.5k here.
Yeah.
We'd have to make it just shy of 5 bigs. Important when we're 3-betting to account for our opponent's stack depth. Like, we don't want to go here like the 3x and make it 11k and essentially price ourselves into a 4-bet jam. But fold's fine as well. I feel like fold,
solid.
Decent bit of discipline, and Constantine should be a rifle here. Middle pair. There it is. Rifled into the middle.
Of course, going for it. I think if Jordan's got his eyes set on that second place as well, that's certainly becoming a factor with the amount of short stacks in play. He's got a big gap on third now, so just solidifying that second place, maybe allowing Constantine to do the work for him, and all of a sudden he finds himself with the 1k payday coming in second. It wouldn't be a bad outcome.
This one way too good to pass up on when there's bounties in play.
Yeah. Not so good that you're hoping to hear from the chip leader, but we just kind of want to get through him and then gamble with the other guys. Let's see what he goes for. Looks like the standard has been the 3.5 sizing for most. Goes with the 3.3. Glenn getting really short now. He's going to be going through the blinds very shortly as well, so danger zone for him.
That's a nice fold from Alex there as well. That's just a clued up fold. We find 10. We find 2 deuces with 10 bigs, but just recognising no fold equity in a bounty here. Wherever Jordan's open has to call. Any leads from Jamie?
Yeah, maybe a small little lead here, just to kind of disincentivize just block the player from being able to check back and realize 2 overs, right? It's quite an important pot already at this stage. I think now we definitely have to bet, even though it looks a bit counterintuitive. We've got bottom pair, it's a 4-liner. This is our board. Let's just freeze out all of these high card combos and take it down. Jordan really with not much choice here with the ace-jack. Even if he hits an overcard, it's a potential he's dead already, so.
Just handcuffed on this board, even facing 1 big blind, can be drawing dead versus 2 pair or better.
Yeah. And Jamie, with a much needed pot there, gets himself up above starting. So 30k in his stack, 18 big blinds. Barry and Alex on 11, hanging on in there, and it's Matt and Glenn once again rounding up the chip counts with 8 big blinds. So sneakily quite a big hand for Glenn here, because he's going to be paying 2 big blinds next hand, and he's got 8 bigs, so it'd be lovely to find something to go with under the gun. And he does have the queen. I did not know that was coming, I promise.
And always getting called. Like,
yeah, it should be.
Jordan has to call any 2 folded to him in the big. It may not, because Constantine may have some ideas on Glenn's direct left to hunt the bounty.
Glenn is in. Constantine. What a setup. Constantine with the rejam, looking to clear out the rest of the pack. And Glenn is getting a little story on the go. He's got the ladies in the dream spot. He's going to lose a quarter of his stack in the next hand and finds a premium. Needs to fade an ace or some kind of club or diamond run out.
All aces in there. Constantine 35%. All 3 aces live.
Come on. Do not give him an ace. Case queen. Case queen.
Oh, it's a sickener.
So just the case queen to keep Glenn alive. We've got some chop outs on the turn. King or queen needed.
Not to be.
It's the 3 of hearts, and once again it's Constantine taking another bounty.
Yeah, 3 out of the 8, and 3 of 3 so far awarded, all going to Constantine. Getting a bit greedy, and he's got a big chip lead there with 4 starting stacks. Very much in A1 position. And let's have a look and see what he's found himself in his 3rd envelope pull. He knows the drill by now. Show us on the camera. 150 online closer ticket, which is going to be played on Monday, I believe, at 6 p.m. 25k guaranteed over on Party Poker. Get yourself regged up for that one.
So 150 closer, 150 mini main, and the Party Poker retro cards for Constantine.
Not a bad haul so far, and very much in play for the rest of them. Could go for the clean sweep here. That would be something. Especially the way he's playing, definitely understands the format. So unless we see a heater of sorts from any of his opponents, Jamie's going to go for the risky min raise into the 2 stacks that cover him here.
Interesting one for Jamie.
Yeah.
Especially off of 14, where a lot of our range that continue to just place jam here. So when we open to 2 bigs, we're basically very polarized to steals, and then the strongest hands, the aces, kings, so on.
It's just so often the steal part, isn't it? The offsuit hands. Exactly. And yeah, I might have just jammed here with the king 9. We're in nowhere near cashing. We're probably going to get a spin from worse hands from Constantine in the big blind. He's got the stack to gamble with. What do you think about the jam there?
I probably wouldn't have gone for steal, just because Constantine, if Constantine's playing correctly, he just gets to put us in with most of his range.
Yeah.
So I probably would have just gone fold, jam, and then steal as the last option, I feel like. Because once again, like the jam, as you say, we do get called by some worse hands, but Constantine gonna, even if he's called like the Jack 10 off, the 7-8 suit, it's still gonna have like 40% equity.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually, and he does, I believe, cover the 3 players on his right as well. So folding is probably quite a nice way of having some mystery bounty equity and hands coming up. Yeah, I think you're right. I think fold is probably a bit better there.
And here we go, 6.5 bigs. We find a pair.
Yeah.
And Matt from Gum.
No, not to be on this one.
Really surprised.
I think I'd have put that one in there. I think Matt has to go with all sorts of hands there.
Even like Matt's king deuce suited, king 3 suited, king 4 suited. We
ace
dominate.
deuce off.
Yeah, ace deuce.
3s and deuces. There's plenty of hands in there that we're crushing. So.
And then we got the chance of winning that bounty, and Constantine loved the ISO. As we should with Queen Jack against 6.5, try and get his heads up for another bounty.
Very unlucky to be dominated there, Constantine. Matt would have had to go pretty wide, otherwise he'd have been toast, playing the big blind and the ante in the next hand. However, King Jack suited, looking good for Matt Staples to get the double up, would be back over starting. Jack high board, still advantage Matt. No spade on the turn for Constantine, so a queen and a queen only. And it is the 6, so a clean double there for Matt Staples.
Yeah. 4 on the flop for Jamie Staples.
Oh, yeah.
Potentially sent Matt out the door with a bounty in his pocket, but passed up the opportunity with the small pair. Constantine still well out in front. Almost 2x second in chips of Jordan. I hear there's a players' party today as well.
I've heard wind. Yeah. I heard free drinks tickets being banded about as well.
See, 4 o'clock that starts. So by the time we're done about 11, it might be a bit messy in there.
Might have to go and pilfer some tickets now, just stock them up. Be karaoke started by that point, wouldn't there? I believe it's in the Sky Bar as well, so a nice little spot.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Constantine going to go for a little min raise here. And Alex in with the 8s. Matt, ace-4 off, and he covers Alex. And he knows that Constantine's going to be playing really wide here.
Yeah, and like Constantine should only really have like aces, kings, queens as his strongest hands here, because the rest just of his range just wants to shove. So like, even if Constantine's got A7, Ace8 off, that never opens. That just sends it into the middle.
Yeah, I'm surprised he even min-raised the King 5. I thought he'd have just jammed himself.
I agree. I feel like jam is once again.
It's going to be superior, yeah. So King 5 versus 8s. Is expecting to get it in behind when the shorty does push, but still has an overcard. Clubs or diamonds good. Of course, the king, the main route to knocking his compatriot out, although he could find a cheeky little 5 on the turn or river. 5 or a king to send home the fellow Bulgarian. There it is.
Not like that. On the end for Constantine, and going to be another bounty.
Look at that from Alex. He's battled hard, didn't have much to go with. And he says, okay, not to be. I think he's had a bit of a run so far. He's final table 2 side events. Alex chopped up one of the bounty tournaments earlier in the week. So I don't think he'll be too disheartened with his share of the prizes so far for this opening Party Poker Tour event of 2025. Manchester and Glasgow coming up. Let's see what's going to be from the 4th mystery bounty envelope for Constantine.
The 2 big ones still available, but the 2 little ones still available. The fish slippers and the BS button.
Oh, the 109.
The 109 Sunday party. KO ticket, 100k guarantee on that. Sunday night, 7 o'clock, 7:05. That kicks off Sunday evening. So we are left with a £500 main event, a 530 millions online ticket, and the fish slippers and the BS button 5-handed.
Jamie with the turbo fold there, hoping not to pay the larger blinds, 45 seconds. Jordan, though, does have an open, so it looks like Jamie's going to be posting the slightly larger blinds of 1.53, which is going to kill a bit of his stack. Matt folds. And Barry's all in, and he's going to get looked up.
Got to call any 2 here as Jordan. If we open 7 deuce off, we would have to call it off. Bounty worth around 200 quid at the moment. We're getting over 2 to 1 on the call. And maybe this is just he's seen Barry play solid and not recognising that with the bounties in play, we're supposed to call any 2 that we've opened here for this price. And
we have equity. Yeah. We have 2 cards. Let's spin it and try and win a 500 ticket. Here we go. So does make the slightly pained call in the end, but he's going to be happy to see some good news. His cards are live. Jack or a 10, the main route to victory here. So with the field getting whittled down, 5 remaining, and Jordan with his first chance at the bounty. Needs a jack or a 10 on the river to send out Barry Carter. And there's a king. Nice little slow peel from the dealer.
So now Barry, basically identical chips with Jordan, bar 100 chips.
Neck and neck. Good news for Constantine, all the stacks even out and he just gets to play the FU open shove strat.
Yeah.
Might have been tentative to do that if Jordan had got that elimination. He'd have been up to over 25 bigs. Instead, very much in the driving seat, 3 times second in chips. And of course a little bit of ICM to play for now with the top 2 paid payouts as well, the $T on Party Poker. Constantine with the 7s here. Open jam, as expected. Is he going to face any resistance? It should be over to Jamie Staples in the big blind with the 6-5 off, 2 unders. Going to be hitting the muck. And just keeping the pressure on. Didn't need a hand as strong as 7s, but now with those blinds up, almost 4 times second in chips, so a lovely position for the Bulgarian. And very much now just hoping not to run into some premiums and whittle down the field here, as most of these guys are now going to be having their sights set on second.
Hello, Manus Rook. Welcome to the stream. PartyPoker Tour here in London. And coverage tomorrow starts at 4 PM, so we'll be live on stream at 4:20 with main event coverage. And now Jordan may get his opportunity to get a bounty. Jamie all in for his last 6 bigs. Huge hand, ace queen suited. Blind on blind.
Yeah, what a pickup for Jordan. Got it in behind for his last mystery bounty sweat. This time he's very much in front, looking to fade a duck or some clubs, maybe the wheel. 77% according to the graphics.
How can this go wrong?
It's tough, isn't it? Top pair with the royal draw. Just looking to fade the offsuit king. Or backdoor clubs. And that it is locked up on the turn. Couldn't have asked for a better run out.
The rules about? Not today.
No, not the king of spades, unfortunately, on this occasion. But he'll be happy with the mystery bounty envelope. Constantine giving Jamie a handshake on the way out. Will be gutted that he doesn't get the clean sweep, and will be praying for one of the novelty prizes. 50-50 sweat here between the 500 tickets and the novelty prizes. Let's see what Jordan's going to get.
I know what Jordan wants.
The fish slippers.
Yeah.
Constantine sweating it on the screen. It is the 500C, the biggest of the lot. £500 main event ticket, which can be used in any of the 4 remaining PartyPoker Tour stops. We've got Manchester next, and then followed by Glasgow, with 2 more stops to be announced. Well played, Jordan. So, remaining 4 players now, and it's Barry Carter and Matt Staples in the danger zone. Gonna have to get something going if they're gonna be contending.
No more complaints. Complaints are done. We've stopped complaining. One of us gets the bubble. Yeah. Thanks. Get it out.
Round to the button and out. Didn't see much from Jordan. Should be an any 2 jam.
Yeah, going to be seeing an all-in here. King 5 suited is more than enough. And Stapes has made the fold, so down to 8.8. Him and Barry there, to 2 shorter stacks. Jordan now has to think about those top 2 payouts as well. He's got a slight advantage on 3rd and 4th. But still Constantine in the driver's seat, despite Jordan finding that elimination of Jamie Staples out in 5th. So Jordan with the Jack-10 suited, a little bit awkward.
That's kind of annoying.
It is annoying.
When we cover 2, but we've got Constantine on the button, who should be relentless against our opens.
Might just be a fold, you know. Let's see what he goes with. He is going to go for the open. I wouldn't even have minded a limp as well.
It seems like an awkward one, but this is the problem. Like Constantine keeps finding the hands to do it, but he should be doing it a lot wider than what he's been doing it with.
He's found some decent candidates. Seen him towards the top. We haven't quite seen the lunatic jams here, you know, like the 7-5 suited and stuff like that, but you do get the sense that, you know, the chips are going in very fast. He knows what to do, and he knows that he's not going to bow down. And that is the slight disadvantage of opening there. You're taking a bit of a risk. Also, the mystery bounty equity is a lot lower now because he's already just taken out the biggest prize. So there's not much incentive for him to win chips. He just wants to get that second place right now. So going through that, I think fold might have been the shrewd option. However, Jack 10 suited, it's a pretty hand four-handed. Can't blame him for trying his arm.
Not shoving 7 shots with you.
No. Four-handed them with this shallow. Well, we're all shallow. You've got.
Right, Jordan. Gonna walk Constantine as he should, pretty wide.
He runs the numbers and he goes, yeah, cool. Lucky. Thanks for turning up. So Rich, what are you doing there then? What are you doing there then?
I just saw what that was. What's the good one?
So just been told, guys, when this does finish, only going to be a short turnaround before we get the cash game on. We'll get briefed with that shortly, and we'll let you guys know when this finishes, when we will be back. But don't forget, this isn't it this evening. We're going to be going to a 2-5 cash game straight after the Sit-N-Go. Make sure you join us for that one. Also going to be grabbing a few special guests in for that.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Mixing it up a little bit, and also some cash game action as well. Should be deep and ferocious, hopefully, with lots of changes on the feature table lineup. There's going to be 3 cash games running with 1 feature table, and it's going to be like a game of musical chairs out there, people coming in and out for a spin. Should be fun. We do have an all-in though. Matt has taken his chance with the King 4 versus the only 2 Ranger Constantine.
I've actually wanted Constantine to pick up a combo like this. It's kind of trash, but we're supposed to jam it to see if he actually does jam it. And
exactly.
Good to see that
he's aware.
He is aware. Need to send any 2 here.
Okay, so club not working for Constantine. Matt covering with the King of Clubs. So just needs to fade an 8 or a 7.
How about 3?
Oh, a 3. Sneaky little chop there. Not to be.
Jack of Hearts. No one at the table going to like to see that, other than Matt himself.
Stays alive. Jordan really wanted that one to hit on the river. Now all of a sudden, Matt in second, Jordan in third.
Bounties left are the 530 millions online ticket, the fish slippers, and the BS button. So average bounty around 160 quid, but if you make second, it's worth 1k to you. So
yeah. So now all of a sudden you get into that spot where the mystery bounties, which happens a lot online, the bounties are not worth really gambling too hard for at this stage. Just want to be playing nice and snug, trying to get that top 2 berth. And very much second, really, with Constantine out here in front. Ace-8 does find the fold. I think with the quick structure, I would have just open jammed that one. Don't think we're going to get many better chances, and we don't have that buffer on second place anymore. Barry's going to call off for Queen 3.
think that's really important. Like, we're not
going to
as
get many
ahead of,
open jam
yeah,
spots.
yeah.
Yeah. Exactly, because when we're in the big blind, Constantine's going to be open jamming a lot. So really, it's the cutoff is going to be our main chance. And finding an ace does elect to let it go. However, Constantine ahead on this occasion. King 8 versus Queen 3. Nice safe flop for the Bulgarian. Used to fade a queen or a 3. Once. Can he get it done? He can. So another envelope for Constantine. Happy to find another elimination. And we're going to be left with 3. Constantine, Matt Staples, and Jordan Kaplan fighting it out.
Interesting dynamic for the two now. Matt and Jordan saying it's to outlast one another. They're not really wanting to get the chips in too light. And it's mystery box 2 for Constantine. So that's either going to be the fish slippers or the BS button. Let's find out.
Ooh, he's got the BS button, I think.
Yeah. Be some small slippers in there, wouldn't it?
Yeah, not sure what size he is.
So the BS button for Constantine, another bounty for Constantine, but just 2 left. It's a big swing for the 2 last bounties. $530 millions online ticket and the fish slippers.
Yeah, light work so far for the Bulgarian, and he's got himself a lovely spot to pile on the pressure for these 2 players here. So should be full steam ahead for Constantine. And Matt has folded the button, I believe. I think the graphics are... Is that correct? Constantine's in the big blind? No, okay, so Constantine's going to be the button. He folds. King 4. Surprised to see that. Not sure what happened there, are you?
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened.
Maybe Matt folded out of turn by accident, and then Constantine decided not to jam the King 4. Bit surprising. Or Constantine got a walk. No, he's in the big blind now, so... Hey ho, still the chip lead for the Bulgarian. Matt with the 7-5 suited. Folds. Jordan with ace-9 suited and should get this one through.
Spanners for Constantine to look down at.
Yeah.
Loves getting the jam through as Jordan.
Absolutely. Keeps him afloat, keeps him in the hunt for second. Neck and neck with Matt now. Less than a big blind behind.
What was in the box, says Mick the Mod? An advert, come on, great. It
sorry
was the
about that.
BS button, it weren't the slippers, so he's got the button. Last one, the fish slippers for the retro prizes, and there's one $530 millions online ticket. Make sure wherever you're watching from, guys, PartyPoker Tour is back. Give us a follow, give us a subscribe, a like on Twitch and YouTube. Whatever platform you may be watching from, there's going to be plenty of content up and coming over the course of 2025. Constantine, it seems unfair with all these chips and to find ladies free-handed. And Jordan finds an ace here.
Oh, wow.
In the big blind. And a spot where we shouldn't really have fold equity with bounties in play. So maybe one where we are supposed to defend. But just going to let it go. What a fold.
Wow.
Just let it go.
Sniffs it out.
The ace-X to 2 bigs. Maybe... just thinking about second place, wanting to outlast Matt, hoping Matt can get his chips in soon and see what happens. A race for second between Matt Staples and Jordan Kaplan at the moment. Constantine with the lot in front of him.
You can't just go all in every time it seems to open the access, right? No. You had no problems when we were nine-handed.
For Constantine.
Just hoovering up the chips, doing the job required. Should be adding to that chip lead almost every hand at this stage, with Matt and Jordan fighting it out for second. Likely not to be thinking about the fish slippers, but the four-figure PartyPoker $T available for second place, 1,000 and 2,000 for first. And Constantine, I'm not sure if he even looked at his cards. He's got fives.
Queen 7 off here for Matt. What have we got? Just shy of 7. Like probably one that may just be the line in theory, but
Yeah, I think we just have to fold though.
it's all about second right now.
Yeah.
That is essential bubble for us now.
Our only spots are really the button, just for the open jam. But the issue is now Constantine's so far ahead, he might just give us a spin with all kinds of hands anyway. So it does get a little bit tricky. And the way to do it would probably be to time the blinds going up on Jordan. Is like the best route to maybe nicking second. Constantine with an ace. In we go.
And a snap from Jordan.
Oh,
With
Jordan
the king
puts up a fight here with the king queen. He's going to be behind. Unfortunate for him. He's going to have a lot of hands dominated with king queen. On this occasion, he's going to need to find some help, else he is going to be the bubble boy of the top two payouts. Started with 9, we're down to 3. Huge spot for all 3 players here. As you can see, Matt sweating the run out as well, wanting to secure those PartyPoker tournament dollars. 10, 10, 5.
Needs help and fast.
Ooh, 5 could get the chop. And it's a deuce. So Jordan eliminated in third. Did win himself 500. That might be why, you know, he'd already won the seat and he thought, you know what, I'm just trying to spin it, and Matt will be very happy to see Jordan flick in the call. And we are heads up now, and the likelihood is Constantine is going to get that top prize of $2,000.
Plus another bounty.
Plus another bounty. Not quite the clean sweep, but he's going to be happy with his haul so far. Got another pull at that 530 millions ticket.
So it'll either be the other mystery box, which we know is the fish slippers, or
There it is.
be that.
Happy days for Constantine. Just secured the payout as well. It was almost a lock for that, even with 5 left to get into a top 2 spot with his dominating position.
So for you guys that haven't been with us from the start, Constantine so far has taken a 530 millions online ticket, a 150 closer online ticket, a 109 Sunday party ticket, a 150 mini main ticket, some PartyPoker retro cards, and the BS button.
It's like an old episode of Bullseye, isn't it? They're just racking up prizes.
Or you can gamble for the fish slippers if he wants to.
Or the caravan. So Matt gets a shove through that. Constantine not really having any incentive now to call him off light. Just looking to lock up the win, really.
Will be going up next hand. Still 2k, 4k for this hand.
Constantine goes with the limp. Looks like Matt is going to shove. With the ace-5, gets it through.
Got a live rail.
Yeah, Jamie on the rail now, cheering on his brother. And someone in the chat saying 4 all-ins away from winning. Easy. Love the optimism. Constantine very much looking to get the job done here. Pretty high morale rail for the closing stages of the Sit-N-Go Invitational. 9 players entered. And we're down to the heads up. Matt with the Queen 9 likely to be finding a way in. And Constantine with Ace Jack, so cards on their backs for the title. And it's Ace Jack versus Queen 9. Matt Staples needing to find some help to have any chance of getting himself the top prize of $2,000 and the chance of the fish slippers. However, Constantine, it's been one-way traffic for the majority of the Sit-N-Go Invitational here, and it seems fitting that he's probably about to get the job done, although a gut shot for Matt. Queen 9 or Jack. Once now. And it's the ace. Closes it out for the Bulgarian.
So Constantine going to be taking the $2,000 in Party Poker credits, as well as the fish slippers, another bounty prize for him. Matt going to be taking the $1,000 in PP credits.
He'll be happy with that. Not bad for a couple of hours work, but Constantine very much a deserved victory. One-sided all the way. Picked up some nice hands in some spots when he was applying the pressure. We did note that he was finding the top of his range a lot in these open jam situations. Put some pressure on Jordan earlier as well to make sure that he did have that chip lead coming into the 3-4-handed bout and got the job done. So well played, sir.
A fantastic way to kick things off for the Party Poker Tour here in London. We're going to take a 35-minute break, guys. Cash is scheduled to be live on stream from 8 p.m. When we return, I believe it will be myself and a guest, and then George and a guest will be taking you guys through the action. I actually think you might be the first or second session. I can't remember what you said to me.
Well, yeah, we'll figure it out.
We'll sort it out. It's all up in the air at the moment. But 8 p.m. is when we are going to return on stream. Make sure you join us. We will see you in 35 minutes.
Thanks, guys. Hello and welcome back for the continued coverage of the Party Poker Tour here in London. I'm joined by JJ Kazan.
How are we, sir?
We are very well, thank you very much, sir. With that fine moustache, you're looking more like a sir than I am, I'll have to admit.
I'll take it. Squire.
So we've got a 2-5 cash game. 8 players, I think. And 3 of them I know fairly well, so that's a good start. That's 3 out of the 5 sat down. And it'll be interesting, this cash game, because people love being on the box. Bit of streaming,
Has
bit
a
of
different
TV
dynamic.
time. It does, yeah.
You see some slightly more erratic plays, or actually people tend to go one or two ways. Some people play a bit tighter because they're worried about looking foolish on TV.
Yep.
Other players want to be the big man and the main event. So be interesting to see which types of characters we get for this installment. We're going to be streaming for around about 3 hours, so we're going to have 2 commentary pairs. Yeah.
2 teams.
2 teams.
Got
Me
the
and
A
JJ.
team on now. George.
Well, I hope so.
A team on now.
We have to fight for
And
our
then
stripes.
Jay and some other bloke are going to come on. That'll be the B team, you know. Obviously, Jay is a permanent fixture here at Card Room set up, and I love him very much. He doesn't love me so much after a certain PLO tournament.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
We could get a bad beat story from Jay, are we? Or
But what story?
Ooh.
How about 10 hands in a row? Oh, yeah.
you just ironed him out.
Literally, and I had 2 big blinds.
Yeah.
And he got put on the table with all the chips.
And you just picked him away one
10
by one.
I mean 10 out of 10. I'm not
See,
even-
Finton did that to me in the
I'm
Czech
not-
Republic. I haven't spoken to him since. Finton is the ironer.
Yeah. I actually, Finton's a bit of a bunny for me in PLO, weirdly.
Really? Oh,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
get the better of him,
Yeah,
do you?
I've
I've been on the wrong end.
2 out of 3. I mean, not
He flops
like,
more sets at 1 stack to pot ratio than I've ever seen from anyone.
Yeah, Jay sat down with lots of chips, and right next to me, I was in seat 5. He sat down in seat 6 at Luton, and then he just literally kept feeding me. And,
Wow.
And ended up winning it. So it wasn't for him, I would have been out about 25th. Lovely man. Always said he's a lovely man.
The donator, in that sense. Look at this from, I believe it's Carl Crum in seat 1 with a rather eccentric look about him.
It's a very interesting look, isn't it? Look at
Yeah,
that.
looks like he could be a bass player.
He's for a heavy metal band.
Yeah, exactly.
And we've got Wilkerson with slightly less hair in seat 2.
Yeah,
I would venture
ever so
to
slightly.
suggest. Robert's an interesting player in seat 4. We will certainly see aggression from him. He's a very... I was playing a satellite with him 2 hours ago, and he won very big pots with 5-4, 8-10, etc., etc.
Okay, so we're going to expect some action from seat 4 at the very least.
I'd be amazed. Now, Dylan in seat 5 is a very interesting player. Lot of respect for him. I've played here at Aspers and around and about.
Define
Probably-
interesting.
He's quietly effective.
Okay.
Really knows where he is. From tournament play, so it's not so much cash. I've not seen him play cash, so that'll be interesting for me to kind of learn. But he's a very effective tournament player.
Did I hear you say silent assassin earlier?
Silent assassin.
So unassuming style.
Unassuming, very quiet. He will not really get involved in the banter, should there be any. I mean, you know, we no idea who will start banter
Yeah.
in this lineup, but Rob's English isn't great, so he won't get too involved.
Where's Rob from? Is that a Polish surname?
He's well, his mum lives in Austria because he's seeing her next week before he comes to the PLO Masters in Bratislava that I'm involved in. So he's coming there from his mum's, but I think he may be either Slovakian or Czech.
Okay.
So he knows people in Bratislava, so I think.
Righto. So he's
Here we go, first hand.
here we go, and Mr. Kasuf under the gun with the king 10 off. He's going to get in the mix.
King 10, good enough hand to raise in early position?
Not typically in a cash game.
There you go, look, here we go, Dylan with the hand. Now,
Yeah.
how's he going to play it? That's the interesting thing.
Up top, I think. Let's put some chips in there. We've
Especially against,
Mr. Kasuf. Yeah.
Nick. That's a very quick fold of ace-jack.
Yeah, a little bit too early position action for his taste, I guess. It would have been maybe a 4-bet, maybe a fold.
Now, Will be trying to get some verbals in there
Yeah.
to find out where he is. I think he knows Dylan. I think they would have played tournaments together for sure. Not sure they play cash.
Does make a loose raise and a loose call, so he's got himself in a spot of bother here, first hand out. But he flops best. Middle pair.
He does. Gut shot for Dylan.
Yep. Backdoor flush draw as well, holding the ace of hearts. Although not the best board in a 3-bet pot. His opponent's going to have 10s, 8s.
King of hearts would be a good card. Too much to ask for.
So the 9 is a 3-liner with a gut shot for both players.
Yeah. I don't think there'll be an enormous amount of action. It's just connected too strong, hasn't it, the 9?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, the ace-jack would be looking good here.
It certainly would.
Yeah.
But not to be. Finds his way into the muck pre-flop, and Will now deciding to take a stab at it, facing some passivity.
What's he bet there?
He's gone for the
100, yeah, I thought it was 125. Yeah,
He's gone for a
100.
big bet here. Not sure what he's trying to achieve here with the 10. Is he bluffing now, or is it?
It's odd, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's an odd amount against
A very capable
I
player.
mean, it's also it kind of sorts the wheat out from the chaff as well.
That's a nice way of putting it. Yeah.
It's a bet that literally says, if you've got something good, I'm going to hear about it.
Yeah.
It's not 50 that you then get a call with a raise or invite the raise. He wasn't that strong to do that. So actually, in hindsight, I quite like the amount.
Yep, weeding out his opponent there.
Yep. And lots more arable metaphors. Who else have we got? I don't know the others on the table, I must admit. I mean, I've got their
Some names, yeah. Tom Bolton in seat 8, Jamie Kingston in seat 9, Nicholas Secker in seat 7 rounds up the lineup. I think we've heard about the other names. Osman Bakir, seat 3, Rob, Will, and Kyle we've slightly touched upon. And he's not called Rob, he's called Big Rob on stream for obvious reasons.
He's called Big Rob or Rob.
Right.
And I like
Rob.
having Rob near me, because if anyone says anything to me, I just literally use him as my henchman.
Personal security guard.
He's very happy to be that.
Absolutely.
We get on well.
Is he a big friendly giant, or is he got a bit of bite?
BFG.
Yeah.
He has some history. Let's just leave it there.
Okay, well,
But
no need.
as a personality, big BFG.
Say no more.
So we've got an interesting raise there with the King 10 suited by Tom in late position. But Kyle's sitting on the ladies.
Yeah, we'll bump it up. Nice, healthy size.
Now he only started with 600 by the look of it, so he's started with a shorter amount than some of the other players.
Yeah, I think if he was a bit deeper, Tom might have taken a flop there with the King 10 suited, but he recognises that the shorter stack might be less likely to fool around, I think, especially in the early stages.
Yeah, I think
we've commentated on so many streams, you tend to see people play quite honestly at the beginning, I think.
Yeah, and once they get to know the table and the strengths and weaknesses of other players as they see them, they can start to make more manoeuvrers.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think that's a fair fold with the King 10. Nothing wrong with the move either. It's a good raising hand in the cutoff.
Absolutely.
So Kyle takes down his first hand. Played 1-1-1.
Yep.
Always
happy
good
record.
Always good in poker.
Picks up chips without paying rake as well, which is also nice for the cash game players.
Is there a rake on this table?
Ooh, good question. I do believe it would just be the normal Aspers rake.
Yeah.
But
I guess so. I don't know.
Mikey Leonard, hello sir. And Hail Bob
888. Well, I think it's clear where his online poker
predilections lie.
Is Kasuf there? Yes, he is, mate. He's on seat 2. Will K or Will Kasuf?
Willie K.
No,
Big Will.
He's not called Willie K. And there are no penile links to him.
Right.
Although as he gets bolder, to be fair.
Yep.
No, Will's okay. He's a Marmite player, I think we would say.
Love him or hate him, absolutely.
Yeah, he has a lot of fan base, especially in America. A lot of following, and also people that...
I think he came out on the good side with that notorious rant versus a Benja. Do you remember that one in the WSO? Griffin Benja.
Oh yeah, Griffin. Yeah.
Who would check your
Rants
privilege.
with, yeah. That was,
I think it's fair to say Will came out well in that one.
Yeah. I mean, I've known Will for a long time, played poker with him for a long time, and I and one of the only players that can actually talk him off a table. And,
Okay.
you know my oratory skills,
Absolutely.
and which I quite enjoy, because I've always said to Will, and I'll say it publicly, you got 9 phrases, mate. That's it. and you know, he pretty well only has stock phrases.
Over 7 days of the main event, that did come into light, didn't it? It felt like almost a parrot that was kind of malfunctioning at some stages.
I knew that anyway, but I think that's now. I mean, he did fantastically well to get as far as he did.
You've got one out the door. What is it? I've got the coconuts. You've got
Yeah, you can write them down.
Yeah.
And we can't hear, actually, can we? We can't hear.
No table audio, I believe, for us.
Which so we can't. You guys can hear what's going on. I'm sorry if we are talking over any of Will's stock phrases, but we can't hear.
Yeah, there is a PLO bump part going on, and we don't have graphics, so a fair.
One player will win a big pot. There you go.
Yeah, guaranteed.
That's our analysis on this one.
Yeah.
Do you like the bomb pot?
Not a fan, to be honest. I'm more of a purist. I like 5-card bomb pots, but 6-card bomb pots, I think if you're paying rake, it's kind of who's got the nuts pot, you know. I don't think there's an awful lot of skill going on.
No, there's no skill.
Yeah.
I mean, 6 cards, your problem is you look at a flop and you determine that you've got perfectly 2 very good draws.
Yeah.
And
do I hit both boards? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
pot. Yeah, no, there's not much more to it than that. There are some small nuances, you know, the small bets, trying to make sure that you hear from the guys that have got the nutted hands and you can kind of manipulate them off later, but, you know, it's not much.
Not a lot of skill involved. And then you're literally flicking a switch, you know, are you going to gamble or not?
Yeah, and the issue is, you know, these guys are going to be playing a Hold'em game. We're probably unlikely to see too many big pots in Hold'em compared to the bomb pot where someone's going to get wiped out every hour. So
and not many of them may even
know what's going on.
Which is another strange thing about a bomb pot being an Omaha-based.
Yeah.
I've always found it slightly strange and never been a massive fan when I'm involved in it. But you kind of feel like you have to get involved. Here we've got 9-7 and a made straight by Tom. But he's up against Queen 9, so gut shot, double gutter. And hand has gone through by the look of it. So flopping straights, usually good, not always. Especially if you're up against the upper draw.
Couple of people in the chat. Graphics should be back on.
Yeah.
It was just the fact that we were dealing with the bomb pot shenanigans that aren't going to be picked up by the card receptors. So
Jack Banks is questioning my oratory skills, and he says I have oracy skills, which isn't an English word. So I mean, you know, much as I'm happy for criticism, if you can explain what oracy is that a kind of
2025 version where they've just cut a few syllables?
Is the C a typo for an L? I don't know. Bit embarrassing. Yes, I agree, Jack. It's embarrassing. Let's hope you have a nice sleep once your mum comes to tuck you up.
1,500 in play from Nick there with 300 bigs. He's the table captain, buying in for that much though. So
I think three of them bought in for 1,500.
There, well, he was the only one still with the 1,500, so he's clinging on.
That's a different point.
Some shrewd-looking guys at the right-hand side of our table.
Yeah, that's Nicholas and Tom and Jamie. And
yeah, look like they're here for business only.
Yes,
deep stacked.
They don't look like party animals, do they?
No, they look like pros.
And of course, we've got the party poker party going on at the other end of the casino. There's a DJ and 5 people that play online. It's a
it's a hoot.
It's a hoot. No, that's going to warm up. That's going to warm up later, to be honest. Still early. So there's Nick with his 15. Yeah, you're right. But you see, look. In fact, I was wrong. 5 players brought in.
Oh yeah,
15.
Tom Dillon as well.
Dillon lost the hand with the ace queen.
That's quite right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Will's got himself slightly over the 1,000 mark, and slow progress so far, as expected on the stream. People maybe aren't aware of each other's games, wanting to feel each other out, not wanting to look silly when the cameras are rolling.
I would like to be hearing what Will's saying, and I can't.
Well, you said it's one of 9 phrases, so take your pick.
Yeah, no, he does have other words. It's just he chooses his stock. We've got a bit of action early doors. Raise to 30. Cool with the 10-2 suited.
Oh no, he's folded. I think it was just teasing us.
So Tom's raising with the ace-jack suited.
Yeah, seems fair enough. Looks like there might be a straddle in play if he's going to 30. Conventionally, we're playing 2-5.
Got a playable hand here with the queen 10.
Does just fold though. Razor tight. Not looking to make the call there with the queen 10. Surprising.
Whenever I play a cash game, it's never as tight as this.
No.
Mind you, I only play Omaha cash games.
I'm usually an advocate for, if you're going to play a bigger game, to make it 1-2-5 or something like that, and then people aren't too afraid to get the money in. Once you get 2-5, it becomes 2-5-10, sometimes 2-5-10-20, and then you tend to see people freeze up a little bit.
It's also time and alcohol dependent.
Absolutely.
So when you're playing
and location,
midnight, 2 in the morning, and everyone's had a few drinks,
yeah,
it becomes 2-5-10-25 very quickly.
Absolutely. And obviously depends on how many cards you're playing as well. It's always quite difficult to get a Hold'em stream super loose and active.
Big Rob raising on the button with a queen jack.
Yeah, why not?
35.
Looks like we've got the straddle almost mandatory at this stage.
Yeah.
And a second raise and take, so electric start here on the stream table.
Electric as in?
Not electric.
The engine's broken down.
Yeah, there's a malfunction.
You've run out of battery. That nearly happened to me in an electric Mini.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Claimed it did 100 miles. It barely did 60. I had to crawl home in it.
So you're at the Watford Gap, sort of crawling along.
Coming back from a meeting in Haywards Heath, so I got to Croydon and had to crawl at 30 miles an hour.
Oh, good lord.
Yeah, it was not good. And I'm going to Europe in June, and I've got a
Yep.
Polestar booked for a week.
What's that?
It's an electric car. It's kind of sporty looking.
Which
Poor
country
man's
of manufacture?
Tesla.
Okay. Sort of like a Japanese one, or?
I don't know, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, they're in this country, but
I've never heard of it.
I was going to do a test drive of one, and then someone crashed it. Here comes Big Rob again. So I can't test drive it. Person before me crashed it.
Funny that.
Yeah, marvellous. Now, what do you think of the old 6-3 suited?
Oh, it's coming in for the 3-bet.
3 betting. Look at this.
Big Nick. Folding the Queen 10, now the 6-3, so a bit of an interesting style.
And Big Rob is going to look down, and his king is going to feel slightly smaller.
Yeah.
Yeah. Taps the table. Nice 3 bet there, wasn't it? Yeah.
Was.
Yeah, nice little bet
Might
there.
have picked up on some kind of live dynamic. You never know.
So-
It might have just been random.
If you had to choose,
Yeah.
would you prefer a 3-bet with a similar type hand to
I'd go with 6-5 suited and 7-6 suited.
Yeah. As opposed to the king queen, the king jack, the kind of
Yeah, because when you face resistance, you're going to be in a better spot, and the times that you do hit, you're going to be very under-repped on those low middling boards.
I always think there's 2 ways of winning the pot. When I much prefer raising with those kind of hands that are, ostensibly better hand,
Yeah.
especially against a raise.
But the way that it plays in cash, with the rake usually being a big factor, is that people are going to be playing not many calls, because the passive actions pre-flop are going to be the ones that are going to be paying the rake. So there's going to be lots of raising and 3-betting, I would imagine, throughout the course of the stream. We've got a lot of, because people are looking to take down the pot uncontested pre-flop, paying no rake. So whenever they call, they're forced to pay rake post-flop.
So here's Rob making a play now with the 7-2. Are we playing the 7-2 game here?
You have to think so, right? With the hijack versus +2. £25
operation,
each.
thank you. Our technical support knowledge has come in and told us.
Very much needed.
So Big Rob's playing the 7-2 game.
And he shows it.
For those that are not clear, you see all the chips flying over to Rob? So if you win a pot with 7-2, it doesn't matter how you win it, pre-flop, post-flop, then all the table have to pay you £25 in this case.
Absolutely. And he's the benefactor there of £175 just for making an £80 move. So nice little bit of value.
I told you he was active.
He certainly is. Not afraid to get in
He's very
there.
switched on, and he kind of I don't know if he knows his GTO charts, but he plays like he knows his GTO charts. I don't think he does.
So are you calling him out as a charlatan, or
No, he's a big brave boy.
big brave boy? And your experience with him is in Omaha, I imagine, mostly.
A bit of Holden.
A bit of Holden.
Yeah, mainly Omaha. Yeah, no, he's a good guy. What's Will raise with here? Pair of fives. Quite early position. Under the gun. That's interesting. Nick's is he making another play, Nick? So he made a play with a 6-3. He's now 3-bet with the 9-2 offsuit. Putting pressure on Will with the fives. Will in a bit of a call. No, he's coming with it. So we got 2 to the flop. Pair of fives for Will Kassouf and a 9-2 for Nick Secker.
Yeah, Nick's been quite spicy so
Been
far.
very active.
6-3, now 9 deuce.
Yeah.
And it looks like he might find a board to muscle Will out of the pot here.
2 overcards to the fives, and he made the 3-bet. So I think
Yeah.
a follow-through bet here could well take it down.
Mandatory, really. If we're going to be getting in there as loose as 9 deuce, you've got to follow it up with some aggression. Unlikely to flop much of a hand.
Will, I know what he's asking here. He's saying, "You hit this? Have you hit this? You've hit this."
You want a
ball?"
big pot? You want a small pot?
Oh, yeah. That is one of his. Yeah. You know,
Vanessa Selbst was one of the unfortunate benefactors of that one. Does show the
showing
fives.
the
And
fives.
he's going to get shown
So I think
the.
Nick's going to show just the 9. No! The 9-2. Excellent play, Nick. Well done. You're a hero in my eyes.
Nick's taking it in his own hands to juice up the stream for us
Lovely.
and for all of our
Yes.
watchers at home.
Hope you guys enjoyed that. I certainly did. Nice bit of play.
The
and,
gamesmanship.
Nothing like sticking one up one of your opponents early on.
Absolutely. If we are not making the penile references, as you mentioned earlier.
No, we're not. We're not.
Do you think that's a bit of a table image curation that he's going for there, trying to create some kind of dynamic for later when he's going to show up with the goods in the big pot?
I
It
think
has
if
to
you
be,
show
really.
a hand like 9-2,
Yeah.
having raised and then taken a pot down,
Yeah.
hopefully you're doing that for
Got a game
reason.
plan,
And-
rather
and,
than just
yeah,
mindlessly gambling.
No,
Yeah.
and I like that. It's forward thinking. You're planning ahead. You're sitting down with these guys. So the stream will move.
Yeah.
You'll have different players.
Yeah.
I think we're going to have 2 tables in 90 minutes each.
Yeah.
So the table will move when we come off and Jay comes on. But
Absolutely.
the same table will still be playing but outside of
So
the
the
stream.
dynamic will change as they move over to the outer
The
table.
dynamic will change, but the players will remain. So
Exactly.
this advertising here with a 9-2 hopefully should pay him coming in the future.
Kind of planting the seeds for
Got a
later
lovely,
on.
lovely pot here though. Ace Queen, Ace Jack, and Ace King. Hello.
Yeah, let's see what Big Rob's response is going to be to the rather obvious 3-bet coming from. Oh, sprayed it.
Jamie's first hand with Ace King. Sorry, his first hand he's played.
Yeah.
He's got Ace King. He's made the 4-bet.
So big sizing. Rob looking interested though.
He doesn't like folding Ace Queen, but he's got to feel.
Could be a situation where Jamie is looking like.
It's not a coincidence that Ace Queen loses you the most money in poker. And it's not a flat statement. It's about that you get involved more
In
with
these
Ace Queen,
situations,
and
yeah.
that's why it loses more. It's not that it's a bad hand.
Yeah, it's not like
Because it's
6 deuce everyone folds, right? So it's more of
Yeah.
the situation where it sets you up for
Yeah, and-
negative situations.
And you're often up against exactly what he's up against. Which
Yeah,
is the Ace
kings,
King.
aces, queens, ace,
Yeah.
king. And it does flop a piece, unfortunately, as well.
Unfortunately for him, he's made second pair.
Dylan gets out the way with ace jack. Would have had a gut shot, but in the sandwich, fair enough.
I think Dylan made a sensible fold.
Certainly.
He's a very sensible young man, Dylan.
Yeah, the quiet, silent assassin.
Let's see if he does any assassinating. So Jamie following through now, c-betting for 155.
About half pot.
Yep. It's a nicely sized bet.
It is.
It's tempting, not too small, not too big.
Looking to target the king jacks, the ace queens, the queen jacks, the flush draws, the straight draws.
All the big robs.
All the big robs, or all of the above.
He's in a spot here.
Yeah, this is tricky. If he finds a fold on the flop, it would be sensational, but
you would favour the fold on the flop?
I don't think so. I would call one, but I'd be very ready to fold the turn.
Yeah.
If we see the second barrel. Has he raised here?
I think he's raised.
Oh my word. And you did
repping a bigger hand than the...
He's going for the old information raise. If I get shoved on, I'm out the way. If he folds, then...
I don't think he is. He hasn't got that much behind.
Well, yeah, but surely he has to get away. Surely he has to get out the way.
He's only got 450 behind.
And Jamie's thinking, all I really am beat is King Queen suited.
Queen.
Yeah. He
Possibly a Jack 10 with a spade.
Yeah, the royal draw or something.
But he's gone for it. He's gone all in.
I don't blame him at all. And
Rob's in a world of pain.
Yeah, Rob's now up the creek without the paddle, and what's the plan here with the check min raise on the flop in the 3-bet pot? Was just hoping for some kind of...
I'm not sure there was a long-term plan with that bet.
No, it didn't, because if your opponent's got ace jack, ace 10, ace 5, jacks 10s, you're in a decent spot. Just call, see a turn card, evaluate from there. What he's done now is unfortunately defined his opponent's hand as pretty much aces or ace king, I would say, at this stage. Maybe kings comes along and just calls.
Yeah, kings is too strong to
shove. He'd probably
there.
just call, wouldn't he? Yeah. So with the check raise, didn't seem to have much of a backup route planned, and now is in, as JJ said, a world of pain here, trying to figure out whether his opponent has the cojones to fire one through here. There aren't many bluff candidates. It would take a very wildly aggressive man to shove in a hand like ace jack or ace 10 here without the flush draw. With the flush draw, you've got the royal draw, you kind of just pump it in. So that's kind of what Rob's hoping for at this stage.
I think if Rob thinks it through, he can't put him on ace jack suited.
No.
It just doesn't make sense with the way the hand was played pre-flop.
Yeah.
So I think he has to put him on at least a king.
Yeah. Ace king mostly.
Ace king,
aces.
king queen, kings, aces, unlikely queens. So I mean, there's 3 hands. And he's got no information so far. Hasn't played a hand.
Well, the information he has got has been all strong. 3-bet pre, C-bet, and shove over the min raise. It's not looking weak, is it?
He is not showing 9-2.
No.
The only other hand, and it's a possibility, is 7-2. I mean, with the 7-2 game, I think not now.
No,
not now
after the shove.
Not now the pot is so big, but prior to that.
Yeah. Which is why I
and
quite like
always
just calling the flop.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
and then if you improve to the ace or the queen, you see him down for his stack. If not, you try and put him on. You know, does he?
If he's raised for information, well, he's got the information.
Yeah, he's behind. Yeah.
One of the problems. You raise for information, get information, and then do the opposite.
Yeah. So as Rob is in the tank, we're going to get some information on the rest of the schedule. Coming up this weekend, we have the Day 1D Hyper. That's going to be at 11 a.m. If any of you are in the local area, get yourselves down here for the last chance to get yourself into Day 2 of the main event. Going to be commentated from 4:20 live on all streaming platforms tomorrow. Also have a side event, the Mystery Bounty Day 1A, and you're going to be playing in the 456 Omaha. Not just a turbo, a hyper, isn't it?
It's a little bit hyper. I've not played a tournament, a PLO tournament with a 10-minute clock.
Yeah.
Except online, obviously. And
where 10 minutes is quite reasonable.
But it's a long time.
With a dealer,
But with a dealer and every hand, especially 5-6 cards, every hand taking a long time, you're probably going to get through 2 hands a block.
Maybe 3 if you've got a table of savvy players. But
yeah. So I think it'll be a bit of fun. I think I'm going to write the money off if I play it and just. There's a lot of Omaha in London now. It's quite an active scene. There's
mostly cash or tournaments as well.
There's a 165 200 bounty
over in West London
at the Empire on a Monday night. 100 prize pool, 100 bounty.
Yeah.
There's a 165456 PLO at the Vic on a Tuesday, and then there's a 104 card on a Wednesday.
Oh, so you can get almost a schedule.
Yeah, no. I mean, I've been playing pretty well if I'm in London and not playing elsewhere.
Been grinding those. Yeah.
And you know, and
Any results?
here and Aspers. I've cashed the last two.
Nice.
The one I cashed in the one here on Sunday.
I guess you've got your eyes on the PartyPoker Trophy as well for tomorrow. That'd be a nice one for the mantelpiece.
Well, yeah, I got to I cashed fourth in the first PLO, so I had my eyes on that trophy. I got down to 2 big blinds 4 times, so I was in fighting cock mode.
Absolutely.
And the player that took me out is again very similar player to Dylan, the PLO version of Dylan.
Yeah.
Very
the
nice,
assassin.
very quiet guy called Paresh, Indian as well, lovely guy. Didn't say a word on the table, just so yeah, 10-10, 9-8, perfectly good hand with a low stack, and he just looked me up. He looked down, sees aces, calls, and I'm out.
That's the way it goes.
That's all right. That's fine.
Yeah, still got good equity
I was
with the 10-10,
pleased to
9-8.
cash from the position. I was 6 out of 7 when we started the final table.
Yeah.
So there's some good Omaha in London, and Aspers actually has a regular Saturday. So here at Aspers, it's sometimes 4 cards, sometimes 4-5. Oh no, 4-5 mainly.
Okay.
Which I like.
Yeah, that's a good format.
It's a nice mix.
Weeds out the 6, which can get a bit silly sometimes, especially in a tournament
So
format.
Nick's now come back in again with the Queen Jack suited rather than the 9-2.
He's going to run into a bit of danger
I
here.
think ace is a good hand.
It feels like it, especially when you've got 300 big blinds. We do looking to get the money in.
Osman, looks like he is 3-betting here.
Yeah, it's the first we've seen from him, so it continues the
I think it's
theme
the
of the
first hand he's played.
first 3-bet, first hand played being a pretty nutted holding. And Nick, we've seen him in the mix. I don't think he's going to fold.
No, he's not folding. Not folding Queen Jack suited. Not in a cash game.
Uh-huh.
And that's fair enough.
Absolutely, and it wasn't a massive 3-bet either.
No,
it was less than 4x, so
Affordable.
absolutely. And
Worst
Osman.
flop possible for red Queen Jack.
Yeah, Osman's going to be hoping for a hand like 8s, 9s, 10s in his opponent's
Now,
range.
do you bet this or do you check it?
Yeah,
Such a strong hand for
I
aces.
think we bet all of our hands here at this depth.
Okay.
If we've got 100 big blinds, so 500 quid, and there's 230 in there, and we've got, say, 400 behind, I'd quite like a check. But I think we want to start driving money in versus hands like King Queen of clubs, Queen Jack of clubs, Jack 10 of clubs, 10s, 9s, 8s,
Any pair,
7s.
yeah. Any pair's going to feel pretty strong.
He does go for a little bit of a size up, and look at this. Nick is going to float in position with the Queen Jack. Unfortunate timing, but I think what he's trying to do is try and muster up his opponent on the turn. If he's got Ace King, Ace Queen, he might be able to nick it off of him with a bet.
So what should Osman be looking to do here?
Try and set up for stacks, really. Try and
So a bet of a 150, 200.
well, so he's got 1.2. He's gone for the check.
Interesting.
Wow, look at this.
See,
He
I
knows his
like
opponent.
this.
Yeah.
I like this in the sense he's seen Nick be aggressive early on. He's pretty sure he's ahead.
And
he's
he's
hoping.
got the Ace of Clubs as well, so it's less likely that that Nick's got the flush draw.
And here he comes.
And
See,
this is it.
That was behind my question. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
You know, in the,
Well, mine would have been just to go big and try and set up stacks for the river, but this is a crafty way.
It's a very cute play. This. Now,
And he does get the 230 that he wouldn't have got by betting versus Nick's exact hand. You've got to know your customer for these checks,
yeah, of
though.
course, these guys haven't played together. We don't think.
You've got to know that your opponent is capable of floating and also capable of putting pressure on when check to. And it seems from what we've seen from Nick that he is the guy. So,
Very, very cute play, I think, by Osman here.
and is he going to give his opponent room to fire the river as well?
So
No problem, Dobbo. We've taken your feedback on, and we do see the check raise from Osman now. Min raise, just over, with 650 behind. So,
Nick's in a world of pain here.
well, he's not going to win the pot. That's as far as it goes.
He's got nowhere to go, really. He's made a really valiant effort, but
Yes, but the
he's gonna-
game's up at this
I
point.
think so. He's going to have to put this down. So we are getting a bit more volume, guys, from the table for you. Thanks for the feedback on that. A few of you mentioned it. So thanks for that. There's the fold.
Yeah. But if you are going to execute the check, you'd go for the check call, right? Give the guy some rope on the river as well. Or do you go for the raise?
If you're putting your opponent on a mid pair,
Yeah.
that opponent's going to feel pretty strong about it.
Versus a check, yeah,
Yes,
but
you've
versus
got-
a check small raise, where's the bluffs coming from? It's going to be...
You may make more by the end if you've just check called. So there's that argument.
Yeah.
But in this case, I don't think he makes a penny more.
Yeah.
So, Rob,
You just have to think, does my opponent put me on ace-king, check calling the turn, and fire through the river is the only way you can make more money from a float.
I think Nick probably put him on ace king, which is why
Yeah.
he felt more confident to kind of play the hand the way he played it. And it turns out we all know he had
The boots.
the big pair. So Jamie up about 400, 35% increase of his stack. It's very good shape in seat 8.
Osman back in the thick of it with the king-jack suited, a very viable candidate on the button.
Yeah, very nice hand. Cash game.
One for a big size as well, 4x open.
Is 17 a big raise in a 2-5 game? I don't know.
It's 10 straddle and he's made it 40, isn't he? So eight
Oh,
blinds.
I missed
Yeah,
that. Thank you.
no problem.
Yeah. Looks like the re-raise there took it down. And 2 in a row there for Osman in seat 3. Oh, 7-2. 3 in a row, I think, coming up. So Osman now with a 7-2. We are on a different dynamic here. 7-2 game in play. Big Rob, 8-2. Not the same hand, mate. Drop it. Playing the rush as well. This is the
And he's
third
going to
raise
get
in a row.
another 7-deuce game. Just taken down with the raise pre-flop. Easy.
And they're all throwing their 25 pound chips over. Two profitable people up the top, Jamie and Osman. Tom in the green territory, and all the other players I think are down a bit.
That's for now.
Nothing major.
So I guess the only, because we're not able to hear the table talk, our diversion will be to, if there is table talk, we'll keep it hush.
Well, only if we can see people talking. It's not the easiest way of doing it.
Yeah, you
But
much
we
for a
can
lip,
see that-
lip reader?
Yeah, I can read that Carl's got kings in C1.
Good job.
Look at that. But I don't think Carl's played a hand either. So this could be his first hand.
Yeah, big Rob in the mix with the 10-8 suited.
Nice hand to defend with. And Nick with the Queen 10.
Yeah, we've seen him make some big plays, but
Folded.
not on this occasion. Tom's going to come in with the pocket 4s, set mining there in the big blind.
Yep.
And Jamie with the Queen 7 easy fold, so 3 ways
3
to
to
the
a
flop.
flop. Yeah.
Jack 8 deuce, decent for Kyle.
Nothing for anyone really except the overpair.
Yeah, Rob's got middle pair, I guess he might come along for one. Kyle does check.
Interesting. Is he checking because he's seen Rob play? I think he is.
Yeah, he might have seen Rob even reaching for chips as he saw the flop.
Yeah, Rob will definitely take the initiative if he feels that he can get it through.
Quite a meaty sizing, 60 into 102. And Kyle now, Rob is quite short, 288 behind, might be looking to play for it all on Jack 8 deuce rainbow. Shouldn't be too concerned
No,
about
I
being
like
behind.
the check call here.
Yeah,
rather
it's
than
sneaky.
check raise. Yeah. I think it's a better play against A, the player, and
The
B,
player,
the stack he's
absolutely.
got.
And he gets the perfect turn card as well.
Yep.
Not going to be worried about the 3 of clubs.
Now, is Rob going to slow down and check here, or is he going to feel that? Yep.
He's
good.
going to
Good
wave the white
instinct.
flag for now.
Good instinct.
So a backdoor flush emerges, unlikely to hit Rob in particular.
I think Rob's going to be cute and check this again. Or is he going to try and get some value out of it?
I think we're going to see a bet here, something about £160.
Straight's made as well.
I don't think he's going to get the lot
10-9
here.
straight.
10-9 is a possibility. He goes for a small sizing, 75, just trying to get value from hands like Jack 10, Jack 9, Ace 8.
Or literally the hand that Rob has.
Yeah, 10-8. Does Rob have the gumph to shove it in as a bluff now? It's going to be unlikely that he's going to have much showdown value versus the small size out of position.
It's certainly a factor. I'm not sure he's got enough to take aces off it. If he had another 200 in front of him, I think it'd be a great play.
Yeah.
Repping the 10 at 10-9 would be a perfectly solid play, but unfortunately
Call, and he's going to get
it's
shown
called
some bad news.
and aces are shown. So nice first pot for Kyle.
Yep.
He's got it more than me, mate.
Yeah, he's made 400 quid in less than an hour. That's a nice little hourly rate for his table activity.
And then at some point I will have to listen to Big Rob moaning.
Oh God, he's one of them, is he?
He likes to talk about the hands.
Fair enough.
No, he's alright. But I think he's been smacked around a bit, shall we say.
Yeah, it's not been a great start, and he's not topping up his stack, so he's left with about 200 quid, which in a 2-5-10 game is not going to last too long.
What would you say the optimum amount for this?
1,000, I think.
1,000
Yeah.
makes sense.
100 straddles, basically.
Yeah.
Gives you a bit of playability. Because you mentioned there on the river, Rob was kind of caged by his stack size. If he had a bit more, he could have turned his hand into a bluff, but you thought maybe he's not going to get the fold equity.
I didn't think there was enough fold equity.
Yeah. Versus the overpairs and hands like Ace Queen that could very well be in play.
Yeah. So Rob's back in the action, raising early position with the Jack 9 off suit.
Yeah. You
Kyle,
can see
Kyle
this.
likes to play against Rob.
It certainly does. He's been the benefactor of a big pot there. You can almost see the steam coming out of Rob's ears.
And he's hit his second pair, King.
Yeah.
Jack 9 has completely missed.
Big Rob going to send it here, says Mike, and I think you're right. Oh wow, he does check back the flop on Ace King 8. That's a surprising one. I thought we'd have been seeing a follow-up there. Very natural board to bet. Just going to take it to the river. And it's the 4, so nothing really emerging. Kyle should be happy with this king. Might be thinking about queens, jacks, tens kind of hands.
Not a lot of value him betting here. I don't think we'll see him.
I think we'll see the small size.
Small.
Yeah, 20 quid.
Rob has completely missed. Unless he can turn his hand into a bluff. But
It's not going to rep an awful lot. Pocket 4s would
like
be...
you say, look, he's only got 180 behind.
Yeah, so
Started this hand with 200.
somewhat caged by the stack size. And not sure what he's thinking about unless he's going to plan a gung-ho shove. And I'm not even sure that would work based on the way he's played the hand so far.
Yeah, it's kind of shot his load a bit early on, I think. I think he needed to... Not in that. He needed to have repped the ace from the start if he was going to make the
He might have been able to double barrel his way through. He could have picked up some favourable turn cards.
40, 80,
Yeah.
and the rest. Another hand for Kyle in seat 1.
Get out of this game that you're in. It's 2-5 over here, mate. Alright.
Use my home compass, isn't it?
Will, the straddle. The straddle, Will.
Don't
tell me what you got.
Let's go.
Did someone say double boy? Will, see you back here on day 3, yeah? See you back on the 7th day 3.
So big Rob with a big hand, pocket nines, but unfortunately if he gets himself into a spot where he flops the 9, he's not going to get much value out of it with 180 quid or so in play.
He's going to be up against at least 2, if not 3 overcards.
Yeah. Looks like Tom is going to take the initiative. He's seen enough out of Rob to think that his ace-jack is looking good for
Wow, look at that 3-bet.
for the 15 blinds or so effective.
Rob's going to put it in for sure.
Yeah. Do you think he's going to pull up another buy-in, or do you think he's steaming to the bar?
Don't know. Like I said, I've not played cash with him, so I just don't know his pattern.
Yeah.
But you can't raise with 9s and
No.
then fold against a 3-bet, not when you're so short. You've got to get it in.
Especially with the call, the added value of the cold
Yep.
call in between as well as
Likely to be folding, but
Juiced up
only
pot.
a small added value.
Nick gets out the way, so Rob's got himself in a somewhat favourable situation here.
He is technically favourite, and we know there's an ace out, so
The momentum is against him though.
so he is. Yeah. Come on, Rob. I think you need to get up and get your coat. Definitely adds to the 10%.
Rob needs to reload, certainly does,
He's actually
Jay.
quite a lucky player in terms of the tournament player everything.
Is he?
You know, he'll make moves and then just smack 2 pairs on the flop. But we'll see if it translates into the cash game.
It's a good start, and if he finds the heart on the turn, that would cut some of the outs available as
He
well.
would.
It's the 9, that'll lock it up. Should be good enough.
Call me old-fashioned.
Yeah, unless the Joker comes out on the river.
Oh, that would be an interesting one.
So the 7 fills
I
up.
don't think we're allowed to say Joker because of the Batman French.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Copyrighted.
Jokers were in poker first.
Well, there you go. And also, wasn't there a Fox Card Club thing where they had the same card came out once in a big pot?
Yes. Fox Casino in London.
And that's it, yeah.
It's also the only
They say because I've been playing.
big
Yeah, they say because I've been playing with you guys, they wouldn't want me to
certain
commentate.
poker player that has a lot of bullets. Has won it.
You got a bias.
Oh, yeah?
You got a bias, mate. You know it. You got a bias. You know it.
Honey King.
Oh, yeah, the
I
honey
feel
pot.
like you would rather have someone who's playing in the game
That's his only win.
doing then commentating.
Surely he's won a couple of
No,
side
well,
events or
it won a
something.
couple of small ones. His only big, only proper 40k win. Fox's won 8 years ago. He's currently banned from a couple of casinos, so not quite sure where he's playing.
Well, he was here. I saw him playing
Oh
the
no,
main
he's
event.
not banned from here.
Yeah.
But he is banned from what was my home casino, the Vic in
Right.
London, Grosvenor. So, where's the next Party Poker Tour
That will
happening?
be in Manchester.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
What dates?
I've got them right here.
I think it's in June, but I'm not sure. what
Yeah.
dates.
The specifics, the internet has failed us on the side computer, fortunately not for the stream.
I'm pretty sure because I had a look at it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's June the 17th for a week because the festival is the week before.
Right, and then there's also Glasgow coming up, so yeah, it's the
Glasgow's
17th.
in August, isn't it?
Yeah, 17th to the 22nd of June will be the Manchester stop, 500 main, 150 mini main. You can satellite in on a 5-tiered setup online. If you rake only 1 cent, that gets you a free roll into tier 1, and then you've got to win your way up to the £25 tier 4. So you can't buy into tier 5, which is nice because it stops those people sort of
For 200.
yeah, and just nicking all the seats. So
Yeah, I played some of the satellites leading up to this week.
yeah,
Got into the 25. So basically, you can get into the 25 from 5 euros. Is it pounds? It's
pounds I think. Yeah.
So from £5, you qualify for the 25, and only those qualified for the 25 get to play for the package.
Precisely,
So
which will be
which is
500
great.
plus 500. I
Yeah.
think it's 1k packages, so you've got your main event seat as well as some expenses for
And there's
hotel.
also mini main satellites, obviously a lot less, something like £10 for that final. So there's a 2-stage pro sale, 3-stage process there. So lots of online satellites on Party Poker, guys.
Yep, some added value for you if you're hunting. Some of them do overlay and offer a little bit of extra.
Yeah, but if you could not call me on a final table with 8-9 offsuit, I'd be grateful.
Especially in a satellite, that's a rough play, isn't it?
That was rough. I had 7s.
Oh, he had the fake flip.
or the best hand.
Yeah.
Snapped by 8-9 offsuit. 2 big stacks. So you get variable play. Let me put it that way.
Yep, which is always a good sign as well, but tough when you're on the wrong end of it. Nice race and take there with the ace king, and of course Glasgow is the 12th to the 17th of August.
Lovely. I hope that doesn't clash with the Goliath, which is also
That is the August one. Yeah.
one of the most popular kind of poker tourist tournaments in Britain.
Yeah, so we saw Glenn earlier, and he's very much the spokesman of the pub poker tour.
Red Tooth.
Yeah.
Yeah, he set up and runs Red Tooth. So he's coming out with me to Bratislava at the end of the week, next week.
Yep.
And bringing along some others, friends of mine. In fact, Big Rob's a good friend of his.
Yep.
And a very good player, Alex Eisen. Do you know Alex?
I do, yeah. He's been in Bratislava and Tallinn and all over the place.
Very good.
He's been getting some
a very
results
good
as well.
Hold'em player and a very good PLO player.
Nice.
So looking forward to playing with him and a couple of other old friends.
And Jay is taking a break at the moment, but would you say a party stop would be similar to a GUKPT? Well, it's designed to be a slightly smaller stop because the GUKPTs are, of course, in the 4-figure buy-in range. So the party poker is more of a, I would say, an intermediary between the grassroots type local live tournament level and the GUKPT. So it's kind of found its way in the middle of that pack to try and incentivize players that usually play the smaller buy-ins to satellite their way into the 500 main, which will, I believe, have over 200 and at least 200k, maybe 250, depending on the numbers. But numbers look good so far. So could be seeing a prize of up to 50,000 for the winner, which is certainly going to be a defining score for many of these players. We do have some action though. Wilka Sooth with the 9-5 off. 3-betting. So it's not the 7-2 game, it's the Dolly Parton game in his book.
Yep, 9-5. Classic song. Maybe we'll be humming it during the hand. We can't hear. If you can tell us whether he's humming it or not, that'd be great. Man of Straw said thanks about, although it's not Jay, it's JJ, and it's...
Oh, he might be speaking to Jay in the chat, yep.
Yeah, I know he's speaking to Jay in the chat, but just checking.
Both players flopping a piece here. Will with middle pair, and Tom has
top pair.
Come out on trumps. Yeah, top pair. So likely to be seeing a turn card here.
We haven't seen Tom play many hands so far, have we?
We did see him get it in with the ace-jack versus Rob's 9s. Came out on the wrong end of that one.
And that was... He made the play knowing he was going to get called.
It was a correct play.
And he was trying to isolate as well. So.
Yeah, and get the dead money out of there, the straddle, the blinds, the cold call.
I think that's a different scenario, really. I don't think he's played any other hands.
Yeah, potentially not, but he is in this one, and he's going to be interested to see what turn he's going to get here. And this is one of those ones where if Will is going to fire another bet here, turning his 9s into a bluff. Let's let Will take the commentator seat.
Yep. Tell us what Will's saying, people. Thank you, Jay Patel. How are you? Where is the venue? Yep, Stratford, Manchester venue is 365. Aliyah. I have not played him, but I've heard good things. So Will contemplating how to play this hand. He's had one call already. It's 500 in the pot. Both more than double that behind them. He checks it. And a 9.
Oh wow. This is a nasty card because I don't
looks
think
like Dolly Parton's come home.
she certainly has. And
Tom checks the turn. There's no reason for him So make a play now, but the nine, he may feel the nine's a safe card.
He may go for a small sizing here, trying to target hands like kings, queens, jacks, and tens.
Yep.
Maybe even get looked up by a hand like king, queen that might try and
Here we go.
hero the misflash draw, but
Just 200.
it looks to be just south of half pot. And Will very much in the driving seat here. Doesn't really a hand that he loses to. Maybe,
200.
yeah, maybe 10-9 suited would be unfortunate.
That's tournaments. That's not this. This is. I'm in your arena now.
There's no real value in him raising here. Can only get in trouble. But
I think he will raise.
You think so?
I don't think I can pass this.
You think this is a spot to raise?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, he's got a disguised hand, but he's also got a 5 kicker.
Got to target the ace queens, the ace jacks, the ace tens.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
We'll have to see. Well, tell me before one of us does have bollocks on it.
Certainly giving it the verbals now. And of course, one of Will's famous phrases is going to come out at the end of this hand.
Which
It's
is?
a bit fishy if I just
Nine
call.
high,
Oh, no,
like
I'm
a
winning. I'm winning, I should say. If I'm losing, I should
Most of you
roll,
in the
right? That's what James is.
audience, most of you on the stream will know that. I think someone's already mentioned it. Mike Leonard, thank you.
If you're winning,
But yes,
double
it's
bluff.
famous phrase from the World Series of
Right, if you're
Poker
losing, you should
main event in Vegas when he
ace king is
bluffed.
good.
I think it was a woman had queens. I think she had.
Three notes on this.
I even had a set. Just bluffed her off it with 9-2, if my memory serves me. And it was the famous 9 high like a boss. There are people in America now who wear the t-shirts.
On the words
He's
of
got
Will Pursuit,
9-11
what you
in
got
front
is
of
good.
him, which is, yep, you're right. Thinking
Don't
of
have showing
shove.
7 deuce now, please. On the
Tur-
live stream.
very nice
Biggest
play
pot
this,
of
I
the
like
night.
the overbet.
Now tell me what you got and I tell you what you to call. Look, you have a snap call,
Polarising
might be ahead.
completely his hand. He's either got a 9.
This is your chance to beat a player who's got
He's
1.7
at it.
million earnings.
This
Come on,
for
you try. You're the local
straight
hero.
maybe.
I was very
Tell you what you had, mate. Might as well show him. See him.
Cool. Nice.
Oh,
But I will. Big
do you want
hand.
to see one?
Go on. Treat me.
Some hands and bluff. You can beat pocket fives, right? Yeah, nice. Yeah, I tried to get you an offer next.
The question here, has Carty confirmed how many players sat in into the main?
There we
I
go.
don't think it's confirmed.
They were running 10 package qualifiers, weren't they?
Yeah, there's
10k guaranteed in those.
Let's see if I can find out.
I believe they ran 2 or 3 of those, so at least 30 seats.
Apparently they can't hear us on the stream, by the way, so... Yeah. We only got the commentator still good, so... What's your job?
Matt of Straw says, Will, shut up. I expect
We can't win, can we?
we can't win. Well, no, not us shut up. That was Will shut up.
No, but as in when
I
we're
guess
quiet.
we definitely heard 9 like a boss. That definitely, definitely came out there.
Oh, you got a little face graphic above
Kyle now in hijack with King 10 off suit. Making a manoeuvre.
The bluff with 5 high like a boss.
Will, this time he's got the ace. Ace 5, just calling.
He gets a person. He sent his one in early.
Osman picking up another good holding. Pair of 9s for Osman in seat 3. Pretty sure he's going to 3-bet this. So around about 100, 110. $140, slightly more than I thought, but that's okay. And that will iron out pretty well the rest of the table. I can't see either
Should do.
Kyle or Will calling with this.
What's
with their
Dylan
limit.
thinking about here with the 4-3?
He hasn't played a hand except the,
Yeah.
the one hand that
7 deuce, huh?
Ace Queen that he got beaten
7
by.
deuce. Get it ready, get it ready.
Will, the other criticism that Will gets on the table, apart from his constant talking and phrases, is he does spend a long time making decisions, and that
Yeah.
is true. That's not a that's an observation, but it's based on quite a few years of seeing him play, and he does, especially when he has it. That's where he really does take a long time, and I think that's
We
a big,
saw that with the 9, didn't we? He
Yeah.
made a real song and dance
Yeah.
of the river shove.
it's a big tell with him. I don't know whether the other players have done any research or know much about him, but I would absolutely have that information to hand. He really takes his time. Oh, got some instructions coming in.
I agree with us.
Done an hour now. We started an hour ago.
Absolutely, and we've got 3 hours of cash game stream for you. So I think what the TD is coming over, or the stream director, let's call him, is coming over to say that they've got about half an hour left of this round of the 2-5 game.
He's the Aspers TD. Who's
Yeah.
works here with the Italian. Very nice guy. Who's your Italian this week? Got a raise from Will. He's expanding.
Yeah.
It's Goodwill hunting. Yes, 6-2 suited. Now is Dylan going to play this one?
Looks like he's been itching to get in after the tank with the 4-3, and here it comes.
He's had some pretty poor holdings, to be fair.
Yeah, and if you get the holdings out, he
I think he's raised.
wants to exert himself on the table. He hasn't had the chance so far. He's going to find a nice spot here, Will, with not much of a hand. Looks like that is a raise. I believe,
Yep.
yeah, he's made it 145 here, so sorting the men out from the boys with this sizing. Will's going to make a bit of a song and dance of it, but you would imagine there's a 7 deuce game, but unfortunately not a 6 deuce game. The incentive,
Maybe he's not good at reading his hand.
maybe.
I thought it was a 7 deuce.
I'm just trying to add a little bit of value. He's up 500 quid. He's giving a little action
A
to
little
the
bit
table.
of a show. A little
Yeah.
bit of a show. Well done to Dylan to take his first winning pot. Rob is our short stack and also our main loser at the moment. The rest up and down a bit.
Should we do a Le Double before we all go? Before 3 of us
Yeah,
go?
so Mike, supporting my previous comment, played a party Grand Prix with him, and he slowed it down a lot. It is one of his.
The annoying thing is that when you're playing a main event,
Yep.
you know, you're expecting to get in Hold'em probably 25, 30 hands an hour in. And with him at the table, maybe it's south of 20.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah, he you know, a psychiatrist might say that he has narcissistic tendencies,
Okay.
and he likes the limelight kind of a little bit too much. I mean,
Right.
here he is on a streaming table.
Opening it up
Even
with
when
4
it's-
deuce and 6 deuce.
Yeah. Even when it's not streamed, he really does slow the game down. And I find that more annoying than any of the verbals or anything. The verbals I can handle.
That's interesting. So do you think he plays for the fame or he plays for the money?
Very good point. He was a solicitor by trade. He does like his money. He has a very nice Aston Martin car, which of course is
He's done well for himself in the
number
game.
plated, Will
Yeah.
K or something like that, or W1, some version of Will K. So he likes the show of money. I really couldn't tell you. I don't know well enough to know whether he plays for money.
Yeah.
I can certainly say yes, he plays for fame. He plays to be noticed,
Yeah.
but I don't know how much. I mean, some people play for fun, for the enjoyment, for the challenge. Some people are just very much money focused. Some people play because they're good at playing.
With the legal background, it's a lot of back and forth in that profession. That might be something that crosses over quite well.
Well, he wasn't a barrister,
Yeah.
hence the 9 phrases. he was a solicitor, so it's a very written,
Okay.
very paper-heavy
Yeah.
job. So we've got a pot. We've got Big Rob back in, raised
Yeah.
to 35.
It's been a bit quiet.
And Jamie called, up and down for Jamie, and second pair for Rob. So they're both
Somewhat of an action flop with these
yeah,
2
they're
holdings.
pretty good.
And certainly this solidifies Big Rob's claim at the pot.
Good card for a second pair there.
Yeah, it is.
But it's Jamie that's betting at it.
Yep. He's got Jack high. He's looking to manoeuvre some hands like Ace 5, Ace 7.
I think he's got a very quick answer. So
Yeah,
unlikely unless he hits.
going to have to find a big bet to get Rob off of this one, and even all in might not be enough.
Rob will knowing
Guaranteed?
him as a player.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he will call most bets with second pair here.
Do you think he calls all in for 300?
Well, he's only got 300 and the pot's already
192. It would be 1.5x pot. And
there's the play. We're going to find out. I don't know if that is all in or not.
I think he's gone for about pot. Can't quite tell. It's quite difficult to.
See the.
Yeah. Oh, he's got. Yeah, he's just put him all in.
I thought he put.
It's a nice play. Is it going to work? And this, I'm glad that we get to see this question answered.
Absolutely. Now, in a normal game, both tournament and cash, Rob will call here.
Yep.
But will the stream affect it?
Oh, that you think that's the defining factor of this decision?
I don't know. I'm saying that's the only difference from.
Well, I like what he's doing. He's eyeing up his man, and he's trying to get the live read. That's the first place to go when you're in this 50-50 situation. You can call, you can fold, right? The chips are over the line. Now he's sizing up his opponent. Jamie, who's been quite quiet, facing a decent-sized bet on the turn and an all-in shove on the river for well over the pot. Now Rob is going through the... Well, he is quite an intimidating presence, so he's using that to his... Yeah, and he finds the call. He sniffs it out. Lovely play there from Big Rob.
Comment from Met Hod. Commentators give it a rest. Laugh out loud.
That is our job, so...
Okay, mate.
All right, we'll just leave now.
We'll just go. Let's go and get a beer. So yeah, I think Rob. It's very hard to intimidate him from a poker point of view, and he made the right call and a good call.
Yeah, and I think that was very much his live skills being put into play, because instantly he was glancing up, and not just glancing, but staring his opponent down there, and felt as though he got enough weakness.
Yeah, it's a good read and a good call.
Nice hand, Rob, says Vast Poker. Thank you, sir, and certainly was.
Yep.
Not drawing it now, are you?
With the check back there, you do have to cling on sometimes, especially on the king.
Yeah, it was a good, like I said when it came out, I thought the king was a good card. And I think Rob would have thought. I mean, I've seen him make calls with second, third pair against the right player, if you see what I mean. You know, or an aggressive player that he's marked down, identified. He observes quite well, and I think he would have done that with seat
So many missed straight draws as well.
Yeah, there was a lot of aces.
Yeah, Jack 10, 7, 6, Queen Jack, Queen 10, and yeah, less kings available. Ace King would have 3-bet. King Queen might have 3-bet pre-flop sometimes as well. So repping hands like King Jack, King 10, and gets it done this time. Nicely played.
I don't think it's giving it a rest.
No? Oh, sorry. I forgot.
That's going over every
I
combination.
forgot Merjot said that we're out of a job, so that's it. P45.
Big Fish Kyle gets me up in the booth.
Is this Carl who's going to be doing the commentary?
Well, I don't know.
I thought it was Carl in seat 1.
Get the stream in like 2 minutes.
Carl in seat 1
Is off. No. And are these guys wrecking chips already? Are we...
We are not 90 minutes.
No.
So we are 68 minutes into it. So we're told.
Well, Carl is up, so he's quite quickly getting out of there, locking up that profit.
Yeah, because when they go, they're going to draw like the high card.
I'm surprised. I thought we were scheduled in for 2 1.5 hour sessions, so this has taken us by a little bit of shock. Let's see what the information is.
So many people, and now no one's going to
Mr. Kasuf isn't happy. It's less table time than he thought.
Can't play at 6-2s.
No.
I don't know if the whole table is.
We've got movement.
Kyle is getting up, which of course in a cash game he has every right to, but it does look like everyone's being moved.
Doing it already, mate.
carrying on with the book.
We've certainly got 2 players getting up. Maybe we're swapping a couple around. I don't know. We've not been told. But someone else is coming into Carl's seat in seat 1. I'm just checking what's going on.
We'll bring information of that shortly, but in the meantime we can inform you of the schedule. So we do have some of the lineup remaining, and we've got a bit of musical chairs, so some people in, some people out. We'll get the cards on their backs shortly. But we do have, over the weekend, the day 1D flight of the main event, so one last chance to get your day 2 stack bagged up at 11 a.m. tomorrow here at the Aspers Casino in East London, and day 2 will start at 4 o'clock. So stream duties will begin between me and Jay at 20 past 4 for day 2, 45-minute clock, so we're going to be commentating till probably midnight or so, and then it's going to be the Mystery Bounty Day 1A, 250 buy-in. The Day 1B is at 11 o'clock on Sunday, and there is a 456 Omaha Turbo, £150 at 9 o'clock tomorrow. And then Sunday's schedule is the 1B of the Mystery, as mentioned. Day 3 starts at 2 p.m. on Sunday, and the Mystery Bounty Day 2 at 4. So we do continue here. So Will's managed to secure that TV time.
Still there.
Yeah, still here.
Holding on. So we've got Demetrios, who passed a 9-10 suited in his first count.
That's a bit tight, isn't
Yeah, I think so. I do like a 9-10 suited.
I'd like to see that one open.
Yep. But he's left it to Big Rob to open the race 6.
What's he done? How much?
Will
7 deuce.
6-4 on the
Big
blind,
blind.
so he's got
No straddle in play.
no, so he's 20 to call.
Not getting a friendly price, 20 to call after a 5x raise. Think we might see a fold here, but no, he wants to
We might see a raise. We're definitely going to see a call.
wants to take a swing at it.
Yeah, you don't want to take a swing at Big Rob, not in a real sense.
No, absolutely not. And Big Rob comes out best. He comes out firing with a large C bet here, £30 into 52.
Not a large C bet.
Yeah, there is. And that's
Half,
30
just
into
over
50.
half.
Over half is pretty juicy.
I didn't read my book.
And again, I think it's a polarising big because
Yeah.
you're going to find out where you are. If Will had an ace there or 2 pairs or whatever, he's going to find out. I find small bets quite difficult to work out what the value is, because if you get called, well, what are you learning? Anything.
True. A bigger bet does certainly thin out your opponent's range a little bit more.
So I had a question on that. How many satellite players qualified? And the figure I've been told is 140.
Beautiful.
So that's really good.
That is very
I will
substantial.
certainly be trying to get a package for Manchester.
Or Glasgow.
Yeah, or Glasgow in August. Very nice.
It's not bad, is it?
Because you can also pop across to Edinburgh,
Yep.
see some of the festival. So the Fringe Festival is running the whole of August, plus about 5 other festivals to be all at the same time in Edinburgh. And if you want to stay in Edinburgh, you can pay about £300 a night for a crappy hotel. And I have literally, at some Edinburgh festivals, stayed in Glasgow, got the train in and the train back.
And how long's the train?
About 45 minutes.
Oh, that's perfect. What, and you save 200 quid a night on the hotel?
Paid £50 a night for
Yeah.
a perfectly good hotel.
Yeah.
So that it's a very good link there for cultured poker players like myself.
That thins out the field a little bit.
Right, the one poker player has any culture. I'm a bit of a theatre buff. I used to be in theatre and still perform. Improv. So I thought, yeah, I'd fancy the Glasgow leg in August. That would be perfect. Right, back to the cash game.
Nick in a dominating situation here. Got himself top pair, back to a flush draw, having opened. Just for a gentleman's 25 on the flop. Will with not much to work with here, not even a backdoor flush draw in play.
Queen high like a boss was looking sounding so.
Quite the same.
Usually, I mean, by the time he takes,
No,
If you
right,
were
right.
considerate to the rest of the table and you look down and you see Queen 6 suited and you know you're not going to play it, just fold.
We should make that really
You don't
exciting. Every
need
time you win
to
a
take
hand,
time on every single hand.
show up. Yeah.
The time he took on the 9-5, you're looking at it, so it's just like it's a different
Ball
game.
but not every hand, and I think that's what
Makes it more fun.
I know a lot of people that really find him difficult on the
James
table,
comes out,
not
it's
just
going
from
to
a
be
verbal point of
9-5.
view.
Nice, nice.
That
Down
one
straight, mate.
is one of my
Down straight.
You like that one? You got 9-5. Active 3 bet on the button.
Of course, you had to pick a five as well, the pocket five. So, what that card?
Yeah. And he did choose the left one as well.
Yeah.
It's a 5. But what's 5 on spades though, so I kept you guessing. Couldn't just have to flush it. By the way,
So we have the same,
I
I
don't
think
think
a
he's
new
actually-
seat,
Someone just said 9 high, like, hey.
yeah, new seat 7 and a new seat 3. Demetrius is
I did
3
say 9 high, like a.
in
Ended it there.
7.
after that hand. Wait, what?
Yeah,
any
after
other
that.
comments? Any other?
Yeah, no other comments.
Oh, comments? Oh, boring.
Mate, you got 5 people watching. What do you expect?
We have 5,000 people.
Pretty looking
you
ace
tweet
queen
out,
for Paul, so we got Paul in
So
a new
people
player
like
in
people
seat
are like
7, raising to
link or
30. I don't think we've got a
You see that
struggle
line? Have you looked at both cards?
here, and Will's
Put them in
got
the
fine
box.
together.
Come on now.
Had them once already.
Let's give him a spin. Keep him honest.
Ooh, some big hands in play here. Dimitri in the small blind.
Upstairs, whoopsie daisy.
The ace king gonna pump it up with his 500 quid stack, looking to get most of that in right now by the looks
Yeah,
of it.
I think that makes sense with his hand as well. And he's got a pair of fours as well. So with 2 pairs and 2 big aces. Nice match up here. Who's your money on?
Not Big Rob this time.
It's a tricky spot for Paul with the ace queen. He's only just sat down, not seen any of the table play. And he has folded. Now Will with the 5s. He's got to think at least one other player had a big ace with the way the hand was played with the raise and re-raise, so that's going to strengthen his resolve with the pair. He's up against a new player with a shorter
Pass quicker.
holding, 500 he started with,
I've got a hand here.
but he's got a small pair. In position, he's on the button. Tricky spot for Will. May well try and see a flop here, but even 87 into just about 200 is...
He does
He's
have
making
position.
it. Yeah, he's got position.
It's not a huge 3-bet, so he does fancy himself. 249 in there, 356 back, but yeah, by the book, I think he's supposed to fold here. But based on what we've seen from Mr. Kasuf, he likes to get in there, and look at this. 7-5 deuce.
Pretty good flop for 5s.
Now he's hoping his opponent's got the 7 deuce. That would be a setup, wouldn't it?
It would be. You actually have the 7 deuce and then don't get hurt.
On the dream flop, you're still behind
Even if
somehow.
a 2 hits, you're
Jamie
still
wants to comment.
ace
He's
king.
going to reply. Hey, it's going to hate.
Sorry about the background noise, guys.
125. Maybe more than that pre-flop.
On for a 125 c-bet. It's about half pot, and Will eyeing up his stack, and let's give him the centerpiece, shall we, for his ramblings.
I think
Not
so.
ours.
Ace king.
5 high, like a 5. It doesn't work.
Not quite.
But he's hit this flop beautifully with a set of 5s, isn't it? This is the reason you play small pairs, to hit your set and to maximise your return. Poor old Dimitri is going to be played 1, lost 1 by the end of this hand. He really has got nowhere to go with his ace king now. Can't see him calling. Because whatever hand he's up against, he's behind.
One bet no good. What do you have? Tell me what you got. Tell me what you got. What do you have?
Will trying to encourage him
First, you can see
to
15, 20 minutes in.
call.
Second, I've got the best hand unless you slow roll me as top set. So I must have you beat. Well, be honest, you can say, what do you have? Be honest. If you tell me your hand, I'll tell it got me. If you're thinking this long, you're definitely not. What do you have, Ruth? Ace high. You're thinking of calling with ace high. You have any spades? Have a look, have a look. Do you have any spades? I'll have I've got 1 spade. I've got 1 spade.
Will working his
Please,
hardest
no comments, thank you.
with the old
When you have ace high,
verbals.
we're gonna call you ace high.
Trying to confuse, really. Not necessarily trying to get him to call, but he's trying to get him confused as to what to do. Which I think is a very good use of verbals. Is you can't make someone
Do anything, but you can certainly add a layer of confusion that makes them make a poor decision.
Yeah, I think that's how I use kind of verbals
and
in this exact situation.
Dimitri will be thinking, I don't have a spade in hand, so the possibility is that my opponent is on an ace or king high flush draw.
No spade. So you're going to call me with ace high and no spade. You're my hero. You are the best.
And in such a large pot with ace king 2 overs, you're not going to be up against a set that often. The majority of the time, Will's going to have a hand like 8s, 9s, or a hand like 7, 6.
Ace jack suited, ace jack of spades. Might
Flush
make the
draws,
same play.
over pairs,
Yeah.
one pair type holdings. You're very unlikely to be up against a set. So I think the money does kind of have to go in here with the ace king and just pray that you're live versus the flush draw, or at least 2 overs versus some kind of one pair holding. And unfortunately in this case he's almost dead. He's got the backdoor wheel draw only working for him. Perfect run out of 3-4. Yeah.
Ace king, no spade.
Is that Bobby James?
Do it 3 times. There's so much, too much in there. You only have 100 pounds. We can gamble.
No, it's like Bobby. Can't help the super again. I thought
You're 2 overcards.
someone would
You're
come
winning
in.
3.
Thank you for that, Bobby. No, I can confirm that
He's not been done in.
although we are half an hour behind on the stream as per normal, Bill Kassouf is alive and well.
Yeah.
He tried to extract value from Ace King
And
with
he's
his
got
set.
it. And he's got it. And the
Well
2
played,
overs
well
go
played,
in.
Will.
And
Excellent.
let's wait for the table.
Yeah, he's going
board
to take
here.
his time to show the 5s.
Oh, that's
Look at me, I'm a clever boy.
Yep, he gets the max. In for the min, out for the max. That's one of the 9, isn't it?
That is one of his.
Say no chance, yeah. I'm waiting for the
Satellite
3-4.
queen.
I'm waiting for the 3-4. Wait. Still no. That's how bad we run.
He wins an awful lot of satellites. Pretty sure he won one for this event. But then doesn't necessarily.
Follow through.
He might get min caches.
Yeah.
He hasn't had a big result from a satellite.
Oh, quads on the river as well, just to turn the blade.
No bonus for quads, Will. Sorry.
No high hand bonus here.
I don't think so.
Just one.
Oh, they're running it twice, so and he hits a king, so he's going to give him the old, you got there.
Well, I think Will's quite happy to run it. So he can run it 4 times. It doesn't make any difference.
Tough to find the 4-3 run
We
out.
see a top of the leaderboard. Look at that. 405 big blinds. Will with over 2,000 now. The guy who wasn't C3,
Ace king, no spade.
who
Run
made
it
the
3 times.
profit, has left us. And also Kyle. So Kyle and Osman had gone. They were our 2 kind of profitable players before that.
Where is the sound, says Max. Well, we should be.
We think the sound's working.
Yeah.
All right, you're welcome. You learned something today. You're welcome. Oh, dude, that last 15 years, Dylan. Same shit, different year, last 15 years. When will it end, though? When will they learn? When will they learn? Getting a lot to do.
And Will has certainly ironed out a player there and is up over 1,000. Confident table demeanour, flopping a 5 just when he needed it the most. In a short stack to pot ratio there, 3-bet pot. And hits Gin versus Ace King and manages to talk his opponent into a call. So in for the min, out for the max. Even the sound man has turned Kassouf down, says Bobby. The sound man is AWOL right now, so we should be getting the table audio. It was asked for earlier on. But we'll have a couple more hands, and then we will hand over to the capable hands of Mr. J. Harwood.
What's he done there? He's getting funky fresh.
Until from like, I don't know.
So cards in the air. The field has been thinned down, partly due to Mr. Kassouf there, flopping a set just when he needed it. And now a bit of theatrics with the 4 deuce of hearts.
Of course.
Naturally.
Better hand than 6 deuce.
He didn't quite get enough table time in the last hand.
I'm wrong. Wrong chip. You meant to call, no? You meant to call. Wrong chip. He made a mistake, did he? He made a mistake. He said call. He said call instead of action. You show me both. 7 deuce, huh?
Aces.
I don't believe.
No?
It's a cool if you got aces.
You all stand.
It looks the same hand.
So 4-bet now as Will's getting fruity with the 4 deuce and Big Rob's having none of it.
Big Rob's not going to mess about with Ace King, I can
No.
tell you.
Certainly isn't.
I think, again, we're going to see quite a long time before Will folds. That's my prediction on this pot. Oh no, hello. I am wrong. Very happy to be
Wow,
wrong.
okay.
So he's peeling. He's got profit. He's peeling. He's won his biggest hand
Playing
with
with the house
fives.
money.
Yep. Peeling with Dimitri's money. He has hit a 2. So the Ace King is actually behind the 8 ball with Queen 7-2 flop. So Will has hit. But how will Rob play this? Just giving a look, looking at his stack, giving some signs that he's going to be following through. There's the bet.
Very small bet.
Very small.
75 into 342. Oh no, 150. Is it one? Might be the bigger chip there.
Yeah, I think that's the 100.
Are they pinks, the 100s?
I can't see the colours anyway. Not at my age. So it's a good C bet. Going to be hard for Will to continue, but he needs it bottom pair.
Is he just going to windmill it in with the deuce, hope for the best?
No, he might play it like he played the 9-5. He hit and then maxed up on the river. So
You never
he
know.
may well just call here, float a little bit. We know that if he does make a shove here, he's probably going to get it through. Ace King is not a hand that's done very well so far on this table. And the call is made.
Here we go. So a big turn card for both players. Rob looking for an ace or a king, or maybe a jack or a 10 to muscle Will out of the pot where he picks up a gut shot. The 9, not ideal, but another overcard to Will's lowly pair of ducks. Are we going to see Mr. Kasoof?
Rob might be concerned it's a 9 as well.
Flicks his way into a
Look, check. Look, Will's laughing.
Flicks his way into a check, and there's the deuce. You had it. You had the read nailed down.
Yeah.
Trips again. So he's had 2 trips in 1 set. And
He's finding out how many chips Rob's got.
he's going through the motions.
Yeah. I don't think Rob will call this one. Unlike, it's very different dynamic to the other Ace King that Dimitri had. We've got a new player in C3. How much do you think he's going to be putting in here?
All of it.
I could beat jacks.
All of it. Targeting hands like jacks, 10s, and maybe even trying to once again talk his opponent into an ace king call, which we saw him.
I don't think he'll call. Rob's posturing.
When he puts the chips forward like that,
Yeah, he's posturing.
usually it looks like he doesn't want to put them over the line. It's kind of the reverse tell. From the book, Mike Caro wrote it back in the day, and it still works.
Yeah. Come on, big boy, put it in. In Will's case, he's got the virtual nuts.
Yeah.
If you have aces, I have 4 chips.
And Rob checks back the turn here. Not going to be up against a better hand.
Why do you check the turn? I think it's weak.
500 in play. We're going through the.
Is that an all-in bet or is that a specific?
I think they're the pinks, the hundreds. So I think that's 500.
Okay, no, he's bet.
No bluff, no win, no?
He's put him exactly all in.
Yep.
Minus 4 quid. And now Rob has to think,
Against
what on earth can my opponent have as a bluff here? What's floated me out of position? Because he didn't go for a small sizing. It was 150, wasn't it? He went for a fairly juicy sizing on the flop. The only hand, I mean, there isn't really one that we can beat, I don't think.
No, I don't think there's
Ace Jack with a backdoor flush draw. I mean,
and he
he's
must-
just not calling that with the flop, is he?
He must know from his limited time with Will on this table for the last hour
All of the theatrics usually mean the nuts.
and the range
Yeah.
will have hit this board. So even most likely he's got a 9 rather than a 2. But,
I'm winning the whole way.
Rob has any sense at all.
Or even King Queen would be very comfortable going for the shove here. Queen Jack.
There's so much in the pot.
And I think Will would have put in an ace king or ace jack, one of those two hands.
Well, that's why he's going through the table talk, trying to get as much as he can. Just planting those seeds of doubt, like you said earlier. I think you put it quite well. It's not necessarily manipulating your opponent into an action. It's trying to brainwash them with as much verbal diarrhea as you can possibly maneuver.
And that is one of Will's
Greatest attributes.
verbal diarrhea. He has a degree, actually.
Yep. Oh, really? Yeah.
You win. Good call.
From Oxford Brooks, was it?
It was from the Oxford RAC club.
Right, okay.
I mean, to be honest, though, if you look at it, he did very well to get the other chord.
Tough to see that name, Jim Lad. Thanks for tuning in.
And you're really going to call me ace king? I don't believe you're going to call me ace king. I don't believe it. If you call him so ace king, mate, I'll buy it.
Oh no, Will, that's Will.
I'll buy it.
Someone's put an image of Will. I just realised who it is. A little goatee with a bald head.
I don't think you have.
So, I mean, we've been a bit naughty today, a little bit critical of Will, but he is good at this, and I think
If he gets the call here,
no, but
when,
he is good at this. He is good at
but
getting the best value from this kind of hand.
he has no bluffs when he's check called half pot on Queen 7 deuce. Like there is just no hand that is worse than ace king.
You're thinking very logically, and you're not at the end of Will's terrain.
True, and that takes you out of the realm of logic. It takes you into fuck this guy. I'm calling.
If I was at, can't remember when I don't play a lot of cash with Will, but certainly in tournaments,
The barrage.
you know he's got it, and so you just have to cut out all the noise and just go think it through, work out where you are. And like you say, there's virtually no hands that ace king is beating here.
Zero.
Not the way it's been played.
Yeah, especially on such a
made
card.
an
There's
attempt.
not even a straight draw on the
He made
flop.
a
There's
decent
nothing.
attempt on the flop to play strong and got immediate call.
Yeah.
So where else? What else can Will have with a winning hand?
Is he going to talk his way into Big Rob handing over that 500 gift wrapped for the last hand of the first of two streams here at the 2-5 cash at the Party Poker event here in London?
So
And it's
at
Rob.
the end of this hand, George is going to leave us, and I will be replaced by the more than capable hands of Jay, our regular commentator
Very much so.
for the whole of Britain, I think. Is it the whole of Britain?
Everywhere these
Everywhere,
days.
and Wales. And Wales. So I'm going to be joined by Jay, which will be great. So you'll have a J and a JJ, and if you look at us, I'm probably twice the size of him. So I think that's
J squared.
there we go. Good fold by Rob. So
Big Rob makes the big fold
George,
in
it's
the
been
end.
lovely to be with you for an hour and a half.
Thank you, JJ.
Look forward to seeing you soon.
Absolutely. Pleasure, mate.
No queen. I promise no queen. You'll see it.
He's changed it. It was pick one, now it's I'll show one.
No, he did say show one.
No, it's always show one. Yeah. When you win the pot, you got to show one card. That's what I said. Man, my word. When you win the pot, you got to show
So
one.
the TD is just arriving. We may see some changes soon. We were told it would be 290 minutes, although before Jay got here, we actually had 3 people leave and 3 replacements.
Okay.
So seat 1 is a new player. We don't know who he is, or seat 3 for that matter. So it's been a kind of more
People are logging off the live stream.
more by osmosis than anything organised. How's your break?
It was nice. It's all going on in the Sky Bar at the moment. Players' party ongoing. A few DJs in the mix. So for all these players and staff that finished early, they are currently in the terrace bar enjoying their evening on the Friday.
Very nice. A good way to enjoy your evening. They've played a bit of poker or they've worked here and having a bit of a let your hair down.
Are we playing 7 deuce, JJ?
We are.
Oh, we are.
We've had 2.
We've had 2.
We've had 2. In fact, both won pre-flop. So nice 3-bet. I think it was Big Rob had one with 3-bet to 80 and everyone folded. And then, we had one before that. So we've had 2 so far, 25 each.
What is Kasuf up to? Is this throwback to 2016 WSOP main event by any chance? 9 high, like a boss.
He won his biggest hand with 9-5.
Okay, there we are.
So, and he floated it and hit another 9 on the river, just as he's done with 4-2 suited in the hand just before he came, and hit the 2. Big Rob had ace king, made a strong c-bet on a queen 9-2 board, blank on the turn, and of course a 2 on the river. Will got it all in, as he always does when he hits, and then gave lots of burbles, trying to break down Rob's thinking time. And to give him credit, Rob folded, but he got a call when he had a set against seat 3 that's no longer here, who had top pair, and had ace king as well, and got his money. So Will's actually played very well, to be frank. Here he is again with a 9 high, like a boss.
Silence though this time, JJ. I haven't been here the last 90 minutes, but on this occasion, 3-bet in and silence from Mr. Kasuf.
So Kasuf does not talk when there's 3 players and at this early stage. He saves it for when he's heads up and can put the pressure on a single player. So he targets his verbal assaults, I would say, from me playing with him for quite a few years. So we've got the 7-2 game in play. Jamie with seat 9. But going to be tricky. Rob's got the gut shot. Probably get out the way.
Yeah, big bet here from Will. Goes for 75%, 3-quarter pot. And Rob without the backdoor flush draw here. And the player behind probably wants to let the queen 8 go.
But we're in the 7-2 game. Now, big bluff came from this player from seat 9 from Jamie. That did get called by Big Rob with second pair. King 9, blank, and he had a 9 and made the call.
Well, going to be difficult to check call here, JJ, but with the 7 of diamonds, is there any ideas from Jamie of check raise here?
Not because of the 7 of diamonds. I think he's literally playing the 7-2 game. So if he check raises Will, he's playing to win with a 7-2. He looks like he's floating a little bit. No, he's made the raise.
Yeah, I think we're going to continue with.
It's a big raise, 350.
Block in, some continues. The 7x of diamonds Will can have. The 7-8 Will can have. The ace 7 Will can have. We still got like the 7 of diamonds does a little bit of work.
Or if I may say, the more likely 9-5 that Will not only has, he has had quite a few times. So this will be interesting how Will plays this. Not so much Jamie. Jamie's literally playing to win the 7-2 game. Plus, nice pot to boot, but Will has hit bottom pair about 5 times now and come out 4 out of 5 times where he's...
I doubt he's going to come out on top this time. I don't see how we need to continue. Like, from a theory standpoint here, Jamie gets to check his ace king, ace queen, ace jack, his sets out of position to Will, and just gets to play check raise. So there is countless combinations of value here for Jamie. Can find some bluffs, obviously the queen jack, jack ace suited, king queen with a diamond.
Queen jack's not really a bluff, not in a cash game. I mean, queen jack with 1 diamond is may make the same play, but see, look at this. He does not fold easily. He has called. I don't think he's put him on the 7-2, but he's looking to take it away at some other. Ooh.
Great card for Will, not just in the fact it makes it less likely Jamie's going to have some value combos, but it's the fact of the matter, once we call the raise, we have a lot of ace-x ourselves, so Jamie slams the anchors on with a decent proportion of his range here once this ace pairs, because Will's never folding an ace now, he's probably not folding a 10 either, so when this ace rolls off, it's a great card for Will in the fact of the matter that Jamie's just going to slam the anchors on with all of his bluffs.
And he's in position as well, Will, which is a big factor in this particular pot. So he's got the power, he's got the control, he can see Jamie's eyes, he can see how he's going to bet if he does, and if he checks, he knows he's winning. So yeah, a good attempt to be fair by Jamie, but he's made 2 big bluffs, including this one, and come out very much the wrong end.
Just not the turn we're looking for to fire the barrels on. Terrible turn.
It is, yeah. It's also a terrible turn in that Will's called the bet.
I'd love to see a diamond on the river. Oh,
whoa!
Here we go. So now, Jamie, any work here with the 7 of diamonds? Do we have any ideas? like if we are actually going to check any ace-x on the turn as well, it would be specifically ace-x of diamonds, which is kind of interesting.
What does Will do with a bet of 500? Facing a bet of 500. Be a great bet.
But yeah, it becomes a 9 is just going to shrivel.
It's not a 500 bet. It's also the 125. Sorry, the 150 on top of the 72. So he's got, there he is. See? I don't know how much that is, but it's a strong bet. 5 up.
That was 5.
Close.
2/3 pot.
575 as opposed to my predicted 500. And I love this because I really don't know what Will will do.
Well, we're going to try a little breakdown here. Range versus range. Will calling the check raise on the flop here. So from Jamie's value perspective, he's obviously going to have some ace-x that want to check turn. I don't think we're going to have jacks through kings, JJ, or 10x for this size on the river. Do you think 2/3 is a bit big for 10x jacks through kings?
Do you think that's showing weakness rather than strength?
I feel like 10x jacks through kings probably opt for a smaller size, so maybe Jamie now repping ace-x plus. So from
he's repping the flush or ace or ace-x. So there's two holdings. But that flush has very much been there since the off. So this is, I think, a really tricky spot for Will. And this will tell us a lot about his... We know about his verbals, we know about his aggression, we know about the pressure he puts on, how long he takes to make every hand last ages. And I don't mean in this particular spot, but early on. What we don't know a lot about is his reading ability. And I think we've just learned something.
There you go. So Will
What a player! What a
out the way.
There's 7-2.
And the 7-2 is slammed down by Jamie. Slams it on the table. And Kasuf hates to see that. The 7-2 from Jamie. Let's go, lad.
So Will has gone from slamming his set of fives down to beat the ace king to being slapped back with 7-2. Well played, Jamie. Great play. And I did like that amount of bet. I know
we've got the river really there, JJ, to unload on.
Like you predicted, you said, what can we do with a diamond? Well, we found out, and he played that. Again, you never get that in a tournament. That's a cash game play. It's beautifully played. I mean, you might get that in a tournament. It's a different dynamic. And the amount he bet, with the fact that he's got the 7-2 as the bonus, fantastic play.
Will's kind of cracked as well, right? Once he checks back ace-ace 10-9, flush draw on the turn, does he ever have an ace? That's a question we've got to ask ourselves as well. It's hard for Will to have an ace there. So
very hard.
10x at best.
Yep. No, I think Jamie played that beautifully. I think Will does sometimes believe in his own destiny in terms of he will hit that second card, he will hit that 2 pairs, he will hit that set. No, I think he genuinely does.
The same people that read the astrology section in the newspaper, JJ. That's what you're saying.
I wouldn't say reading. He doesn't do a lot of reading. No, I think he kind of has an inner belief that he will hit what he needs to hit. Now, I'm a glass half full kind of player. You played enough with me in Omaha, so you kind of, when you're on that draw, whatever, you have to believe in it. It does make a difference. But he's takes it, I think, to another level. Right, back to some action. Jamie again involved. A6 suited in the big blind. So we've got a raise and 2 calls. King, Queen, A6 suited, and Aaron, who we haven't met yet, in seat 1. So it's Aaron Watkins with the old 5-6 suited. Got the gut shot.
Nice combo to continue.
Yeah, not a lot for the other 2, but no one's hit a lot either, so this could well get through. Aaron wants to.
Even the sound man turned Kasuf down.
He does, and he's hit his 5. So Paul is new to the table. Haven't seen him play a hand.
Paul Massey in C8.
Yeah. Don't know him. Don't know anything about him.
Barreling away here with the King Queen and does dislodge the 5 and the gut shot there. Through the position, Aaron had a nice hand to continue, but
and it's strange where he calling the flop and then not calling the turn.
That is.
So he improved on the turn. So it's a little bit strange there from Aaron.
And the King Queen, nice little barrel from Paul, just comes to the table, gets it through, getting the better hand to fold.
I do half recognise Paul.
At least one of it before you actually swap out.
Someone I know.
I should mention as well, JJ, I know you've done 90 minutes with George. At any time, mate, if you want to take 15, if you want to take 20, if you want to take half hour, just go and have a wander. I know you've been locked in for 90 minutes and it can be quite strenuous.
Yeah, there's no need to patronise the aged.
Oh, no, I'm not saying it like that. I'm just saying whenever you need 5, 10, 20, whatever it be, go and have a little wander. Take your time.
So yeah, I'm just looking up Paul Massey. He's had a few. He's a local player here by the look of it. He's played the BPS Aspers. So a kind of amateur player, I think, who enjoys playing here at Aspers and taking his opportunity on the cash stream, which is great. Good to see.
Hour and 15 minutes left this evening for the cash games going. We'll have main event coverage tomorrow from 4 p.m. all the way through until we crown the champion Sunday evening.
What will the prize pool be? We've got 140 qualifiers came through.
Yep.
In PartyPoker. So we're looking at about 50, 60 grand, I think. I played a satellite. Yeah, I really don't play a lot of Hold'em nowadays. I commentate quite a lot on it because that's obviously the game of main festivals and championships, but my playing is pretty well limited to Omaha and mixed games. So I played the Omaha here on Sunday, which went okay. And May played a one tomorrow night. Still umming and ahhing about that. 10-minute clock PartyPoker. Let's try and put some influence using the airwaves. 10-minute clock, are you sure? Even a 15-minute would make a big difference. You get like, in 5-6 card Omaha, you'll get through two hands a level. And that's going to be frustrating. So,
A player of your calibre, JJ, shouldn't be any problem.
well, my Calibra, my Vauxhall Calibra, is doing very well. Yeah, you just have to, I think I'd have to play more aggressively than I normally do, which is usually quite aggressive. So I kind of, I think you have to adjust. You're going to have to take more risk and play more hands.
Well, we're going to see an interesting one
Yes.
here. I wonder if Will finds check here, like 20-25 poker in general, when we're out of position to a few players, we just check 100% of our range.
No,
But
he's not a checking guy.
Just firing out with 55k. Like in general, like even if we had like 9 through aces, JJ, like in theory we play a lot of checks. Then when the in position player bets, we check raise. Like that's the idea.
Nick's history before you came, he's made a couple of. He had a 7-2 hand, and he also has made a couple of quite big plays, quite big moves, and Will have seen that. So that we said earlier, he showed a 9-2 bluff in quite a big pot. Made sure he showed it early, and George and I were discussing, is that advertising for future, and it's exactly where we're at with this kind of hand.
Mr. Kasuf with the second barrel here. Kind of an interesting one. 6-7 completing, ace-deuce completing. But when you think about the cut-off calling range of Nick, he's not going to have too much 5x or 3x here. So with the second barrel, need to be a bit aware of Nick's range. What's he going to have? He's going to have some 8x of his own, which are likely to outpick us. He can have 6-7 suited. He can have ace-deuce suited, ace-4 suited.
It was a pretty bad turn card for Will's holding.
And for range as well, JJ.
Yeah.
Like when we talk about range versus range, try and take the whole cards out of account. It's not the best card for Will's range on this turn. More straights for our opponent.
Yeah. So top pair, top kicker for Nick, and he's now got the gut shot to add to that. Don't think that will change much.
Well, the only thing that changes is specifically 8-9, maybe 9-7, 9-6 of hearts, but from these positions shouldn't really be in there. So if Will does knuckle here, I'd love Nick to find some value, but I'm not going to get the back.
Wow. What is Will doing? And a snap call. Will is in trouble. I don't know how much you bet there.
115. All the small chips over the line.
Chips.
So a little block there from Will. Quarter pot.
The early 9-2 hand, I think, paying off for Nick there, because I think Will bet that. He bet for value. He thought he was winning. There was no doubt in Will's mind that his hand wasn't the best. We know it wasn't, but in his mind, I'm pretty sure he was betting for value there.
9-5, I win. Bottom pair. Hit top pair. Do my poker.
We've got cards coming in, replacement cards. So for those of you, maybe a bit simplistic, but for those of you that don't know, this table is specially set up with a technology called DFID and the computer underneath.
RFID, JJ.
That one.
So for
No,
those,
DFID.
hold on a sec.
DFID
Hold on a
is the
sec.
Department for Industry and Fisheries.
For those of you that don't know, and JJ, it's called RFID. Back to you, JJ.
Typo. I was thinking about something else. Shouldn't talk about something. I'm thinking about something. RFID. Computer software in the table reads the cards that also have kind of messages to send out. I'm going to stop talking now.
It's alright, you're one letter off, to be fair. DFID, RFID, same thing. Potato, as they say. But JJ, the expert, got it right. We got there.
Did a Rodney.
For those of you who don't know,
On Aspers website says
We've got to make all our viewers look cleverer than us, surely.
wherever you're watching for, guys, I always mention this, whether it be YouTube, whether it be Twitch, PartyPoker Tour is back. Give us a follow, give us a subscribe, a like, all this modern day social media stuff. Get involved. We're going to have lots of content coming up through 2025. 2 more stops already been added. Manchester and Glasgow we will be going to for the PartyPoker Tour.
Yeah, we gave the dates in earlier. And I pointed out that Glasgow is in August when the Edinburgh Festival is on. So it's actually a really good opportunity alongside your poker, especially if you win a package and things and you've got some time. Pop over to Edinburgh, 45 minutes, an hour on the train, see some great theatre or films or comedy or whatever. All the big comics are up there. So it's a nice way of balancing your poker week with us here in PartyPoker in the Alia in Glasgow.
With the open to 30. Paul plays cool with the 10-9 suited in the cut-off. Aaron in the small blind call, Will out the way. Kind of interesting. Cash Hold'em, like the 10-9 suited, he prefers free bet over flat. That will be some flatting. But when we get like 70 plus deep, like the super connectors are definitely ones that can find their way into the free bet bluff range.
New player Aaron in seat 1's picked up the flush draw. But top pair for Big Rob, who will not fold lightly depending on what happens, but he's going to feel pretty confident about this. But Aaron is leading out.
No, it's gone check Aaron, bet Rob, fold ball. So
Yep,
Rob,
sorry, I
Rob.
didn't see that.
All good.
planning to do 1K buying, no guarantee, and Sunday you can pay online. Friday night pay online.
Like a 5 on the turn. Unaware of
Yeah.
suit.
And no club on the end.
Big fan of Rob's check back here on the turn. It's a very nice check because it's our hand is a 2 hand.
look
Did
at
he
that.
shove river though?
He has just shoved the river.
Okay. Have some of that, Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron's made an attempt, and Rob didn't even think about calling. He's showing the 4, very nice. Yeah.
I'm just going to assume he has 4-6 of hearts if I'm sat at the table when he shows the 4, but it was the king 4 of hearts.
I mean, Rob has been beaten up again before you came. He's been beaten up a lot, and in fact, he was bottom of that table for quite a while. So he had a big double up.
To be fair, it's kind of ironic because I'm guessing off the table. I met Rob earlier. The size of him, he beats a lot of people up off the party, off the poker table.
Well, George and I named him BFG. He's a lovely guy.
He's a lovely guy.
He's coming out with me to Bratislava next weekend for the PLO Masters that I'm promoting. So, PLO Masters, part of the Banco Masters, that design a PLO weekend with variants like 456, high low, big O, the main event, etc. So it brings in a lot of the Italians, Scandinavians, quite a few Brits are going over.
George said there were some sweets going on this week here in the old Aspers Royal. Was that true?
Spitton here?
Yeah, that's what he said. He said there's potential.
I don't think there was a Spitton tournament.
But cash game, he said there's potential cash game.
Let me in on that one.
I know you like your sweet.
I love Spitton. So yeah, picked up a couple of Spitton trophies in the time.
How'd you pick them up? There's never any tournaments, JJ. Is it just by
Because I put it on last year.
you arranged the tournament and you win it.
Yeah, funny that.
Yeah.
No, the Scandis and the Italians love Spitton. When it's part of the Norwegian, it's part of Malta, it's part of the festival, which I'm a big supporter of. So the festival is coming up in Rosvadov in June, just before PartyPoker's June stop in Manchester. you know the 365? I've not played that.
I've never played that. I know
No,
it.
it's only the Grove Knight, I guess.
Yeah,
Oh, we've got aces.
Is it not too
Alert,
fast?
hang on. We've got aces in seat 3.
half the biggest stack in
Gavin, 3-bet. But Will's got a hand. He's got a playable hand in seat 2.
I don't think from the small end big Glasgow's in that position, but we'll see what Will gets up to. You never know.
Dylan, who's hardly played a hand, it looks like he's trying to play back. He's been frozen out the whole time. Literally hardly played a hand.
Is this just a bit of,
I think a bit of frustration.
yeah, King 8 off?
Yeah.
Really strange one to
Yeah,
choose.
no,
like,
I mean, he's not had many hands, and the hands he's had, when he's had kind of ace jack, he's been beaten up.
let's watch the body language here of Gavin, because already he's trying to act like he's not too interested. Hands on the knees, little rub of the knees.
Yeah.
A lot of live stuff to pick up here, guys. Like, just watching Gavin, the way he's sort of looking seems uninteresting. He's trying to make himself look like he's not as strong as he is, but
Yeah, he's definitely downplaying his holding.
Dylan, 4-bet here, way out of line. Like, don't get me wrong, we need to find 4-bet bluffs, but in terms of 4-bet bluff
I think
candidates,
that's a shove.
yeah,
I think that's a shove.
just going to be a fault from Dylan.
Yeah, Dylan. I've played a lot of tournaments with Dylan, both Omaha and Hold'em, and he's actually a very nice guy. He's also a very good player. Quite tricky, but that's very much got out of line there. It was not the right hand or the right time.
Like, if he's got King 8 suited, I could get behind it perhaps. If he's got King Queen off, I could get behind it. Ace 5,
5-6 suited, 7-5 suited, 7-6. All of those kind of hands, yeah. But unusual actually for him to get out of line like that. I think it's because he literally has been frozen out. I don't think he's played a proper hand, like a full pot, since we sat down. So we're now 2 hours into it. Alright, so our new player picking up his first pot he's played. Gavin in seat 3. Gavin Hunt. Oh.
Pocket 7s for Nick. Always an interesting one in cash games, 7-7, when you have this hand and you get 3-bet and the 7 deuce game is on, because obviously we half the combinations
That's true.
of part of our opponent's bluff range, the 7 deuce off. So it's kind of an interesting hand when you're met by aggression from your opponents, but not going to be the case here, because Rob should just be defending the Jack 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, so small raise. We were having straddles in the first kind of hour, but not since. So King 10 flop, 2 spades. Knowing Will, he'll be thinking that's my flush with his 2 spades. Is it the 10 though?
Surely not Kasuf.
No, he's not. Sorry, it's a queen.
That one, Queen deuce, and Rob will do the same.
Yeah, that's a decent pickup for Nick.
Child of Odin in the chat. We are in London, PartyPoker Tour. This is the London leg. We are off to Manchester and Glasgow later in the year, and some more stops to be confirmed as 2025 proceeds. London is the only leg.
Actually ran into the PartyPoker kind of head of the online side. He's an old friend I used to play with, but I didn't realise he was a PartyPoker. That was really nice. We had a chat earlier. A lot of time for each other when we played together. Pretty good mates.
I love how when like poker brands have these tours and they bring in like so many of their team pros, their streamers and stuff like that. It just creates such a better atmosphere. You've got people coming up to them, wanting pictures, wanting selfies, wanting to chat with them. You've got the players party ongoing right now in the Sky Bar. But credit to PartyPoker in the turnout and everyone they've brought along. Been a great event so far, and we've still got the star-studded main event occurring, which we will be covering tomorrow from 4 p.m.
Some years ago, I think maybe 8-9 years ago, I was lucky enough to win a PartyPoker party package. So it's when Rob from Dust Till Dawn was involved. It's an 8k package.
Was that the Punta Cana one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that as well.
So you have a main seat, I think it was 2,250, and I was out there with Sam Trickett and Chris Sly from Nottingham.
You want to just drop in a couple of more huge names in UK poker scene?
I was with.
You want to drop in the
Look,
devilfish
I'm
as
very
well?
old. Well, he's an old one. But no, this is true. In Vegas, I was with Sam Trickett when he won his first live
Extra £1 means everything.
cash, first proper live cash. Not bad. 5k PLO, he came 5th. In the same week, he won the full tilt Monday 1k. And that week told me everything about him that then came true. Came second in the big one, the big drop.
Big one against Antonio.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, I'm actually in a fantasy Premier League football league with Sam Trickett right now.
I'm sure you're good at. I bet you're ahead. I bet you're ahead.
No, I'm not very good at FPL. Fantasy Premier League football, I'm not very
No,
good
Matt,
at.
do you know Leon Louis? Do you know Leon?
It rings a bell.
Tall black guy, plays around, plays poker.
I think I do know Leon.
He is
yeah.
like, you know, you don't bet against him in
is he very
FPL.
good?
He's a genius at fantasy league. I'm rubbish. Always choose the wrong captain. Do you do the poker league ones? Do you have any of those? Fantasy poker?
Me and Tower done one last year.
Oh, that's right. I was
for
following
the
that.
WSOP. And
One of you had a big win.
yeah. So
Who
I
was-
back myself.
who was that?
I back myself in the FPL. What can I do? But the thing is, out of my team, I finished second, so I was happy with that. The fact that I turned up 3 weeks later for the WSOP and I still got second in the FPL for the poker, I was happy with that. Because a lot of people, when I chose myself from my own team, were like, "What's he doing?" Well, you could have chosen other people.
Why not choose yourself?
Yeah, exactly.
Confident.
This is the thing, isn't it?
I was playing with John Kitey. Playing with John Kitey, excellent Norwegian mixed game player, good hold'em record as well. And he has got scheduled for Vegas. I think it's 150 tournaments.
Yeah.
So he had a bet with someone. I tried to have a bet with someone as to who would play the most, knowing what he was going to do. I mean, I played 12 tournaments, and that's enough for me.
Well, last year I was out there for like 30 something days. The bullet side arm over it was near 70 bullets. So 70 bullets in 30 odd days, you can imagine. Like some days you fire in 6, 7. The millionaire maker bounty 1k buy-in, I had 11 bullets in this game.
Wow.
Only 4% of the field make day 2, so it's very difficult to get to the part when the bounties come in play. We're going to quickly jump back to the action because we've got an outer line open from Will, but an outer line free bet from Dylan. It's all going on.
And neither player has hit anything at all, so this will be interesting in terms of the player dynamics between the two of them.
Probably just going to be C-bet handover. Quarter pot here is nice. Queen high mono, we
I
like really small.
50, 60,
It goes for just south
50,
of third.
yeah.
In general, on these mono boards, you want small sizes, no real big sizes theoretically. And it should be the end of the hand, but you never know with Kasuf. He has some ideas sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, for all the negative press he gets in terms of his verbals and slow play, you've got to remember that he does have a decent poker brain, and he's very, very good at maximising value. So he runs a lot of satellites for events. Arguably that's a way of maximising your poker funds.
You've got to remember as well, JJ, by profession, he's a lawyer. He can talk you out of a decision. You're sure you're going to call, he'll have a chat to you, next thing you know you're folding, and vice versa. So he's one of these guys that...
I used to run with him when we went up to Nottingham.
I hope you had some earplugs.
Well, or him. Well, one of the two. I think we're... I actually, my kind of running joke with him is not only that it has 9 phrases and that I can actually talk English. So I might get RFID wrong. But,
this is what we talk about. Just in the moment, timing impeccable here.
Yeah.
Dylan, bottom of range.
His poker instincts are actually pretty good. He might come out losing some of the hands he plays, but his instincts in terms of, especially heads up, I'm surprised he doesn't play more heads up tournaments, because there's some really good ones. The festival has a great heads up tournament, Is there a GKT heads up?
We've never, we only have a heads up once a year, and it coincides with the online series.
Yeah, it's expensive to run because you've got one dealer and 2 players. So
It runs online, and then the last 4 come back live.
but I'm surprised he doesn't kind of
What's your video?
play more or focus more on heads up, because it probably is his biggest strength, and getting paid when he either has it or doesn't have it. Winning a pot when he doesn't, and getting paid when he has it.
Up to check critical value, we tend to
But you talk about levels in poker a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Like you feel like there's got to be opponents that play a lot against Will that are on that level above. Like Will's chatting to them, but they're thinking a level above. So Will thinks I got this, but I know he thinks I got this, so I'm going to do this.
Yeah. No,
And like this is where I think maybe you become sort of unstuck in this strategy with the verbalisation. Every time you're in a pot, heads up, you want to chat with your opponent, try and get a read, try and make them make the bad decision. But I feel like there's a point where we reach a certain point in stakes, JJ, where it's not going to work as effectively. Like here, 2-5, perfect, little 2-5 cash game.
Yeah, but Will chooses his games quite carefully. He doesn't he doesn't go and play big poker.
No.
So he hasn't quite believed his own press in terms of as a successful player. He plays satellites all over the place. That's where he gets into festivals and tours like this one. And, he manages money quite carefully, very carefully if you're at the bar. And I can't remember the last time he bought me a drink.
Would you call it very carefully buying a number plate that's 9 high like a boss, or DB 9 high like a boss, whatever it was?
Number plate's not for me. The drink would be for me. Just don't remember him buying me a drink in the last 5 years. I'm trying to remember.
Well, if you watch this back, Will, get JJ a drink. Come on, mate.
No, I'm alright at the moment, but do you know what I mean? We'll sort it out. Personalised number plates.
But these are the spots I don't understand. Like, yes, Paul's free bet's way too small for a cash game, only going 3x the open, but like peeling ace deuce off, what are we looking for here as well? Like, what are we trying to achieve?
Do you think Will plays his hands? Do you think
this is the thing? Like,
he doesn't think like you. Seriously.
This is the argument. People are like, I play the player. I play but I'll be honest with you, JJ. I think that's a lot of nonsense. Like, I play the player. Like, what does that even mean?
I'll ask the question again. Do you think Will plays his hands because of the hands he has? Let me be more accurate.
I just feel like some of the times he has that sort of feel, I'm going to get involved, this is a pot I'm going to win, I'm going to make a show of it, I'm going to bluff this guy.
He's not doing it because he has a particular hand, he's doing it to make a show, whether it's streamed or not, because I've seen him do this, on normal tables in tournaments, because he still wants the attention of those 8 players around him, not just a streaming audience and us commentating on it. And there we go. It's pretty strong bet, I think, into 215. Looks like he's using a small chip, so it's hard to work out. I'm guessing it's around 100, just over. He's making it very hard work for the dealer as well. I don't like this.
This is the other thing I don't understand, right? If you're in a game, the old era of poker, we're trying to make EV. If we're making EV, we want to play as many hands as possible. So why are we going to raise 100+ quid and put loads of £5 in and make the dealer's job harder? We want to play as many hands as possible.
One of the most annoying things for me in poker is when people use all their small chips. And I always say it, I say, you might want to use your big chips. I do it friendly at first. You might want to use your big chips because it's hard work for players, and more especially the dealer. That then dealer likes me because of that, so I'm giving him some support.
I understand it, JJ. If I'm on the table and I see someone that maybe you think it hasn't played much, bit inexperienced, so they want to slow the game down. If they're doing it, I understand it.
But not an experienced player.
Like someone like Will that's probably playing this game to make money, to make EV. Like, we want to play as many hands as possible. That's the idea of poker. It's a game of infinite. It isn't a game of one hand. We're playing a game of infinite here.
Well,
make decisions.
It's one of Will's tactics that no one likes at the poker table. I referred to him as Marmite earlier. He has a very strong following, especially in America.
Yes, he does.
But he also has a lot of people that can't stand him on their table. And it's the tactics, the slow play, the hands as a decision, the constant nonsense that he speaks before it's kind of a useful weapon when he heads up. And so I do, for each thing he does, there are probably pluses and minuses on both sides. But using small chips, again, is just another annoying thing that he does. And he knows it annoys people. He does it to annoy. No, he does, genuinely. If he answered the question honestly, he would say yes.
But as a poker pro, JJ, what I'm getting at, if you're playing a game with him, you want to play as many hands you can possibly play every day. Like, if you're at a table and you believe you're the best player, or you believe that you're one of the best players and you're going to be making money in the long run, why are you slowing the game down? Why do you want to make things get slow? You want to play as many hands, because the more hands you play, the better it is for you, and it's as simple as that.
Yep, so we've got some movement on the table. We've got new players coming in for our last 50 minutes or so on this stream here from Aspers, the PartyPoker Tour, the first one of many. So here we are in Stratford, London, just near the West Ham Stadium. Ding. No one likes West Ham.
I don't like West Ham.
No, I don't like West Ham. But their new sport, a very strange team, don't you, Joe?
Spurs. They're not a strange team.
Same as me. I think we have to stop talking. We'll
leave it at that.
We'll leave it at that. Yeah. You've not been a fan as long as I have, unfortunately. Long suffering is the word. So Will, so he's got a bit of communication going on with his therapist.
Just getting the names inputted, guys, and we will be back with cards in the air in a couple of minutes.
Are you buying the button? You've got to buy the button to come in, huh? If you want, I'll buy the button, I'll wait in a hand. Are you buying the button or waiting a hand? It's seven or wait. Yeah. Patient man. He's waiting, it's your two. You save chips. I'll do that. Stop.
Where are you from? From Canada. Yeah, no, whereabouts? Toronto. Where are you from? Me? Yeah. I'm right there. My missus is Canadian, so she's from Peterborough.
So joined by some new players at the table. We already know Aaron in seat 1 and Will in seat 2. So Abdul Ghani will be joining us in seat 3. Osman's back. So Osman, who had a nice profitable session earlier, is back in seat 4. Dylan is still with us. Nick is still with us. Paul Massey, who joined half an hour ago. And we're now joined by Driss Laszlo in seat 8. So any of you guys on the stream got your favourite playing, or any of your mates, please tell us something about them. It's always good to know more about the players that we see. We're obviously commenting on what we see in terms of the play. Any of you that have background information on your mate, always good to give us a little message on Twitch. And we've got quite a few of you giving messages, and most of those messages are plus positive or negative about Will, which is par for the course. So,
to be fair to the lad, like what he created for himself in that WSOP run in 2016, like the way that he had all the cameras around him all the time, he created drama and he just created content in a way, like entertaining. People wanted to tune in to watch Will, and the fact that he sort of built that for himself.
Opening up with the same hand that he's won 2 pots with so far tonight, the 9-5, 9 like a boss. He did once try and get me to wear that t-shirt, and I went, no, you're right. So he's raised to 25.
Nick!
Oh, I like this. Hope Nick realised that 7-5 is not a 7-2 game. I think he's just playing back at Will, because he knows the wide range that Will's been playing.
There's playing back, JJ, and then there's 7-5 off options to squeeze here. Like, surely we want an ace, we want a king, we want to be suited. Like, 7-5 off, just rolling this one in.
Well, I think since you've been here, you've seen this about 3 times already, haven't you? In terms of We saw Dylan's King 8.
Well, if we're seeing all of this, surely the strategy is just to sit snug, wait for a hand. If people are 4-betting a King 8, if people are 3-betting 7-5 off, why are we just not sitting snug, waiting for hands?
I think one or two players are. And of course we've got some new players to the table. We don't know whether they've seen the previous stream. They won't have got a lot of information because only 3 players are still there from the beginning. So we've got 2 to the flop. Dylan's folded. Queen 10, he's folded his Queen 10. But that bet got through because Will folded his 9-5.
Don't take all cards quickly. Relax. No rush. You got change of cash? No? Please, shuffle up the deal, thank you.
I'm surprised, he doesn't normally fold 9-5.
7 or the 5.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I think Nick picked up there that he's just doing it too much and he just decided he's going to slap him down.
Nice.
He played a hand earlier with a 7-2, played it really well. And got paid.
So 45 minutes left this evening, guys, of the Party Poker stream. We are back tomorrow at 4 PM for main event coverage. We'll see if there's any ongoings this last 45.
10's back on. 10 fell off.
Guessing there will be. There's been some optimistic.
This is probably Dylan's best hand of all night so far. The King Jack off suit. He really. I think he must have reloaded. He's got 2,800 in front of him.
It goes for call here. In a cash game this deep, could definitely 3-bet here, isn't it? Like, we like suited stuff with robust equity that can make the nuts.
Yeah.
Chooses to just make the call. Brings Driss in with the threes.
Yeah, set 9 in seat 9. And Will's just cool.
Like in general in cash games, we do like when we are closing multi-way to pill these hands just for the fact that we get to call stuff like 7-5 of clubs, 8-6 of clubs.
Interesting dynamic. Osman in seat 4 that had a lot of credit for his hand. He's got the old 7-2. He's decided not to raise here. Has he raised?
Yep.
Yeah, sorry. It's a big raise, isn't it?
Well, open to 30, so 5x, 6x, 7x, 8x. I'd go 240 here. So Osman's 260 is actually kind of nice. Like in terms of size.
Because of how many players are in the pot?
Yeah, because of how many. Like in rule of thumb, if it's a heads-up pot and we're out of position, we 3-bet 4x, and then we add an x on for each player. So 5x, 6x, 7x.
Nice. Good explanation.
I feel like Osman's 260 size is on the money here.
The only issue he's got is young Will, who doesn't like folding. Got ace 9 suited. He does fold. And the 7-N, that's the second time Will's been done as well.
Yeah.
In terms of being involved, he was heads up on the other one. But yeah, he got done by seat 9 previously, so very well played, Osman. And he was in profit when he left. I don't know whether he moved to another table or not. I have no idea. But he did start with 1,500. And again, I don't know if he's reloaded at all, but I'm guessing he's in about 1,000 profit at the moment, which is very nice.
Are these streams happening for all these Party Poker main events? We are hoping so, Ollie, for bacon ruffles in the chat. We hope so.
Although we will request sound from the table for the next one, because that's slightly strange for both me and Jay, who are used to...
I'm used to no sound.
Are you?
I never have sound.
I always have sound.
Yeah, I'm one of these that... I prefer it without sound. I just sit here, even though I've got the option, I'll just...
Okay, I like sound because I think the players offer good information, and then you keep quiet when someone's saying... Trouble is, with this particular one, I can't hear what they're saying, so it's hard to know whether we're helping or not.
Sometimes it's nice to like extrapolate on what the players are saying, and
I think if you've got a cash table here and you've got Will Kassouf on it, you do want to hear what he's saying. You know, even though,
do we?
From an objective, professional point of view, we do want to hear what he's saying. Not personally.
Well, it's the 7-Do show, Paul. You're
got
not
another
allowed to
one?
raise and take. That should be illegal with the 7-Do. That should not count.
Third one. Cut them 3 times. Admittedly, there was 2 raise and takes and a 3-bet.
Should not be allowed.
Pre-flop, there've been 3 now, and only 1 proper post-flop one, which you saw. with seat 9.
It's like Albanian stand-up. It's one of these like games which just creates so much more action.
What is that?
So Albanian stand-up is stand-up game, but you have to win the pot with king high or worse. So you can't show aces and have to sit down. So obviously in the stand-up game you have to win the pot. You show your cards and you sit down, it has to be king high or worse. It creates so much more action rather than the normal stand-up game when people show ace, king, aces, all this stuff. It's in the private scene, JJ. It's a goer. Trust me, it is a goer. It creates so much more action than normal stand-up.
I play a lot of low ball and Raz and stuff like that, so I'll probably survive it.
Yeah, low ball and Raz.
I do.
I had one of my best Raz moments in Ireland last week, horse tournament. So with like 3 tables left, I've got A6-3 showing, and my opponent has 10-9 low card showing. We managed to get 5 bets in on 5th Street. He just kept raising me with the 10 showing, and this is like how I got all my chips in the horse tournament, but it was an absolute dream of a film. But he's got 10-9 low card showing, I've got A6-3 card showing on 5th Street. It goes 12k, 24k, 36k, 48k, 60k, next street, and he just wanted to click me on every street. I was like, what is going on? What on earth is going on? I've told this Raz hand to
and it wasn't a low buy-in, was it?
It was 350.
It's not nothing. It's quite a lot of money to some people, that. Just clicking away.
Oh, honestly, I was shocked. And speaking of clicking away, Mr. Kasuf with the 8-5 here. And Paul with King Queen suited.
And Dylan with Ace-2 suited. So I don't think they're necessarily running anywhere.
Dylan's got a fold here, it's plus 2 open, button 3 bet. We can 4 bet. 4 bet's much better than call.
Yep.
I'd love 4 bet from Dylan.
He's not. He got out of line with that King 8, but he's usually a pretty strong.
Oh, let's go. This is fantastic stuff. Like we've picked them
300. This is beautiful.
We've picked the prime combo. We've picked the prime size, and we've also picked a great customer. Will has been super active since I jumped in the booth.
He has. And before.
So when someone's this active, like we're more inclined rather than randomising to just take these combos at full frequency, and this is beautiful stuff from Dylan. Credit where it's due. Great combo choice, great size choice, and great opponent/dynamic choice.
Yeah, his instincts on a poker table I've always appreciated, even if I'm at the wrong end of it. But I've got a lot of time and respect for Dylan. I've watched him kind of learn the game as well a bit. You know, I've seen his progression, and he's got lovely instincts. Didn't work with a King 8, but you could argue that that's not the right hand to do it with, which I think you said.
Shows the deuce, and why wouldn't you show the deuce?
You can't show the 7 deuce.
Have that, Kasuf.
So Will is on 1600. I'm pretty sure he started with 15. He went up to 2-1 with a couple of big pots, but he's now kind of just about even. So things have evened off for him. But he's certainly been the more aggressive player on the table by far. Haven't seen much of seat 9 yet. Paul Massey in seat 8. Osman played a very strong game earlier in seat 4.
And 8 highlights smart.
I got rid of 3-bet, now I got 4-bet.
So Will with the Ducks. Abdul with the 6s.
Do you like 2s and 3s in cash game?
In cash, perfectly fine to open from any position. And believe it or not, like here as Abdul, when we get 200 plus deeps, we actually start choosing stuff like this as part of our free bet range. And then when it comes ace high board, we derive a lot of bluffs from stuff like 6s, 7s, 5s, this type of stuff.
As in this ace high board. So we've got the ace Dylan sit top pair, checking it, playing it a bit trickier. Kasuf has not been known to check many boards, But he is checking here. I think he has to check here.
Four-way is just been outrageous. Continuing to fill with this combo.
Osman has now hit his second pair, but Dylan now cruising on ace-10. Not too many king-jack combos likely. Possible though, 4 players. It is possible. I think a king-jack with a suit would have probably bet earlier. 8, making a straight, but it's very hard for Dylan to bet with that straight there, 2 straights there.
I'd go for value here, Dylan, because King Jack's always bet in turn, so it's only Jack 9 we're worried about, and Jack 9 specifically has to be suited for Will and Abdul, so have to go for value.
It's also arguably that this is a really good example of the difference between a cash game and a tournament. You know, in a tournament, from my experience, it's not a place you would look to get value on the end. You don't need to, because if you get raised, you're in trouble, and there's all sorts of... But in a cash game, you're looking to get value, like you just said. So I think that highlights to me quite a difference.
From like just the hand reading perspective, in that situation, no one ever has King Jack, because King Jack bets in the cut-off or the bottom and checks on the turn, and King Jack leads river. So we're only worried about Jack 9, and when the out position player checks in the small, they've never got Jack 9, so we're worried about 4 combos of each behind. So like ace 10 is always the nuts in my eyes.
I just think there's a philosophical difference between how you play that as a cash player and how you play that as a tournament player. That I'm just from my playing and observations. I don't think you look to get value on the river there with that holding.
Well, ace is up 4-way, JJ. You gonna check?
I think it's a tricky spot.
Really?
I mean, and I'm a yeah.
What? So
really.
check to the river, and we've got aces up on ace, queen, 10, 8, diddly, no flush.
Okay, so think it through. What do you do if you're raised?
Fold. It's fine. It's fine to have.
So what I'm saying is, but I agree. But then you're not getting the value you're betting for.
Yeah.
You're literally losing chips.
Right, but
I don't think you need to.
Okay.
Let me put it like that.
But if you look at it on like the spectrum of the range, right? So we bet, we target ace-X, we target worst 2 pairs.
Yeah.
Countless combos to get called by. We bet we get raised like there's only 4 combos.
Yeah.
Jack 9 suited.
Yeah.
That's going to ever raise us. Countless combos to get called by. 4 combos that raise us.
Yeah.
So I, you know me. I'm a very mathematical guy.
You are.
So I base a lot of my stuff on the maths, on the statistics.
Yeah.
And this is where a lot of like the hand reading and game reading comes from my standpoint.
So maybe it's me not getting value from that kind of holding at that kind of point. But for me, it becomes more of a risk than, if you like, making a big play with nothing or whatever, other kinds of bluffs. Because if you are raised there, it's very hard to then think they haven't got the holding you're talking about. That went through quite quickly last hand.
Just over 30 minutes to go for today, guys. Big thank you to JJ. Big stink from you, sir. You've done nearly more work than I have this evening.
It's all right. It's a pleasure. I've got Banco Masters coming up a couple of weeks' time.
Is that where's Banco? Is that
Banco's in Bratislava.
Bratislava.
So
Okay.
Bratislava, very blessed. Got 2 casinos, Banco and the Card Casino. Because of local rules, card casinos move 20 minutes out of the centre of town, but still well within reach of an Uber. But both of them have really good value festivals the whole year. Give you an example, the Polish poker tournament that they do winter, summer, all that kind of thing. So the Polish Poker Cup 3 weeks ago, guarantee of 300,000,
Wow.
140 buy-in, prize pool 650.
Oh my word.
It's like Goliath proportions. So 100, less than Goliath now, 140 euros buy-in, that's 110 quid. 140 euros buy-in for a guaranteed 300 that actually reaches 650.
Is that got a lot to do with the gambling legislation in Poland, I'm guessing?
No, not Poland, it's Slovakia.
Okay.
So the gambling legislation in Slovakia affects casinos in cities. So Banco have stayed there, but they've split their poker operations, which stays in the main casino, where they have access to all the hotel conference rooms, the Crown Plaza above, so they can handle thousands of players. And playing at the same time. I mean, you know, they can handle. So the festival is there, the Polish, all sorts of other branded tournaments. So
Because I went Poland a few years ago,
yeah,
and it's impossible to get yourself in a casino because they want 78 pages of documents, they want all this stuff and this stuff, who you are. So physically in Poland, I feel like you can't play poker live. I don't think it's a thing unless you're maybe one of the big dogs in the country.
the only documents you need in Bratislava is cash. They are very lax on any control at all in the casinos, except for this one city law about how they operate. So that's why Bancos have got a separate one for the machines. Used to be in one place. So in January they split it, and why Card Casino have moved technically out of the city, although it's 20 minutes by cab. So, but you're blessed really, and they compete against each other. So you get these amazing value festivals, like sometimes overlapping. So I go and play things like certain events at Banco, and then suddenly there's a couple of PLOs at cards, so I'll go there and play on the Sunday or whatever it might be. But I work for one of the casinos as their commentator, so I'm, you know, not really meant to go to Card Casino.
They got BFID there at their casinos as well.
They got BFID all over the place, mate. No, they've got the proper system, Jay. RFID. Please get it right.
Sorry.
Yeah, please.
New to it, JJ.
Yeah, no, it's fair enough. What does DFID stand for?
I don't know. When you
I'm sure it's a government department, you know.
It gave me a giggle.
I'm sure it's a government department. Right, come on, let's get back to the action. Stop waffling. Will, proper holding. Look at, well, he doesn't have proper holdings, does he? Ace, queen suit, offsuit.
Wow, Drush
Sixes
just holds
by four.
5 of clubs in the cash
Oh, and
game.
Aaron's got jacks in seat 1. Hello, this is Action Jackson.
Well, Aaron not choosing to squeeze here. Call at 20.
That's interesting play. And I say interesting in inverted commas there. Against a player as aggressive as Will. We haven't seen too much from Paul. It's not a great flop for the jacks either.
I just will like 3-way ace queen combo. Like I feel like it's one that may split into continue our ace queen club and then just check our ace queen no club. Like it's important to have a club because we've got ace queen queen of clubs, ace queen ace clubs. We block some continues. That's like the idea. The flush draws, the queen jack, the queen 10.
It's Paul that's making a stab here with his sixes. So it's gone check and Paul on the button.
Yeah, big old stab as well. 60 into 77, so going to be good for 80% pot. Just
very big.
Shy off. And Aaron with the jacks.
Oh, he's shoving. Aaron has shoved his complete £463 stack. Will certainly get out of the way, he's got no choice. And Paul will fold as well.
Yeah. And one of these situations here is, Aaron, like, what does our jam do? What's it achieve? It's so important in this game when making decisions, you ask yourself these questions. Like, and as Aaron here, do we ever get called by a 9? Probably not. Do we ever get called by a
king? Possibly.
Yeah, possibly.
And
always. So it's
king,
one of
queen,
these, it's one of these
king,
situations we just fold out worse hands and get called by better.
I think he played that hand pretty badly, to be fair. You know, didn't raise with the jacks. In the first place, he really needs to either get heads up with a good hand or to take the 9-5 offsuits that Will has tended to play. Paul is a slightly more conservative player and will tend to have a hand, whatever that means, a pair or a decent high holding, but Will could have anything. And I think he missed that opportunity, and then, like you say, makes a huge rate. I mean, he you know, if he gets called, he's losing. Simple as.
One of those, isn't it? Call it the old game theory, we ask that, only get called by better.
Yep.
And just fold out worse.
Showed a bit of naivety there, I think. That's all we've got so far in Aaron.
Like, when I get people coming up to me like, how do I improve my game? How do I get better at poker?
People ask you that.
The amount of people that don't actually think about enough things in hands is incredible, JJ. Like,
is it?
The amount of stuff you need to ask yourself for a poker hand.
Yeah.
is actually insane. Like, there's so many questions. Like, what is his range? What is my range? What does he think my range is? What do I think his range is? What does he think I think his range is?
No, I think the levels.
What does my hand block?
Yeah.
How many combos of value does he have? How many combos of bluffs he has? What price am I getting versus value range? What price am I getting versus bluff range? Like, there's an insane amount of questions that you need to ask yourself in a poker hand, but I feel like at a certain level, people aren't even asking themselves one question. But we're going to jump back to it because Osman, with the whip, looking for his bounty, and to be fair, if he can find the C-bet, I personally wouldn't, 4-way, but it would have probably worked.
He's also got a strong table presence from his previous play. He's usually had the goods when he's bet. So he's up against a small bet.
Nice
King,
one to
Queen,
establish.
dress, got the gut shot draw, over pair, over cards. Looks like he's just floating his 7-2
check
here.
raise, 75 quid, JJ. Have that 7 of spades in hand.
You're right.
Once again, kind of not really relevant, but the fact that we block some continues, 10-7 of spades, 7-8 of spades, 6-7 of spades.
And King Queen has now hit, although it is a spade. So that gives genuine flush draw options to Osman. Should he's not going to bet this, but should he feel...
He could bet this, JJ.
Oh,
he
bloody
could
hell.
definitely bet this. And here he comes. Here comes the barrel. Once again, hand reading. Think about our opponent's range. So Drisha's bet flop.
Yep.
We've check raised his call. He's going to have a lot of Jack X, JJ. And when he has Jack X with the Jack of Spades on board, he can't have a flush, which is very important.
Yeah.
So when he has Queen Jack, Ace Jack, Jack 10, Jack 8 suited, he can never have the flush because the Jack of Spades is on the board. So as Osman here, he may just be thinking about going for the triple, thinking that Driss is going to have a lot of this Jack X stuff.
So what do we think Driss is thinking? So he's hit his, he's called with a gut shot or what he thinks might be the better hand.
Well,
he's now hit his top pair.
The problem with him, our top pair here, you think about, once again, we need to think about Osman's bluffs. His bluffs are going to be spade draws, and then his next obvious one, JJ, Queen 10. They both now actually get there. Queen 10 gets there, spade draws gets there. So we only beat now Asterisk stuff like 7-8, which is double gutted on the flop, and then maybe something like that 7 deuce that Osman has. So Driss folding King Queen there can't fault him. We can see the whole card. So he's got top pair, top kicker. But when you think about Osman's bluff range, it's going to be spade draws, Queen 10, 7-8,
Played it really well,
and then we're already behind value. So the value
it was
hands.
a really well sized bet on the turn as well.
So I actually really love that from Osman.
Yeah, I think he played it beautifully.
I think it's very nice. Very nice from him.
Yeah, he showed really well in the first hour. For some reason, he just went off after an hour. But with chips, he went off with profit. Maybe double. He might have doubled his 500 to 1,000. And he's definitely shown as the most kind of talented cash player so far in terms of every hand he's played. Been really good. Don't know much about him. Anything on the stream?
Some of the chat might come in and let us know about Osman, but I feel like that's a fine double barrel there with the 7 deuce off the check raising flop with spade in hand.
I can only find Osman. I don't think it's him. So of course, spelled his name wrong. Bulgarian. Okay, I have found him. Very low live earnings, but that probably just indicates he's a cash player. I always think when you see a player play well and they've got very little tournament records, it means they're a strong cash player. So we've got 10-7 suited. Nick and Abdul has hit the gut shot. King 10.
Yeah, I'd be very impressed if Abdul finds check raise here. Once again, when you're thinking about check raising, you need to where you value with your bluffs. And when you think about bluffs on this board, we have a very nice hand. We have a gut shot, we have an overcard, and we have a heart in hand.
Yep.
So it's a really nice combination to just start check raising. Our opponent's going to have a lot of ace highs that we want
Which
to
he
fold
has
out.
done. He's check raised to 80.
Stuff like 7s, 6s, 4s, 3s, deuces, like always thinking about what we're folding out here.
Yep.
And very nice find from Abdul with the king 10.
Yeah, nice. Logic and Nick folds. So that works out well. Well played, Abdul.
What's your plan tomorrow, JJ? Is it get your teeth in the main or?
No, I just don't enjoy playing Hold'em. And to be honest, you know, I've won more money playing Hold'em than any other game, but a lot of that was a long time ago. And 15 years ago, you know, I was a very good Hold'em player. Now, I'm not.
It's tough. It's
you
really
know,
tough. Even
the
myself.
HUDs, the charts, the GTO, you know, everything has conspired, if you like, against an instinctive, you know, psychological player like me. You know, and you still use your skills, but you know, if you're sensible, you know that there are players around the table that are a lot better at that game now than you are now.
That's
so, you know.
So you got to beat sometimes, and that's actually a sign of a very good character as well. Someone that can look at a tournament or a cash game that they'd usually play, and they look at the faces in the field, and they say to themselves, you know what? I'm probably not beating this field in the long run. I'm going to take a day off and I'm going to go home and I'm going to go and play something different where my edge is a lot greater. And that's the sign of a very good player and a disciplined player.
No, I am disciplined in that. And I think choose your game is one of the best advice lines anyone can give to another poker player.
Exactly.
So people always, you know, I get asked a lot, you know, about a PLO strategy or mixed game strategy or whatever, and I do masterclasses and stuff in Europe. But one of the things I will always hold is choose your game carefully and play where, you know, I know that in a tournament, in a PLO tournament, honestly, I will take on any players, not at any level because I haven't got the capital for the big ones. I can't play 25 grand to go and play in Tallinn, you know, that kind of level. But up to a grand, I'll take on anyone anywhere in terms of a tournament because my record is clear, you know, but I don't play massive cash Omaha except in Vegas because they're so bad. In England, if you go to the Vic, you know, my home, Victoria Sporting, Grosvenor, in Edgware Road, London, my kind of home casino I played for 40 years. You go there and you look at the people in the PLO.
Pinky, Ivy, Ben Roberts, it's just like...
You look at, but no, not even the 5, 10 or 10, 20 PLO. Look at the 1, 2. You look around the table and every one of them can play this game. Yeah. And to varying degrees. I have no edge at all over those players in a cash game.
I think it says a lot about someone's character as well that can sort of have a look at a field or a cash game and say, I'm not going to play that. I don't need to play that because my edge is either losing or it's so small that it's not.
I think
worth
if you
it.
put ego into poker,
exactly,
it's not the best use of it. You know, believe in yourself and have confidence, yes, but ego where you somehow think, you know,
be your downfall sometimes. It can.
Yeah, I think so. Which comes back to Will. Just kidding. Will is actually up against it. He's got part of that flop. He's got second pair, and Nick's got top pair. Now the king's hit, but Nick had top pair. I think Nick will be check calling here, depending on whether Will. No, he's just. I think he's sussed out that Will would have called him whatever. Had value to check there as well.
Going back to what you said, I had it in Ireland last week. I sold a piece myself for the 5k PLOs.
Good PLO player as you are.
So sold a little piece, and then on the day of the tournament, had a wander over to the field, and it was just Scandies that were under the age of 30, not being aged, but these are guys that are obviously in the lab running sims day after day.
Love playing.
And there was 30, 40 players in the field, and I could only see one person that I thought may have been in a better spot in the field. So
the best spot
I put the message out. I said, guys, I'm not playing this tournament. I think it's a bit too tough. I think we're going to have better EV elsewhere. And just sometimes you've got to knock it on the head. And that I think that says a lot about someone as a poker player when you don't need to play the bigger stuff because you recognise that your EV is a lot lower than playing potentially other tournaments. And I feel like it's a huge part of the game. If you're going to be a poker pro and you're going to do this for a living, you need to be very aware of game selection and tournament selection and what you're going to be playing.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I've always practiced it, so it's not a new thing. And my reference, 15 years ago, was a good Hold'em player, whatever. I was within that.
Peter Jones thinks so.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll never forget that, James.
Every time I win a tournament, I get some clever boy commenting, I bet the Dragons are regretting it now. No, the Millionaire Dragons are not regretting it. They've not had one thought about it. Yeah. So.
What year was that? If you don't mind me asking, 2007, 8, around there.
8.
2008.
February 2008. It was filmed. Yeah, it's a long time ago now. But I still sometimes sit down with like a young player that I don't know at a table, and they go, people still recognise it. And in the main, I mean, I get the usual. It is quite funny. You get a lot of online warriors, keyboard warriors, who spend a lot of time slagging me off and calling me all sorts of things. And, if you're so good, why give you the money? And it's just no understanding of kind of what it was about. And I had a plan behind what I wanted to do, which involved $1 million fund to have players like Praz Banzi, James Aitkenhead, Sam Trickett, who we mentioned earlier, in a stable owned by my company, like a football team, where they can't get out the contract, only we can release them. You've got your premier players, your mid and your newbies. Sam Grafton would have been one of the newbies. He would have had a 10 grand budget, because I knew how good he was 3 months after he started playing, and I played every day with him. And I knew he had everything to make it. I had a good eye, because you're not playing just yourself. You're watching other players play you. So it's kind of. So I was going to kind of prove you can make money from poker, and I think I would have. I can't guarantee it because I never played the tournaments I said I was going to play. But I won a GUKPT bounty the month after, funny enough, in Luton. So and I've won a fair bit since, but couldn't prove. It. But if the same percentage record had been for the higher tournaments I wanted to play, and I can show is 100 grand profit, then I could parlay that into $1 million, have 10 or 12 team players, get it sponsored, all the rest of it. A bit like Poker Farm that Sam Trickett's backer started a long time ago. But nowadays, I don't think it would work at all. It's just not possible. I don't think it's possible to make money with a kind of farm of tournament players. And I know a few individuals that have backed good players, 5 or 6, but lost a lot of money.
It happens. It's, whether it be playing yourself or it be staking.
This is a nice pot for Will with the 7s, but he's up against. What's Nick got?
Nick's gone big as well here. 85% on the river. It's a big old bet. Just trying to recall action from earlier streets. The fact that it's checked to the river here.
Aaron's folded his pair of 6s.
The problem Will has.
Nick seems to have targeted Will. Did you see?
But when this is checked to the river, like Nick has the cleanest of all clean value bets with an A. Like, this is a problem Will's got. Nick's in the straddle. He gets to defend any suited 8. He gets to defend like 8-7 off plus. And like the 8x here on the river have the cleanest of all clean value bets. So
lovely amount.
Will with the fold. I actually think that's a good fold from Will. Just because the combos and 8x that are out there are just relentless. And they've just got the cleanest value bet. And I think that's, in the long run, going to be a nice fold from Will with 7s. Can't just take whole cards into account, guys.
Nick's seems to have kind of understood the dynamics of this game, and he's targeted the right player as well. I think he's literally targeted Will about 4 times now, maybe even more earlier. Can't remember every hand, but he's made a decision that you know, and I think pick your player, apart from pick your game, which we talked about earlier, but pick your player is really important as well. The kind of moves you make need to be against the right player at the right time. And he did very well there, Nick. Nice play.
I feel like this is something that the best players have that others don't. They have the ability to pick out like the weak players and the good players in an instant. Like after an orbit, sitting there at a tournament, move table and orbit, like instantly and go, right, this guy plays a lot, this guy's obviously inexperienced.
You've got to be observant and understand what's happening around you. So we've got the 7-2 game again with Abdul in seat 3.
Clean squeeze here for us. We've been playing very well so far from what I've seen. Can he find the squeeze? No, he cannot. Just lands on the court. But really nice one.
Well with the ace-5 suited. It's not.
Is it Dylan?
Dylan's getting involved as well.
Let's go.
With the 4-3 suited. Go on, Dylan.
Do you know what? It seems crazy out of line here from Dylan, but if he had 4-5 here suited, it's actually fine theoretically when we're this deep.
What's the difference between the 4-5 suited and the 4-3?
The difference between the 4-5 suited, we make more straights, but on the ace deuce 3 board, when it comes, that small percentage of the time, when you think about opponents' range that want to call the free bet, they're very ace-x heavy, JJ.
Yep.
So the times that we make the wheel, we call it the ace-x, which is important. Like 4-5 suited in cash is actually a more frequent free bet, even 4-bet in some occasions, than stuff like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Big for that factor that when it comes ace deuce 3, we call up the ace-x. That's a large part of our opponent's range. Like when you run this one in the solves, the 4-5 is in there a lot more than like 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, 8.
Just trying to work out what happened there. Did Abdul fold and then show his 7-2? I think he did, yeah. So everyone folded to Dylan. Lovely play there. So Dylan, who was really up against it early on, about an hour and a half ago, he'd lost about 700-800. But he didn't reload, so I'm not quite sure what his profit is within the 3,000. I'm pretty sure he reloaded at least 1,000, maybe 1,500. So I guess he was on par now.
Fair squeeze from him, to be fair.
It's really nice, isn't it?
So
and he's got game. I mean, again, he comes over as a very conservative, nice, quiet guy, but he's got game, for sure.
I just like players when I'm watching streams that you can tell they're trying to adhere logic to every spot. Like, they're not just willy-nilly putting chips in, they're actually thinking about things. And that's seems like the kind of player Dylan is. He's actually in the tank, thinking about each given scenario. So 10 minutes left to go, guys. Probably going to get just shy of an orbit in before we close up shop for the day. Massive thanks to the man sat on me right here, JJ Hazan. Good insights from the lad. I know you're more of a PLO player, but it's nice to get you in the booth and have a...
It's nice to look at other people playing folding.
Exactly.
Well, you as well. I mean, you know, you play a lot more Omaha than you do and mixed.
That is true.
So I think we're both on that one. You've got to come to the festival because that is such a good.
Do you know how much work I've got this year, JJ? I'm commentating almost every week of the year this year. I am.
Are you very rich now?
I wouldn't say that because I've got a missus, but...
Good answer. At least you didn't say mistress. Could have gone worse, that one. Yeah, I don't want to say because my missus might be... Your missus is not going to be watching this. Come on.
No, she won't.
If you've got any sense at all. I come back with a poker story to my missus and she's asleep. She doesn't care.
So back to this hand, Aaron with the squeeze with the tens. Aspers here.
Would you call that a squeeze?
No,
with that hand?
A squeeze, like the terminology
money squeeze,
comes from open call, and then someone that free bets that terminology is a squeeze. Whereas if it's just
squeeze with the right hand, then, because I think it's the right hand to be doing it with.
Driss got fold deuces. The thing is, if Aaron and Driss were like 1k plus deep, they can get involved.
Yeah, they're both not 500 each. Yeah. Fair shout.
Good evening to the Highlander on Twitch. Will there be any streams for the main event, as there was no stream from the mini? The main event will start tomorrow on stream. 4:20 is when we will go live for 4 o'clock start in the club if you have made day 2 for the main event.
Do you stream the mini main on Grosvenor?
Yes, we do. On the Wednesday night, we do it for that.
Yeah, but I mean, we commented earlier when George was with me about the difference. Someone asked about the difference between PartyPoker Tour and the GUKPT, which Jay commentates on, and it's roughly about half the amount of buy-ins. So the PartyPoker Tour is aimed more at the lower end of the buy-ins and more people that love travelling and playing poker, if you like, more as kind of tourists or leisure activity. GUKPT is a mixture of regular professionals on the circuit because they have a very strong league which has a lot of value attached to it, and then you've also got the players who qualify online or play specific games. So I always play most of the PLO ones at the GUKPT but never the main events. But the level of buy-in on the PartyPoker Tour is around about 50%. So a 150 buy-in here for the mini main wasn't really big enough, I think, to get streamed. But the main event will be with Jay and George for the next 2 days.
We're going to have plenty of guests coming in throughout the weekend as well. We've got Michelle Mollenar that wants to join us at
Good
some
friend,
point,
Michelle.
who is one of the best at the moment, I'd
He
say.
was cracking. He was very unlucky in the Irish Open, leading on the end of day 2.
Jack
3.5
on the river.
million.
I saw it.
3.5 million chips. He, I know his girlfriend quite well. She lives in London.
Oh, does she?
Yeah, good player in her own right. Yeah, a Chinese girl who plays at the Empire.
Sandra?
Plays cash. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know
So,
Sandra, yeah, she's
plays cash, Omaha mainly. But lovely girl, and I tried to get them to come to the PLO Masters, but they've got bigger fish to fry.
They knew you were playing JJ. They thought I'd give that a miss. Oh, wow. Look at this river.
Abdul, hello.
Abdul and Nick both backdooring a flush here. This is pretty ill.
This has got to get big. Queen flush against king flush. Second nuts, third nuts. There's no other combo here. So, wow, this is more interesting how they're going to play it, I think.
Well, Abdul's got to go for value. It just comes down to what size he wants to choose. And with a 4-liner both ways,
surely he's going to get raised.
Yeah, I'd probably, he has to get raised. Nick has to raise his hand. It's as simple as that. We've backdoored our way into the third nut flush and we're met by third pot. Nick?
I like this. The third pot is a really, it's like, I'm not that strong. I'm just betting. I think I'm winning, but I'm not sure. I've got third nuts, mate. Here we go.
No way Nick's just calling. No way Nick's just called here.
Is he just called?
You sick guy. Where on earth has Nick found
this? Is he looking to get value from Driss?
That is the
understand.
most ridiculous flat you are going to see, guys, in a long time.
Look at his surprise when he says
Abdul is thinking, where's the rest of my pot? Where is it?
That is mad. Was he trying to get another 100 from Driss? I don't know.
Secco, what a sick call. That is crazy stuff.
Superb play.
How does he not raise there, JJ? How?
I have no idea, because I'm raising every day.
Everyone's raising every day.
It's got to be up to 400 without looking.
So somehow turn checks through. 2 people backdoor their way into the flush. We have second nuts versus third nuts. It goes third pot and call.
Yeah.
You feel sick there as Abdul. And as Nick, you are doing handstands and cartwheels in your head.
He's shown the other side of the game. He pot control there, played amazing just to call that. I don't think he was even worried about the king flush. I think, if anything, he was worried about the ace flush. And the fact that it was maybe quite a small bet. So that might have, his spidey instincts might have. I always worry when someone does a small bet on the river.
Yeah.
I worry more than if they bet 250 or pot bet. So very, very well thought out hand, Nick.
So just been told, guys, it is the penultimate hand of the evening. So this and one more, and we will be done for the day. And there's the snap fold from Aaron. So we move into the final hand of the day. I've just got to chuck the comms cam on. Massive thank you to this guy sat beside me, because you've done a 3-hour stint, JJ. I don't even do 3-hour stints. I've been doing this for
at
years.
my age, it's not a problem.
Not
mate.
a problem, no.
Yeah. No, I do a lot. I mean, when I commentate, I do 11 hours sometimes on my own.
You usually get breaks in between, though. That's what I'm saying. You've not had a single break. You've been here for 3 hours, from the start to the finish.
Good energy, good energy.
Giving us a good helping
And it's
hand.
been a joy. I've learned a lot from you tonight. It's been really good.
There we are.
Very different approach, and I think that's always healthy.
You know me.
I learned nothing from George at all.
I'm very logic and mathematical based, and that's how me.
I've known George too long.
But massive thank you to JJ Hazan as we go into the last hand of the day.
What a shame it's not Will with a 9-2. There we go. It's Abdul raising with a 9-2. Pair of sevens for Paul in seat 8. Kasuf comes along with an ace. He's had ace-5 suited about 5 times.
Could squeeze at the stack there.
He didn't. Just flat called.
Call going to be fine. In one of these, that's sort of a mix. Sometimes squeeze, sometimes call.
Not a bad flop for sevens. Trouble is, no one else has hit anything. So, got the full house for Paul. Nut, just about.
Well, Abdul, 9 deuce off, Montana banana. In with the C-bet.
Yeah.
Paul just would call, and why wouldn't we?
Yeah, there's no point in raising here. You want to get max value. You want Kasuf's money in. If you're playing the 7-2 game, you're probably winning. And that's a bad card for Will. He's at top pair. Ace. He's got aces over 3s with a 7 kicker.
Clear shutdown. Wow, I say clear shutdown for Abdul, but he's going to try and rep the ace. Like, heads up, I wouldn't mind it, but when we get called in 2 spots here, we need to think about our opponent's ranges. There's definitely some 3x out there.
Yeah, a bit of a leak, I think. Paul is going to just call. Looking to maximise value here, get Kasuf's money in. He's not going anywhere, he's just hit an ace.
Getting this price as well.
Yep.
Nearly 5 to 1 on the call. Abdul can be bluffing. Paul can still have just some like 7x of diamonds, still some scenarios.
Paul's unfortunately in the middle of these 3, so. And now ace-5, 2 pairs for Will.
Now, as Abdul here, this would be outrageous to bluff. Like, we've been called in 2 spots here, twice on both streets, and he does finally shut it down. And Paul, now just thinking about Vegas and the Mirage, what size is he going to be choosing?
To favour the, I think he's done 150, 125. I think he needs a strong enough bet to look slightly bluffy.
Tiny, JJ.
Is it?
And that's
no,
Will.
45.
Against 45. How can we fold?
That's a raise me bet.
We beat some stuff as well, like maybe some like ace-X that want to float flops and ace-X that think they have us out.
This is what I call an inducing bet. This is to induce the raise. He hasn't, it's just called.
So a call from Kasuf is going
That's the
to
bad
end
news.
the stream from us, guys. That is it from us this evening.
Thank you very much, Jay. It's been a joy. And good luck with the whole year of commentating.
It's going to be a busy year, but I love it, JJ. I love it. I love being in the booth. I love dissecting hands and the people I get to meet across the year.
I prefer dissecting people. But,
there you go. But that's it from myself and JJ. I'll be back with George Sanford tomorrow at 20 past 4 for the main event. Huge thank you to this man, 3 hours of comms for the cash game this evening, for the Party Poker Tour. But we will be back tomorrow, 20 past 4, guys, main event coverage. Myself and George to take you through the main event proceedings. We will see you tomorrow for the main event, 20 past 4. See you then. Good night.
Night all.